And I had some McDonald's and didn't finish the burger, didn't finish the fries, just kind of crumbled up the bag, threw it in the back. Car started smelling funky after a little while. There's a whole bunch of stuff back there. Long story short, I take it to Jack's over on Woodward, and the manager calls me over. He says, "Come here, young man." And I go over there, and he shows me the back seat where he is taking his extendo wand vacuum cleaner and sucking up a maggot that is coming out of the carpet. And he looks at me and he says, "Are you serious? You got maggots coming out of your beeping carpet?" And then another one pops up and he sucks it up. And this goes on for 5 minutes. I felt terrible. He's treating me like an irresponsible child that I was. It was awful. So from here on out, any piece of garbage goes out of the car so fast. I felt so terrible. It was so embarrassing. It was just gross.
Well, hey, at least you learned a lesson young. It wasn't a new car, was it?
It was the first car I ever bought out of college, out of CMU. Go Chip.
Oh,
fire up.
Terrible. I'm a horrible human being.
It's awful.
Yeah, maybe not our finest moment. Chris, appreciate the phone call. Vince in Sterling Heights. Vince, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
The call screener told me to make it quick, so I'm going to make it quick. But so this has nothing to do with me. It's actually my father. Years ago, he was moving around cars in his driveway, and he had just to kind of paint the picture. He had trees pretty much lining the entire driveway. So as he's moving around the cars, he had a Corvette with a stick shift, and he just got home from work in a Cadillac. I think he was moving the Corvette, and the driveway was on an incline. So as he's moving the Corvette, it starts rolling down the driveway.
Oh, no.
And then it starts backing, going backwards into a tree. He jumps out of the Corvette, or jumps out of the Cadillac, runs after the Corvette. The Cadillac's in reverse and backs into another car in the driveway. I think it was another Cadillac, actually. So the Corvette's rolling down the hill. He's running, trying to save the Corvette. As he leaves the Cadillac into reverse, we backed into another Cadillac, which ended up being a 3-car wreck in the driveway, which we never let him down for that. But it was kind of one of those bloopers you'd see in a movie. It was pretty crazy.
So he never caught up to the Corvette?
He never caught up to the Corvette, and as he was chasing after the Corvette, the Cadillac backed into another Cadillac, and then you got three
chain
cars
reaction.
wrecked in,
Yeah.
10 minutes.
Uh-huh.
Chain reaction.
Call the insurance company. I got a story to tell you.
Oh, sit down.
That would be awful. That's a terrible 5 minutes.
It probably feels like it's happening in slow motion, too.
Yeah.
Joseph, West Bloomfield, you're on 97.1.
What's going on, guys? Thanks for taking the call.
Good morning.
I just wanted to tell you about this debacle I had. I work for a restaurant, and we're often transporting and driving around other containers of food, let's just say chili, cheese, soup, everything problem-causing you can imagine. I'm driving down Woodward one day, and all these other cars jump in front of you and slam on their brakes. They're lane shifting traffic. And one of them cuts in front of me. I got to slam on my brakes, and then I had this whole 10-quart container of chili just go horizontal, slide all over the floorboards of the car, go straight all over everything, and I had to pull over on Woodward and scoop it all out with my hands and dishevel all this literal, chili, all the food, get it out of the car as fast as you can, clean it up with whatever you got. I had a nightmare one day in my Jeep.
Oh.
What kind of interior are we working with here? Is this cloth? Is this leather? Is it darker color? Because if it's not, that stain's going to be there forever.
Yeah, these are cloth black seats I'm still looking at. They got kidney beans and pinto beans, bell peppers, all amongst it. But it is what it is. Luckily, I got that Tommy's Express on Woodward, so we're all good.
I got you all cleaned up.
It's the best you could.
Thank God.
Joseph, appreciate it.
Go Tigers.
Chili down. I mean, that's painful to begin with. You lose your vat of chili.
It's a waste of good chili.
Yeah.
Not to mention the car. 248-539-9797. I'm wondering if chili is the worst thing that could spill, because someone brings up a story. They left a bottle of red wine in their truck, 90-degree weather. Brand new Yukon Denali. Spent the day at the parents'. When I went to leave, the entire inside of the truck was purple and stained with a dent in the ceiling.
Oh my gosh. It just exploded?
It had to. I mean, I don't know how else it would have. Yeah.
From the heat?
Mike in Clarkston.
I've never known wine to do that.
Yeah, I don't. He says homemade wine. I don't know if but if it's is it corked and the cork just
just blew up. That's terrible.
That sucks.
Texter says I bought a new Lexus only to break a bottle of vinegar in the back seat. The car has never not smelled like vinegar since. No matter how much detailing, cleaning, nothing can fix it.
Ooh, that's a tough one. The windows down anytime it gets hot. So much for AC.
John, we have no shortage.
No.
Is there any story that specifically stands out to you that you want to hear from?
Yeah, let's go to line 6 and Terry.
Terry, tell the story. You're on 97.1.
Hi, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call. Jensen, you're a fisherman. You'll enjoy this one, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
In my younger day, my buddies and I went fishing, and we had worms in one of those plastic milk jugs, with dirt and stuff like that. So we fished, partied, drank, went to the bars and drank some more. Forgot all about them worms, and they sat through the night and then all the next day in this heat like this. And I tell you, when I got to the car, I couldn't figure out what stunk so bad until I got to the trunk, and them worms were already liquefied. They were just nasty. So it's one of those that it stays on your body, your nostrils, and everything. So I don't fish with worms anymore unless they're plastic.
I've had that happen before where I've left them in a cooler. Left the cooler in the back of the truck, forget about it for a day or two, and then you're like, hey, I wonder what I did with those worms. Thought maybe I put them in the fridge. No. Liquefied. And they do liquefy quick.
Gross.
Yeah, they do. So, but anyways, that's just a story of a pretty stinky one at that, so.
Sorry about that, Terry.
Again.
Yep.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. We got time for one more?
We got time for, at least one more. Let's get to Derek in Chesterfield. Yeah. Derek, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
So my wife was pregnant, and we were out grocery shopping, running errands, and I filled up a propane tank, and we went grocery shopping, got milk and groceries, all that stuff. We're driving around, and the propane tank must have flipped and rolled, sliced the bottom part of the gallon of milk. So by the time we got home, the whole gallon of milk was gone. It was inside the back of a Mountaineer, and it was in the middle of summer. It stunk so bad. I had a buddy that owned a detail shop. I had it cleaned down to the studs 2 different times. We could never get the smell out of there. My wife was pregnant, smelled like rotten eggs. She couldn't drive the car. I wound up having to sell the car, leaving the windows cracked so it wouldn't smell, so I could sell the car and get rid of the car.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah.
Yeah. And then one other time, I got one real quick one. This is back in my early 20s. We're out with a bunch of friends and out drinking. My buddy Tommy, he was the designated driver, just bought a Durango. We got like 2 Crave cases. So our drunk butts in the back of the car decided to leave a few sliders in the back of his car underneath the seats. A few days later, he comes in the gym. He's like, dude, my car still stinks at reeks of White Castle. And finally figured out what happened. And he wound up selling his car too.
It's bad when you're like, you know what? It's not worth owning the car anymore.
Yeah.
List it, get what we can
get. Get rid of it. Yep.
Move on.
Yep. We both got rid of our cars. So the karma came back and got me on the milk,
Yep.
Yep. Appreciate it, Derek. Ticket Texter says, my buddy threw up on my windshield from the passenger seat one night, and it ran into the defroster. Every time I turned on the defroster, guess what it smelled like?
Gross.
Yeah, these are all pretty gross. We have one that's not gross that I want to get to after the update if he hangs on, because it's about a car being stolen. Talk about mishaps. We'll get to it, and then we'll talk about the Pistons, our reaction to that press conference. It's 97.1.
16 hits, 11 runs, and a series victory. Things went well for the Tigers at Comerica Park yesterday as they dominated the White Sox by 9 runs. Well, A.J. Hinch pleased as they took 2 of 3 against the lowly Sox. Up next, maybe a little more of a challenge with the 51-win Phillies coming to town starting tonight. Philadelphia has cooled off a little bit lately, but they still have the second most wins in all of baseball behind only the Yankees. The Florida Panthers trying to avoid being on the wrong side of history. The Stanley Cup Finals comes down to a Game 7 tonight. The Oilers trying to get it done and also get Canada's first cup in over 3 decades. The Men's College World Series will come down to a deciding Game 3 between Tennessee and Texas A&M. The Volunteers forcing a rubber match by winning 4-1 yesterday. And Scotty Scheffler going through a Tiger-esque run so far in 2024. He won the Travelers Championship, his 6th PGA Tour victory already, the first player to do so since Woods, and the first to do so this early in the year since Arnold Palmer's heyday. Scheffler has more FedEx Cup points than the second and third players on the list combined. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
We'll talk a little Game 7 in the 9 o'clock hour. You don't even have to be a big hockey fan. This is peak sports action, and there is a question about fandom involved. We'll get to that. We got to talk about the Pistons, their message, trying to sell themselves with that press conference on Friday, your reactions. And John, we don't normally do this, but I would like to submit a champ for Champ and Chump.
Oh, really?
And it, to me, is an under-the-radar Detroit sports story I don't know if anybody saw. I want to present that to Doug and Gator at the end of the hour.
Okay.
All right.
Sounds good.
I said Matthew, if he would hold on, we'd hear the story. Matthew in Hazel Park, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, man? So, about cars, a couple years ago, I was working at the auto show, and I was part of the team that after the auto show's done, we take the cars back to the trucks. And one of my coworkers, his girlfriend worked at the Westin. So he was driving one of the new Cadillacs, and he wanted to show off for her. And he went to go see her, and he left the car running and went inside. And when he came back out, the car was stolen.
Ooh. That's a tough call to make to the boss.
Yeah.
What was the rule at the time? Obviously, showing off for the girlfriend was probably not a part of the job description, but was there a, hey, you have to take this right to the truck?
Yeah, there's no, deviating. They give you the route that you're supposed to take to avoid, people, taking pictures and stuff. And he didn't do any of that. He just took his own route and went to go see his girlfriend, and the car ended up being stolen.
What was the repercussions for your buddy?
Well, he got fired. I don't know if he got charged or anything. I don't think so, but he definitely got fired for sure.
Yeah, that'll do that.
That's all I know is he got fired.
He gone.
Now,
Heather, I know you worked auto shows. Did you ever see anybody steal or hear a story of people stealing the car?
A car? No, never. I've never heard it. I thought it was going to... I know you said a stolen car, but I was waiting for something to have happened at the auto show because so many people get in and out of vehicles and people want to get into the trunks. I'm not lying. They take their physical body and climb into a trunk of a...
Just to see if a body will fit?
Yeah, especially because I worked for Lincoln as well, and that was the joke. How you can fit a dead body in there. Let's see. And they'll climb back there and they'll get in the trunk. Yes, I'm not lying. So I was waiting for somebody to be like, somebody
climbed in and they got locked in the trunk?
No, I was waiting for somebody to say they found poop in the trunk or people do disgusting things at auto shows. I was waiting for something nasty, really nasty.
Really?
Yeah, people are gross.
You actually heard of somebody
saw it?
Dropping a deuce in the back of a car?
No, but I wouldn't. It wouldn't
you
actually
surprise you? Really?
No. Do you know how many people go to an auto show and the things it's just gross, you guys. They're gross. People are gross.
I'm still not over it. You can fit a dead body in, as a selling point.
That's not the selling point, but they thought it was funny. I bet you can fit a dead body in there. Let's see. And then climb in the trunk. Grown men would climb into the trunk of a vehicle, not an SUV, of a sedan.
Yeah. Any mob bosses out here? Let me tell you, we got quite the pitch for you. You can
That's
fit not one
amazing.
but 2 dead bodies in the trunk of this
Take
car.
a look at this. Plus a set of golf clubs.
That's right. Okay, from one sales job to another. The Pistons, they put their press conference on Friday, and we were waiting to hear what Langdon would say, Trajan Langdon's vision for the Detroit Pistons moving forward. We also wanted to see and hear from Tom Gores, the owner of the team. John, question to you and to everybody else. What was the takeaway from Friday's press conference?
I think the most important thing, and the only thing I wanted to hear from Tom Gores was who was the decision maker, who was the boss, who was going to be the one, because we hear about Arn Tellem, we hear about all these other influences, and his quote of Trajan's the boss, he's the president of basketball, he can come to me, he can get recommendations from Arn. One of the things we needed was the single source of decision making and have that person really pull together everything so that we can make decisions. That's all I wanted to hear from him. And we obviously heard more. You could take all of that stuff and just, crumble it up and throw it out the window. I simply wanted to know, is this going to be Trajan Langdon's franchise to run? The purse strings, obviously, checks, all of that stuff. That's all I want from Tom Gores. Sign your name. But for the basketball decisions, it has to be one voice, one vision, and then he's going to hire people that will assist him, but it has to all come from one person.
So they got off to a bad start.
Yeah.
An hour late to their own press conference, and you can do the traffic routine, but it's not the first time, and it does reflect poorly on what you think of everybody else's time, that yours is most valuable and most important. Tom Gores pushed that he is not detached from this team. Not a great start. But all I really cared about was what Trajan Langdon thought of the basketball team, because you're right, it's his show to run.
Mm-hmm.
Langdon talked about building around Cade. He talked about shooting and spacing. He talked about using that cap space to take on maybe a veteran contract and get an asset in return, stuff that Weaver never did. You are at rock bottom. These are the things you got to do. You take on somebody's bloated contract who's overpaid, and you get a first-round pick back with it.
It's tell me if you've heard this before. It's like taking on Goff and getting 2 first-round picks in return. Yes, you gave up Stafford, but it's how it should be done.
But in the NBA, there's always a couple teams that are more desirable that need to free up that cap space, and they need to ship an overpaid veteran. And Langdon's thought is, well, if that veteran can be a even semi-positive influence and we're getting an asset back, we're going to make those kind of moves this offseason. The idea isn't that they're going to use all their cap space to lure A-plus free agents. That was always a fool's errand to begin with. They'll probably target a guy, try to get like an upgrade.
Sure.
But he seemed to be pretty measured. He said what he knew and what he didn't know, and he came across as composed and competent. And he was the guy I'm most curious about. If Gores is to be believed, it's all his show. He did impress as much as you can at a press conference.
And now, okay, that was a lot of words on Friday.
Yeah.
We've had a chance to sit on it all weekend. We're talking about it right now. The only thing that really matters is what is his basketball acumen? How is he going to put everything that he said into practice? And it all starts Wednesday night. That's the first round of the NBA draft. And it could be trades. It could be who he selects. It could be, who is it that he's going to put alongside Cade? Because he talked about how good of a basketball player Cade is. That he's mature beyond his years.
Yeah, it was the things we had asked for going into Friday was the vision to build around Cade. I really want them to make an honest effort for the first time in his career to build around him. And Langdon, he confirmed that is the vision that he has and that it entails putting shooters around him. He highlighted that they want to cut down on the turnovers. That'll happen with spacing. That'll give Cade and others a chance to actually take the next step. So I like what he had to say. Some ticket text, 248-539-9797 on what you guys took out of this. Ticket texters weighing in with some of their thoughts. This one says, I was disappointed with 97.1 during the interviews on Friday. Not one employee asked a tough question. That was the Ticket's time to call out the owner and put pressure on the new GM, Mark in Tecumseh. Well, Wojo asked one of the more clarifying questions. I know Stoney was there and asked a question about shooting, which is near the end. We finally got an answer because Stoney asked about it. And I'm not telling you guys you all should follow Rieger on social media because I know what that entails. But he posted some in the scrum afterwards with Tom Gores, face-to-face, talking about how embarrassing the Pistons are to the face of the owner of the Pistons. And for all the stuff we mock Rieger for, he does ask the tough questions. And those are those took place on Friday.
Yeah.
Tom Gores did have to face the music. He is 300 games below 500 as the owner. Think about that. So it's unavoidable. And you have to hope that this epiphany where he's got a CEO and he's going to stay out of his business is a change that is long overdue.
It is. And now it all comes down to practice. And I mentioned, Trajan Langdon. We're going to get a chance to see along the way him put into practice the things that he has started to preach. And that is going to be Wednesday night. And then it's going to be, and it doesn't have to happen in this order, but it's going to be free agency. It's going to be hiring of a coach.
Yep.
And, who is going to be the one that leads this team out every single night. And all of these things will be what we weigh or start to weigh the decision-making process of Trajan Langdon.
Langdon, to me, did a good job. And it's not enough to win the press conference. You're right, John. We're going to quickly look ahead to the draft this week, sneaking up on us.
Yeah.
This week with a top 5 pick, do they trade up? Do they trade back? Do they stay where they are? Do they use draft night as a means to move on from Duran or Ivy or Thompson in a move that better accentuates Cade? I don't know. I don't know if it happens that quickly. We don't want him to take the year to evaluate. We want him to make moves to show that he not only has a vision, but is going to start executing that vision.
And sure, anything is possible between now and Wednesday, but probably going to start assembling this team without knowing who the head coach is. I mean, there's a chance that he could announce it today, tomorrow, Wednesday morning. But for the most part, even if he does hire a coach, what type of voice is that coach going to have? Because there's been little, if any, evaluation of the players on this roster by the coach.
Yeah. And again, the press conference was about Gores and Langdon. And I think what's most important is if Langdon's the basketball guy checked the boxes. The Gores stuff, I get being still concerned with him. I do.
Sure.
I mean, just
track record,
hour late even to the actual event. He kept talking about threading things and how great platinum equity is. The hug. How many times did we hear about the hug with him and Trajan Langdon? We had a hug at 4:30 in the morning. All right, Tom. I didn't get any.
He got his guy.
Right, but I didn't get any reassurance from Gores. I got the reassurance I needed from the basketball guy.
Was there anything reassuring to you, and you can answer this when we come back, that it will be Trajan Langdon?
Yeah, I'll answer it next. We'll read some ticket text next. We're going to get to Game 7 tonight. All of it. It's 97.1.
Hey, looking for ways to level up your fitness? Well, the YMCA is always welcoming new members with no contract and no joiner fees. I'm loving the YMCA family membership with access to indoor pools, Les Mills group fitness, hundreds of machines, all with free child watch while you work out, and for less than $3 a day. And today, you can go and try the Y for free. Visit any of the 7 Metro Detroit locations and get a free guest pass. Learn more at ymcadetroit.org and find what moves you today.
John, what was your question? Just about how much do I believe that Langdon... You didn't even remember your question. Come on, buddy. Your question, it was something about Langdon and the belief that he actually will get to run the show.
Oh, yeah. Do you believe when Tom Gores says Trajan's the boss? He can present things to me. He can get recommendations from Arn, but it's all going to be built and structured under the vision and guidance of Trajan Langdon.
Do I trust Gores? Not really. Do I want to? Yeah. I want to believe that Langdon, the guy who showed up at that press conference and seemed to have his head screwed on straight, is going to be allowed to give a real honest attempt at this. I do. But you mentioned Arn. A couple ticket texters point that out. Says, what about the other front office personnel? Are they still there or are they gone too? If it's only Weaver that's gone, how much is really going to change? Why did nobody ask about Arn Tellem? Why is his son still a scout of a team? They haven't scouted anything good in 10 years. The Tellems coming under fire on the ticket text.
Right. And why not? Seriously.
Yeah.
Because they're meddlers, or you've got somebody advising you. The whole key to this is we don't know the answers. Can somebody go... Can Langdon go against Tellem and win?
Yeah.
Well, if Gores is to believe, the answer is yes.
Okay.
Does it actually play out that way? I have no idea.
Well, no, and we'll find out. I mean, maybe it is. That's compare it to the Rod Wood situation with the Lions. It appears that he's the president. He handles the money for the organization. I do believe, there has to be somebody that keeps somebody in check. Meaning, if Trajan Langdon tries to just start doing crazy, absurd moves, or Brad Holmes would, that eventually you've got somebody saying like like the absurd.
Yeah, there's got to be some checks and balances.
You can't be reckless, okay? So there's got to be somebody that advises the owner from the GM, just say in terms of doing something chaotic like signing Javi. But seriously, that's where you need the checks and balances, okay? But in general, Trajan should have 99% of control in what he wants to do.
Right, and I think the concern is more, first of all, what is the relationship that Trajan Langdon has with the Tellems?
He was his agent, right?
Right, yeah. So does he have the ability to speak honestly to Arn Tellem? And to be able, to be able to take feedback, but also to take it for what it's worth. And then the concern is, if there's a very healthy relationship there where Trajan Langdon does feel like, hey, I can get advice from them, but I am going to be the one that ultimately makes this decision in what I feel is best, is there concern that Arn Tellem, if he doesn't, if Trajan Langdon doesn't do his bidding, is he going to pick up the phone and say to Tom Gores, I have some concerns? And how much is Tom Gores going to listen to those concerns?
Right. And I think there's two sides of the coin where you say they can have probably an honest and hopefully brutally honest conversation together, Langdon and Tellem, because of their working relationship. The other fear, though, would be, is Trajan here because Arn wanted him here? Right? Did he vouch for him knowing, hey, I can still kind of guide him and he trusts me, and then it's not truly an outside independent voice for the Pistons? Ticket Texter says, how embarrassing is it that Gores, as an NBA owner, has been late for everything? Late to respond to the losing streak, late to fire Weaver, late to fire Monty, late for his own press conference. He'll be late to everything because he's so self-centered and everything revolves around him. Signed, a disgusted, fed-up Pistons fan, Chris in Heartland. Jeff Rieger, we have some audio. Had a chance to talk to Gores in the post-press conference scrum. Just to give you an idea, like, there were questions about Tom Gores and how all of this has landed with him. Satisfied with the answer?
I'm. Can I say? I mean, no.
No, I think you can say no.
Yeah.
You can say whatever you want, John.
There were parts of it that I thought, it's okay. That sounds logical, reasonable. But I'm game time.
Give himself a nickname there.
Yeah. We make T-shirts like Dagger Time now.
Tommy Game Time.
Tommy Game Time. We're gonna give him a nickname.
Hey, listen, when this team needs me, Tommy Game Time. He puts on like a big. Here
comes GT. Here comes GT.
Got the headband on and like the long socks. Game time.
Chauncey.
Trajan. He did address it in there, though. If they don't win, he's going to continue to bear the brunt of it. He needs to be there at the top of a winning organization, and sometimes that means it's this weird thing where we want him to be less involved, right? But we also want him to appear like he cares, because the detached comment, but also he has not found the sweet spot.
Well, and I think for fans, it's not just a detachment from the Pistons. It's a complete detachment from the city.
Yeah.
Like, he's not here. He doesn't live here. And does he really understand what we have gone through as a city, but also as Pistons fans?
In his introduction, or one of the things he said at the podium, he talked about how they've brought really good people to the city, and a lot of them choose to live here after they leave.
Well, lead by example.
Tom, you don't live. You know what I mean? Like, you're in Los Angeles. It was just a weird comment. I'm not saying he had to draw attention to it, but he did, and it was odd. Like, maybe not the best reading of the room there to highlight how people love living here in Michigan when you aren't seen around this stuff at all. And no one wants you to make basketball decisions, but they want to know that you feel their pain when they lose, because you feel that, because it's your team.
You want to feel that there's a level of understanding.
Yes.
And I don't know that we have felt it with Sheila. There's no question.
Yes.
And she felt it, and when they were the whole Calvin Johnson at halftime. And she's addressed it. She's been willing to talk about it, and we've seen results. But when you have this, does the owner understand, or do they understand how we feel as fans? And when there's that detachment, you're just kind of like, I don't think he does.
Tommy Game Time. Yeah. All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
Okay, I think this is sweet. I would love to do this. Maybe not in my own home, but I would love to come across something like this. There's a Michigan couple that discovered a tunnel underneath their home, like a big tunnel system. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so they've always suspected that there was something underneath. They had this indoor hot tub in their house, and they decided, you know what, let's get rid of this hot tub. Let's renovate the room. So is there
a door?
Not really a door. There was a big hole, almost like a sewer cover, kind of. Like, they found this big hole in the ground, and big enough to fit a person, and they go down there. They posted it on TikTok. It has gone viral, millions and millions of views. There's like a whole tunnel system, so they're investigating. It's filled with water, because so what they found, that the hot tub would slowly lose water, and it was all leaking down into this massive space below their house. There's just like, you can hardly see anything because it's dark, but it's filled with water. Well, not quite yet. But anyway, they're trying to figure out what it was used for. They think, some people are saying like maybe it was the Prohibition era and it was used for like bootleg alcohol. Others, they did discover that it had once been, their home was a pumping station before it was a house. So it might have just been part of
functional,
this. Which they say is not that exciting. But either way, kind of cool. So they're trying to figure out what to do. If they can get the water out of it and find a way to block it all off so no more water gets down there, they have this massive space that they could turn into
something cool.
Something really cool. Anyway, pretty cool. I would love, it's just like a cool discovery, would be fun to make for sure. Also cool, because this story has a great ending. A group of fishermen landed quite the catch in Mississippi last week. They came across 38 dogs in the water, struggling to stay alive.
Yeah.
What?
How does 38 dogs get there?
Apparently they were chasing after a deer. And
38 of them?
Right.
Wow.
Yeah, they just travel in a big pack.
In a pack, yeah.
So these guys said that they could see these dogs like bobbing in the water, and they could tell they were struggling. So they went out there in their little boat, right, to go check it out. And that's when they just said, They saw dogs everywhere, just swimming in circles. They didn't know where to go. So they started to rescue the dogs, but they couldn't fit 38 dogs into their whatever kind of little boat they had. So they had to make several trips to the shore, but all the dogs survived. They'd been out there. Some of them, the ones that were like
all
left.
the dogs they could see.
I hope. Yeah. I mean, don't say that, John. All the dogs were rescued. They'd been out there for about an hour max. The dogs had to like keep treading water while they rescued the others. Yes, all of them.
Sorry.
Okay. You guys know that I hate bugs, right? Bees, spiders, nasty. I also hate ticks. And I've made that well known that I hate ticks. Terrified of them. I would freak out. I mean, I've had them before on my body. Thankfully, my husband has been around to remove them for me or somebody else because I can't do that. Anyway, you also know that ticks carry Lyme disease, which is, I guess, not really my worry. But it is something to worry about because they say in 2022, the number of people diagnosed with Lyme disease in the U.S. increased to over 62,000. And that's up from the average about 33,000.
Oh, so it doubled almost.
It's much more prevalent. And they say most cases are reported in the upper Midwest, Northeast, and Mid-Atlantic states. They do say Michigan is not considered a state with high infection rates. So that's good. But still in the surrounding states for sure. And there's only two types of ticks that carry Lyme disease, the black-legged tick and the western black-legged tick. Anyway, they're nasty little suckers. And if you have one, you got to remove it properly. If you are worried about Lyme disease, they say at first you're going to notice that bullseye rash. You might have fever, chills, fatigue, muscle aches, joint pains. And then if you don't ever treat it, that's when you get into the scary neurological issues, heart issues, joint problems. Terrifying. And most people, it's really hard to diagnose Lyme disease.
Because they don't necessarily, know that the tick was there. Even if they did, they don't pay attention to.
Well, I think a lot of people don't even realize when they're diagnosed that they might have been bitten by a tick. So you can prevent them, wear long pants, wear light colors so you can see them. Whenever I go hiking up north, I always tuck my pants into my socks.
Oh, you really are afraid of this stuff.
I know. Oh my gosh. Well, because you see them. They're everywhere. I'm not lying. Like they'll be on my pants. Like if you're walking through the woods.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm terrified. I will wear, like there's a photo of me somewhere
hiking. You're the person
hiking.
that you come up on the trail, you're like, did you see that lady? She had her socks.
Oh.
Her pants tucked into her socks.
And I will take a jacket and I'll put the hood over because they get in your scalp. And I will like tie the thing, like the drawstrings really tight so that they can't get into. I hate ticks. If I'm in a big wooded area where I know ticks are present, I don't do that everywhere.
Take the dog for a walk, and there goes Heather. Pants tucked in, hoodie tightened up.
Not like around the block.
Quite the scene. Heather with the news. Coming up next, Game 7 tonight. I can't believe fans are doing this. It's 97.1. Ticket Texter has sent in a fun fact. Ticks are attracted to unwashed feet.
Okay.
Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa,
My
John
feet are
Jansen,
clean.
Heather Park with
Telling you.
But how would you even know?
maybe clean.
I mean,
How would I know my feet are clean?
No. That there was a tick on your foot. Maybe there was one stuck between your toes.
You guys, it's not like I don't ever like
Inspect
observe
your toes?
my feet. Yes, I have, and I get pedicures and things like that. Like I would.
So somebody could tell you.
Yeah. If I don't go down there and individually wash, you're washing between your toes. Like you're.
Yeah. That's where everything's going to accumulate the most.
Okay.
It's not going to be on the top of my foot. Scrub in between the toes. It's like washing behind your ears.
Texter says, when you go to get the pedicures, does anybody ever make a comment about the odor?
No.
Okay, let's talk Game 7 tonight. Or we could talk ticks and Heather's feet and whatever else you guys are into. 248-539-9797. Okay, best 2 words in sports, Game 7. Whether you're a hockey fan or not, tonight is rife with storylines. It's Canada. It's their pursuit of a Stanley Cup, 30 years and counting.
Wait for it.
It's Ken Holland.
There it is.
It's a bitter Jim Costa. It's, John, it's 3-0. Now 3-3. It's maybe one of the biggest collapses in the history of sports. It's Connor McDavid, one of the game's great players who still doesn't have a Stanley Cup. Like the chippiness, the tension that is a Game 7, then you throw all of this into it. It is a dream for a sports fan. Even if you're kind of a casual hockey fan or you don't even like hockey, I would tell you tonight is as good as it gets with sports. The only thing better is if it's your team. And for Florida Panther fans, they are reacting in what I would say is the worst way possible. They're bailing. They are selling their tickets to Game 7. And they're going to make some money to do it, but they're selling their seats at home in a Game 7 for Lord Stanley's Cup. And I couldn't believe this, so I tweeted out over the weekend. I go, this is easy, right? You keep your tickets, or would you sell them? And I showed what the pricing would be. Roughly $2,000 to $3,000 a seat. We'll call it $5,000 for a pair. What would you do? 61% of people said they would sell tickets to Game 7. I don't know if it's a fear their team's going to lose or if the money's too good to pass up, but you don't get to take the money with you when you die. This life's about experiences. This is Game 7, your team that's never won a cup. If you're a Panthers fan, you don't sell this. But even Wings fans were saying they would sell this. I wouldn't be selling Game 7 at Little Caesars Arena with the cup in the building. Come on, people. John?
I'm not selling either, but I'm not going to get mad at anybody else that would, because $5,000 is a lot of money. And $5,000, you talk about an experience, $5,000 can buy you a lot more experiences. $5,000 is, if you've got a home repair, a car repair, there's something going on, or if you're just simply, it's coming. $5,000 is a lot of money. And yes, it is the experience that you're going to miss out on. You're most likely in this situation selling it to the opponent.
Yep.
So they're going to gain a couple of extra seats. Now all of a sudden, hey, you get enough of those and you lose home ice advantage. And it's, at least part of it.
But one person at a time goes a long way. But why are you a fan if not to be there? You already have the tickets.
Well, you may have been there all season long. You may have been there for the entire stretch run of the playoffs. And yes, this is the ultimate payoff. It's what you do it for. It's what you've been waiting for. It's never happened for the Panthers. They've never won a Stanley Cup, but they've also lost one. And that was as recent as last year. And so there might be some hangover of, I don't want to be there if they're just going to lose it again. It's been an epic fail since Game 3. We are now tied 3-3. We didn't want it to go back to Edmonton. We didn't want any of this to happen. We don't want to be the punchline. I don't want to be there to watch it happen. And if somebody's going to give me $5,000 to not be there, I'm not going to fault them for doing it. Would I do it? No.
I don't know. I was surprised. I would think most people who follow me are sports fans. We're on a sports station, and most of the response has been, give me the cash. My team might lose anyway. I can go to a bar instead. If you're a sports fan, this doesn't come around very often. The idea that you could clinch a championship in a Game 7 do or die. You know the last time it happened for the Detroit Tigers? 1968. It's a lifetime. is kind of my point, right? And if you're a hockey fan like I am, I couldn't imagine selling these seats. The Lions will never have the equivalent. I mean, this is a Game 7. This is home ice. A Super Bowl is likely a neutral site, and it's a corporate environment. This is the pinnacle if you're a sports fan. And the idea that I get not paying $5,000 to go. Everybody's financial situation's different. You already have the tickets on the app on your phone. You presumably have them because you were season ticket holders, because you bought in every stage of this journey, and you are finally there at the very end, and you would say, "Nah, I'm worried my team's going to lose and my heart can't handle it." No, you stick it out.
Let me ask you this, because there was something that happened earlier in the month that I do find offensive. I don't find this offensive. Is it disappointing? Sure, but I'm not going to tell somebody else to turn down $5,000 just so they can go to the game. Paul Skeens.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see this story where he was cheered in St. Louis because he pitched for 6 1/3 scoreless innings? He was taken out, didn't finish the game. It wasn't like he was, it didn't have a no-hitter going, but he's been very impressive since he's been in the big leagues. At Busch Stadium in St. Louis, he was cheered.
I hated this.
When he came off the field, when he was replaced in the middle of the 6th inning.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. And I remember it was at the time, it was recently.
It was like June 10 or something like that.
Yeah, and I remember some of the stories where this is why St. Louis fans are so great, because they can, tip their cap and respect a great performance. The guy didn't throw a no-hitter.
Right.
And even if he did, I don't want someone to no-hit my team. I don't want to celebrate somebody else dominating my team.
Got a standing ovation.
A standing ovation.
5 hits, struck out 8. It didn't walk anybody.
Good for him. If I'm a
that
fan,
to me is more offensive than if you're going to sell your Game 7 tickets. Now, obviously, the stakes aren't as high.
You're right. So the question then is, are you judging fans for selling their Game 7 tickets, or would you do it too? 248-539-9797. We got phones, we got ticket text. There's also the question about rooting interest tonight. John, you are rooting for?
I'm rooting for Connor McDavid. I think his legacy, he is currently the best player in the world, in hockey. And I think he deserves, especially for what he has done of putting not just his team or his city, but the entire country that he plays in on his back to try and bring the cup back to Canada, to Edmonton. And do I want the cup? I do like the bit of, hey, the cup hasn't been in Canada. They think they invented the game and they're the ultimate hockey fans. I love the fact that it hasn't been up there for 3 decades. It's unbelievable.
I'm writing a pros and cons chart. Okay, pro. I like Connor McDavid. He's fun to watch.
Yeah.
Another pro. It is a better sports story for the team to finish this out, right? To come back down 0-3. The con, Canada would win a cup. The con, Ken Holland would win a cup. So I'm rooting for the Panthers.
Yeah, but now the cup is going to be in Florida. It's going to be as far south as you can go in the United States. It's going to be in Miami.
Your bitterness towards Ken Holland is unbelievable.
It's epic.
I mean, you think he was born on third base. You basically think he's the Phil Jackson of general managers.
Well, Phil Jackson's a good coach. We not think Phil Jackson's a good coach?
I do think he's a good coach. I don't think it's coincidental that he won and other people couldn't in those situations.
Right. My thing with Holland is he took over as the GM in 97, right? With Yzerman, Fedorov, Lidstrom, cornerstones, top 50 players all time.
Never won.
Right.
Scotty Bowman was going to trade Steve Yzerman.
Right. That's a great point. He had Scotty Bowman, the greatest hockey coach of all time as well.
Who's going to trade Steve Yzerman?
I would point to that first 3 Stanley Cups being like undeniable star power that he walked into. We can fight about 08, but it's very clear that Ken Holland on the way out napalmed the Detroit Red Wings for the better part of a decade. I can be bitter about that, and I can point to 3 of the 4 Stanley Cups he inherited.
Along with his boss.
Fair.
I can
Absolutely fair.
give you the born on second base that Ken Holland maybe doesn't deserve quite the credit he gets for the good times because the bad times are so bad. It's kind of like Joe Dumars a little bit. But I mean, how come Scotty wasn't born on third base in his career? He had inherited legendary
Lemieux, Yager, and then what he did with
Canadians.
the Wings and the Canadians prior. You're right.
Yeah,
you go all the
Larry
way back.
Robertson at one time was considered one of the best defensemen ever. I mean,
But
who was the goalie? I can't think. The legend.
Plot?
No, there's somebody else. I can't think of him. Oh, this is awful.
70s Canadians hockey.
Yes.
No, we're not going to go that far down the rabbit hole. But then the fact that he also inherits McDavid and Draisaitl, and of course they win another cup. So I'm rooting for the Panthers.
Maybe third base in Edmonton. I do think, though, you can't.
But you agree he was born in scoring position.
At second, yes, it was extra, and he's a ghost runner, like you said earlier.
248-539-9797. We want to be timely about this. You guys want to weigh in on your rooting interest and what you would do. Are you judging Panther fans? Would you do what they're doing? It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. And whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to sit down with you, ask you questions, have a conversation, and get to know you as best they can so that they can build a financial plan that fits your situation. They did it with me. I know they'll do it with you. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. And they volunteer and donate to local causes on a regular basis to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Ken Dryden is the Canadiens goalie. Thank you, everybody who sent that in on the ticket text. A few more. 248-539-9797. And we go to the phones. Who are you rooting for tonight? And how do you feel about Panther fans selling tickets to Game 7? Chris, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. And Heather, I am rooting for Florida. Unfortunately, though, I think Edmonton will win. And I think McDavid will get the game-winning goal and end up scoring 2 goals in the game. And I also wanted to throw a shout-out to the Cardinal fans for recognizing a great pitching performance by the Pittsburgh rookie and giving him the standing ovation. That's just first class. I agree with doing it.
You want to go first, John? Or?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't think it's first class. We have this idea that, like, you got to tip your cap to the other team starter. I'd be mad if my team was being mowed down by Paul Skeens.
Well, and you can respect
yes
a great performance.
I don't have
Doesn't
to
mean you
cheer
have
it.
to give him a standing ovation.
Right. And again, he didn't throw a no-hitter or a perfect game either where you go, oh, fine, I guess it's history. Let's.
Right, what was the big outing? Was it just because he's a rookie and he
6
throws
and a
the ball really hard
third
and 6 1/3, but he allowed 5 hits?
I was thoroughly entertained when he shut down my baseball team. Give it up for Paul Skeens. No, I don't understand it. In terms of his read tonight, he says he wants Florida, thinks Edmonton, McDavid, big spot, Game 7.
Yep.
It spotlights on him, and he continues to deliver.
Yeah, and this is where I have kind of put aside my want for the Stanley Cup to stay south of the border. And this is a guy that I just think he's earned it. And he's got to go out there and finish it tonight. If he doesn't win tonight, then obviously he didn't earn it.
Texter says the Rats will be flying tonight. Paul Maurice, enjoy your first cup. Ron and Warren, he says, yes, they're a Southern team, but they play that old school hockey. Whereas Edmonton plays more that European style.
I don't care what style they're playing. Is tonight, it is going to be high energy, intense, and if you want to watch one of the most exciting hockey games you've seen in a long time, tune in tonight because and if it somehow gets out of hand, which I don't think it'll happen, it's going to be a 1-goal game.
One of those tight games.
But I mean, everything is going to ride on every single moment of that game, and you'll be able to feel that tension and that excitement.
Texter says, this is America. They can sell their tickets if they want. Stop trying to ostracize and divide people. Stick to sports.
Well, and part of this is, like, franchises, owners, they've kind of done this to themselves because everything is so expensive.
Sure.
And if you are just simply buying playoff tickets because you have first right of refusal, you may be buying them because you are going to every game during the regular season. You get season tickets, and now it's your chance to recoup some of that money.
Are you guys going to stay up tonight no matter what? You have a unique situation.
Well, this is unfair. I have jury duty tomorrow, so Stoney's in.
Yeah, sure. Jury right after a game. Oh, we figured it out.
If only I hadn't already brought this up on the air weeks ago.
Well, you could have just planted the seed, and then if there's no game 7, then jury duty I got called.
I got called off. It'd be next level thinking. No, it is. Listen, I know, John, you're going to the Axel F thing tonight too.
Oh yeah, the Beverly Hills Cop 4.
Yep, yep. And but in terms of staying up late for the game tonight, I mean, I don't know your plans.
Well, as soon as we get home, this is one of those things where obviously I'll be driving. Maybe I'll have Lisa drive, and I'll be able to watch on the way home.
Well, right, and the thrilling conclusion. I mean, the Stanley Cup, even if you don't love hockey, it's cool. I mean, the passing of the cup and who they give the cup to first.
It is. There's great lore and legend and all of that, and it is the greatest trophy. It's one of the biggest trophies, and for them to hand it off to the captain of the team right around the ice, we've seen it so many times here in Detroit. We know what that feels like. It seems like it's kind of a distant, far-off feeling anymore, but we know what that moment's like. So it'll be interesting to see if Edmonton is and Connor McDavid's the one, raising the cup up down in Miami. It'll be interesting.
It'd be an iconic sports moment. Going back to the ticket texture, this is America. They can sell their tickets. They can be judged. All of that is part of.
Yeah, it can all be true.
Free country. We can judge away. A couple more on the ticket text. This one said Ken Holland's the man. Come on, we don't need any Ken Holland hate today. Texter says not selling your tickets for $5,000 is the equivalent of buying them for $5,000. So Not really, though. I mean,
you got money on the table.
You do, but I didn't have to deposit it from my account to be there.
Take it out of your account.
Right. Doug has come into the studio. I said I had an early
cold.
champ.
Oh my God. Let's hear it.
Gator, I told Doug I have a champ that I'd like to nominate today. It's under the radar, and I don't even know if you guys saw this. I'd be actually kind of impressed if you did.
Okay.
So we have a Detroit-based team that snapped an 81-game losing streak over the weekend that spanned 7 years.
Wow.
The ultimate Frisbee team, the Detroit Mechanics. So I'd like to nominate them for the champ.
There's an actual ultimate Frisbee team?
Someone sent this to me, and I looked into it. They have a website. They have records. They beat Pittsburgh over the weekend to snap.
Should we come up with who their sponsors are?
81 games, 7 years.
A long time.
But they've stuck with it.
Yes.
They didn't give up.
I got a friend of mine. I don't know if who's amazing at Ultimate Frisbee. He's an amazing
They could
player.
use him.
Well, I know. It sounds like it. I should ask him if he knows. I'm sure he knows of it. But
the Detroit Mechanics.
They had any coaching changes along the way?
That's a good question, Doug.
What's
Who's
the
the
issue
throwing
with the
coach?
Mechanics?
Yeah.
They not drafted well.
Same roster over 7 years. Did they try and make
There's
any
been some
additions?
turnover.
They got a problem with launch angle?
Yeah. What, they graduated from high school?
Bad spin rate?
They beat the Pittsburgh Thunderbirds 25-14. I don't know how you score points in this league, but there you go.
I like it. 25-14. That's big.
Your vote is duly noted.
Okay. What do you guys got coming up?
Well, a lot to digest from the weekend. And of course, we have Champ and Chump. And something I don't want to see out of the Pistons in the early Trajan Langdon era. We will get to that.
All right. Right out of the gate. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Well, hello, and welcome to the Carson Anderson program. Doug Karsh alongside Scott Anderson. Scott, how are you today?
Just fine, buddy.
Yeah?
How you doing?
I am okay.
Everything all cleaned out? You get a good bill of health coming? I didn't have a talk to you
Yes, I
since
did.
the,
Thank you. I got to tweet out the video that
You're not tweeting out a video of the
no.
colonoscopy, for God's sake.
I did get the results emailed, and I've got some photographs if you'd like to look.
I don't want to see anything. All I can hear is, that's a sphincter. A little tight. But,
polyp count went up, but doctor said I've seen a million of these. They're benign. They're getting biopsied. But we sounds like it's all good. All good.
Well, that's good because I had a physical last week that was all good. Came back actually really good with the blood work. But it's time again for me.
Oh,
so
good.
I'll have to schedule.
Well, you have to let us know when you start the prep work.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I'm going to do it the same way you did. Definitely not going to be
risk the drive.
Tempting
home.
fate like you were.
Yep. No, thank you for asking. It went well, and they've got a video at here on Gastro. I'm gonna have to tweet it out and it's pretty funny about they did a remake of a music video. Scope me.
Oh, Billy Squier, The Stroke. Yeah. Totally different meaning this time.
Guys, we encourage you to get it done. Everybody get it done. Certainly a message we like to support here at 97.1 The Ticket. Our dear friend Jamie Samuelson. How was your weekend?
Well, Doug, once I got power back, it was fine.
Yeah.
I was one of the last people to get power back. I think at one point there were 99.6% of people that had power, and I was one of the chosen few that did not still. I was out for like 3 full days.
Oh, wow.
The storm came through my neighborhood, and I was on the phone with a friend of mine. And while the storm was going and joking about, well, it really got windy out there. And then the rain starts coming, but the wind was really.
So was this Thursday night?
I think it was Wednesday.
Was it Wednesday night? Okay.
Yeah. And it was really coming through hard at like 10 o'clock at night. I'm like, this is kind of bad. And then I'm like, oh, my cable went out. And she's like, yeah, my cable went out. Oh, it's back on. Oh, it's back on. Oh, it's back on. And that happened for about a minute straight. And then finally everything was just out for good. And that wasn't good. And I didn't know how bad it was or anything like that. And I'm just like, all right, well, I guess I'll go to bed soon. I was playing in a golf outing the next day, so no problem. And then I come to find out that it was a problem, that some people were interpreting the storm as a potential tornado that had gone through, and yet there were no sirens that went off, and nothing, which was similar to the last storm that we had here, where there were the same reports, and again, not real warning to it. Which is what the systems are in place for. But the devastation throughout, a very small, concentrated area, between Southfield, Royal Oak, Beverly Hills.
It was weird.
Farmington Hills.
Driving into work the next day, I was like, there had to have been a tornado. There was debris everywhere, but it was only around the station. Like, I have with construction now, the 35-minute commute's closer to 45 minutes. But as I got near the end of it, like the last mile, I'm like, oh my God. And everybody who came in here went over to our brother station, WWJ, where they're all over everything, especially weather. Yeah. And was like, was there a touchdown? They're like, no. I couldn't believe it.
Well, you could have fooled me.
Yeah, right?
Because I saw, and then driving around the next few days, you go down the mile roads, like 13 mile or 14 mile, you get near the Woodward corridor there, 13 and 14 mile, and there are just trees all over the place, down branches everywhere. And sure, you'll see the medium-sized branches that you typically would see during a bad windstorm, but these were giant branches. And then I saw trees that were just flat out uprooted, grass intact, and the grass is now perpendicular to the ground. It was like a clean sweep pulling it up from the root system. It was pretty unbelievable. So that was rough. That was rough to see that.
So without power, what did you do?
Well, I closed up all the windows to try to keep the house as cool as possible. And it worked. I don't think my house got more than, plus, I keep it cold in the house anyway. I'll help you out. Don't worry about it. I understand. So, because I keep the house cool, if the air goes off, it's going to stay cooler in my house longer. So I don't think it ever got warmer than like 77 degrees. I was mostly concerned about the dog, but it was okay. But what did I do? I was in a golf tournament, or outing, I should say, to raise money for for Sandcastles, grief counseling for children through Henry Ford. On Thursday, that was great.
Bravo.
Really warm that day. Like I almost tapped out halfway through. I was like, I don't know if I can do this. Anyway, this is oppressive, and we're drinking water like crazy and Gatorade crazy. I had these towels that were on ice and in water as well that I kept putting over my neck, and it was like 30 seconds of relief. I found the best thing. This was something I was using that was actually pretty good. Taking ice cubes and just dropping it down your shirt and letting it, like if your shirt's tucked in, which you need it to be tucked in, always it'll just go right back through. But that helped out a lot.
Yeah.
Because it's just the shock of there's ice there. That worked out. They had lots of raffle prizes and stuff, and our group won a skin, so that was good. Evan played with us. He and his buddy DJ, and we did reasonably well, and I ended up winning a couple of door prizes.
All for a good cause.
All for a great cause. So that was great, and just didn't do a whole lot else. I mean, I was driving around trying to find things to do, run some errands that I could run. Of course, I wasn't going to dare open the refrigerator because you want to see if you can preserve everything if it's just going to be a day thing. And it kept telling us, on Thursday you'll have power restored by Thursday. No, didn't happen. Oh, you'll have power restored on Friday. No, didn't happen. And now I know everything's bad in the refrigerator and in the freezer, and it's starting to leak in the bottom. And I'm like,
I love their update, Matt, the DTE update, Matt.
Yeah, I used to.
I hate it when it's, and I'm sure they're doing the best they can to keep it updated. But it at least gives you some feedback of when your power should be restored.
Ish.
It is. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. When it's not accurate, and they keep delaying it, you start to lose faith in it, and then it, quite frankly, becomes wildly frustrating.
Yeah, well, here's what else was frustrating. So, my ongoing deal with DTE from the storm that we had in January, where now I still have an old pole that is that they abandoned, even though it still has wires attached to it that are no longer live. And then that pole smashed into my fence a couple months ago and damaged another portion of the fence, which I still haven't got replaced yet because it needs to go. So when the power went out, I went to the outage map and they said, would you like to report a power outage? I'm like, yes, absolutely. So send my address and, let them know. It's just so that I could keep an update and boom, there's a star on the outage map and it can let you know exactly and precisely. And then I come home on Thursday after the golf outing and there's a notice on my door from DT saying, hey, we were by, we took a look and saw that you have an old utility pole back there. But your power's, that's not why your power is out. And I'm look back and the utility pole is still there. I'm like, you came out, you know it. It's here. Okay, all right. Frustrating. Next day, get a knock on the door. Some guys are there. I'm like, oh hey, how you guys doing? They're like, hey, we're from DT. I'm like, all right, I'll meet you out back. And I'm thinking they're coming to take care of the pole. Here we go. And they're like, oh, okay, yeah, this is an old pole. I'm like, yeah, I know. It's been here, tell them the whole story, and the guys were cool. I have nothing against these guys, and they were subcontracted out, and they're awesome, and they're fans of the show, and they're great and talking to them about stuff. And then they're like, yeah, because we can't take this stuff out right now. We're just going through the neighborhood and seeing what damage is here to assess it, and then we go back to people. I'm like, all right, well, you go back and you tell them that this pole that's been down since January is still down. Like, yep, okay. And then another crew come out. I had 3 crews come out in 3 days to come out and assess the damage of something that had been there since January. And nobody did anything.
Nobody's done it.
Still not doing anything. And at least the last crew said, well, listen, we know some guys that we sub out and we're going to have them come through because it's old cable from like WOW Cable. I'm like, I don't have WOW Cable, never had. In fact, Xfinity came out the day after the power pole was put up in the first place, and they fixed it. They attached their poles up, and that's all good. I've got cable, but I never had WOW. And well, this was the WOW Cable, so they got to come out. I'm like, why am I the one that has to do all this? I go, that's your old pole. Like, it is. I'm like, So it's just a big headache, and guys, maybe hopefully this won't take longer than a couple of weeks. But obviously, I said, look, I got it. You got other fish to fry, and I want power back more than anything. I don't care about this pole right now. Although I'm starting to, yeah. So we'll see what happens in the next couple of weeks. If they finally remove the pole from my backyard that's been there since January with old wires attached that are no longer live.
Serenity now, my friend.
I mean, seriously. So frustrating.
Deep breaths. All right, well, we have Champ and Chump coming up today at 10:35. If that's an indicator.
No, because those guys are working their asses off
I know.
in the most oppressive heat we've had all year. So I appreciate those guys more than anything.
Okay, so look, lots to get to today. Trajan
Parent
Langdon.
company, however.
Trajan Langdon met with the media. There's something I don't want him to do in the early stages, and it's going to be tempting, but it takes some patience. We'll get to that today at 10:18 as the Pistons' new man in charge was introduced to the media Friday after we got off the air. We'll get to that today again, and we'll do it at 10:20, actually. Coming up here on Carson Anderson on a Monday, Champ and Chump at 10:35, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Tony in Oxford says, with how often Gator loses power, has he ever considered a generator of any kind? Next one from Brian in Berkeley. Gator, you need a generator. I live in Berkeley, and as you know, we lose power all the time. I bought a 9,000-watt generator and then had an adapter put in that goes to our electric box and runs the whole house, including the air conditioning. Another one here, Gator, you always seem to be out of power. When are you going to invest in a whole house generator?
I just don't want to. Yeah, I get it. I believe me, and I hear the steady hum of generators in my neighborhood.
Yep.
I understand. I totally get it. I don't want to spend the money for a generator.
It's so funny because
I feel like I can tough out a few days, but it does get annoying.
Generator guy is always, preaching the virtues of the generator. Non-generator guy says the same. I know so many people. Yeah, I just don't want to.
Right. And I'm not really bitching about losing power. I mean, storms are going to happen. And look, these storms are going to take out telephone wires, whether, you're in a good area or not. They're just going to, not telephone wires, but wires, power lines. They're going to take them out regardless.
Yep.
I'm not complaining about losing power. I'm complaining about the fact that I've had a power line pole in my backyard leaning against a fence for months.
And no generator is going to help with that.
No generator is going to help that. But I get it.
All right. So Trajan Langdon was introduced. And I guess I have a question for the audience before I get into what I don't want to see. That's going to require some patience. But for the Piston fans, this is a new guy in charge of one of our 4 major teams in Detroit. And look, I always think that this role is the most important role in an organization, more so than the coach, because he's pulling all the strings. And I don't think this is like some cutting edge sports analysis. I pay more attention to GMs, their moves, their decisions than I do coaches. And I'm more critical of GMs' moves than I am coaches. And so here we go. Trajan Langdon's in charge. And Tom Gores introduced him in what was at times kind of odd press conference. But I always say to myself, just because somebody is a little bit different than me doesn't mean that they're odd. It came across as odd to me, but
when it starts an hour later than what it was supposed to, or whatever,
they blame traffic
at Grosse Ile.
And then there was, the whole, we got to get our notes together. And there was just some sort of Tom Gores himself said, my daughter wanted me to write down notes because he's like a stream of consciousness speaker. And even with the notes, I'm a little bit, but his pattern of speaking, it's whatever. It's different.
2 minutes into it, he's like, well, I'm already off script.
Yep. But anyway, look, it doesn't mean this is going to fail. It has nothing to do with the possibility of success or failure. Trajan Langdon is pretty measured. He's kind of a no-thrill speaker. Look, we have seen here locally a very successful, relatively quick transformation, which I'll just ask people straight up. Did you get any Brad Holmes vibes? Is there anything about Trajan Langdon that had you coming away with what he had to say, feeling encouraged about the direction of the organization? I can't say that. And I can't say it because I think Trajan Langdon pretty much kept the cards close to the vest. I don't think he said a whole lot. There was one comment he made that I guess we'll get into a little bit later on that might have foreshadowed a move, but nothing stunning. It's kind of what we all expect. Did you get any Brad Holmes vibes?
I did not.
Yeah.
I did not. And I think part of it was just how awkward things were. I mean, look, it's missed opportunities, right? You start things on time, and if you're focused and all this, maybe it goes more smoothly. It didn't go that smoothly. I think part of the problem is when you have both guys up there. Kind of wish that things had been done separately. I get why you'd have them there, or if you're going to have the owner and the GM up there, the owner and the president up there, that maybe they're just there for a couple minutes together, and then owner bows
Split
out,
off.
right? Because we're here to hear what both of them have to say. But when questions are being asked, first one to you and second one to you, which is the tenor of that.
There was a lot of that.
Yeah, and that to me was a little disappointing because it loses focus, and then you lose momentum, if you will, or whatever, and I just can't get a feel for it. So I don't know. I mean, everything's going to be judged on, okay, he's got to hire a coach. They have to figure out what they're going to do with Cade Cunningham, build around him or not. You got the draft coming up really quickly, and you got to figure that out. You can have a coach before the draft. God, I hope so. I'm not sure they will. And if you don't, then okay, this is all Trajan Langdon then, right? Everything you've got in place is this is you. This is your pick. This is your decision. If you make it or not, or if you trade it or whatever is going to happen. So there's lots of work to be done. It sounded like Trajan Langdon has just immersed himself in the job so far, and the fact that, look, he was hired 3 weeks ago or something, and that they didn't have any press conference about it until
They wanted to
Friday.
get some work done. They said they want to get some work done before they.
Well, they're trying to get some work done, so that's what you're going to be judged on. Not you shouldn't be judged on a press conference.
You know,
I've been fooled before by great press conferences
Sure.
that don't yield results. So I'm not going to be fooled the other way if this was an underwhelming press conference and say, oh, they can't get it.
But I'm a fan. I mean, I like to listen to these things and pay very close attention and look for little nuggets of information that either instill confidence or have me concerned. I came away with almost no feeling. Like, all right, well, we'll give it a chance. But there's nothing that was said that I thought was particularly significant. There were some subtleties and nuance, and we'll get to that. But here's what I don't want. So they're obviously getting awful results with what they have. And there's going to be a temptation on Trajan Langdon's part to add players that immediately help you win more games. You can go get some vets and you can win more right now. But that doesn't mean you're acquiring players with a championship caliber ceiling. And I'll give you an example of what I don't want, and I think there's going to be some temptation to do it. Okay, we can get better immediately. We've got all this cap space. Let's go get player A and B, and that's going to take us from the 14 wins to maybe 35 plus wins because we're adding
we could be in a play-in game if we do this.
Yeah. On January 29th of 2018, the Pistons were 22-26. And in 9th place in the Eastern Conference. And they traded for Blake Griffin. Okay, so at the time they were pacing below 500. You know what they did with Blake? He came in, and instead of pacing below 500, they played 500 ball the rest of the way and just missed the playoffs.
Well, they made the playoffs.
No, there was the next year they made the play.
Okay.
The next year he played 75 games. He averaged over 24 points a game.
It was so good for
and
him.
they made the playoffs.
It didn't dunk.
As an 8th seed, right? Made the playoffs as an 8th seed. And they were quick and easy fodder by the Milwaukee Bucks. But they added a veteran player that did make them better.
Couple. Derrick Rose is on that team.
Yes. Veteran player. That was a move, though, at that time that definitely made him better, but it had a ceiling. His best days were behind him. And I think, will have the temptation, and I think Trajan Langdon will have the temptation to immediately go out and acquire that player that makes him better right away. And there was that story last week in the Free Press about 11 players that could be traded for. And I saw some names on there where I'm like, okay, if they go get Jeremy Grant, does that make them better? Yeah. Is he a cornerstone piece for a championship? Probably not. Is he take him anywhere close? I shouldn't even say probably not. The answer to me is a simple no. Another player that's very tempting because he puts up big numbers but is often injured is Zach LaVine, who's 29 years old. And if they're on a 2-3 year plan and they're building this thing slowly, which everyone's sick of, but the quick fix sometimes has a ceiling. And I don't want to see them get better just for getting better's sake without a plan to win a championship. And that means there might be some moves here that don't pay immediate dividends. And an example might be trading the number 5 pick. Just saying this draft ain't worth it. Let's get out of this spot. Let's move back. Let's get a future asset, something that they can cash in to build a championship caliber team. Not a 35 win caliber team, but a championship caliber team. And I think expecting a quick fix, given how far behind they are, if you have a quick fix in mind, it would be brilliant if they could immediately make some moves that build a championship caliber team. But I see the most tempting thing to do is to build a 35 win team.
Right.
But I'm not sure they'll have a ceiling beyond that. And Jeremy Grant and Zach LaVine, I was in Zach LaVine's corner, but the more I looked at where he is age-wise and with the injury, I mean, what did he play, 25 games last year? Something like that?
Well, I think you got to be smart with it. And I tend to agree with you that I don't want to add guys to his team that in the short term, hey, look what we did. We got it to maybe a playoff, a play-in game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want that. I want to build this team. Like when Steve Yzerman says conversely about the Red Wings, which I'm sure we'll get into later, and he's like, I want to build a sustainable team that doesn't just flirt with the playoffs one year and then to disappear. I want to build one that's going to be there for a while. We all can agree with that kind of style, and I think the same thing goes with the Pistons. And the key is going to be what Trajan Langdon does with draft picks. That's what it is. It's not free agency. Yeah, they got a ton of money to spend in free agency, but they're going to have to be smart with it, okay? Like Yzerman has brought in guys that look like bring more adults into the room that can maybe lead by example, but they're not the high-end guys, and they also didn't get them to the playoffs.
No.
It feels like that's kind of what I'd like to see the Pistons do. Just, hey, 1 and 2 year deals. Don't give somebody a big 5-year, $150 million deal, because those aren't going to be the ones that get you there. The problem with the Pistons since Tom Gore's bought the team is that they've gone through a number of guys that lead the franchise as a GM or the president or whatever, and they've failed every step of the way. They're in the lottery every year almost every year for a dozen years or whatever it is. That's insane. I think they've been in the lottery 12 of the 13 or 12 of the 14 years. It's insane to think that they've done that. And where are they? They were the worst team in the NBA, set a franchise record for losses, set an NBA record for consecutive losses. That's where they're at after being in the lottery for a dozen years.
248-539-9797. All right, so a couple things here. I mean, first of all, I'm saying it feels like dirty. Well, I think I've said dirty words that get people upset, and we'll get to that today at 1:33 or 10:33. And also, do you get any Brad Holmes vibes from that? Any? 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump nominations coming up in 6 minutes as well here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, here you go. John McComb writes in, if you watch the press conference, you can see how dysfunctional the Pistons and Gores are. When he said he was going to mentor the new guy, I realized this is going to be another disaster. Call me when Beverly Hills Tom sells the team. Yeah, I mean, look, there are things that people think are non-negotiables. And I've seen this sitting in this, they'll never win with ... And, I mean, I don't tend to believe those things unless there's immense and obvious dysfunction, and there has been. He also said, I'm going to hire the guy and get out of the way. And that's what I do. I hire a CEO, and he did keep talking about the platinum equity way, which was a little weird, but he hire a CEO and get out of the way. He said that. But then he also did say he was going to be a mentor, which, okay, does that mean when Trajan calls, he'll answer? Or does that mean he will call Trajan? You know what I mean? There's a big difference when Trajan Langdon has questions or has some questions, has a challenge that he needs some help with. But
how does that relationship work?
Exactly.
The mentor-mentee.
Unnamed texter, I got no Brad Holmes vibes at all. 0, below 0. So you got the opposite of Brad Holmes vibes. I don't know that we knew right away that Brad Holmes was going to be an answer to a question that had been asked for 60 years. The thing about Brad Holmes, look, his resume, when he came in, his fingerprints were all over the Rams' draft success. The director of college scouting built draft boards that allowed the Rams to get away with never having first-round picks and still finding quality players. And Brad Holmes comes to Detroit, acquires extra first-round picks, does well with them, and in rounds 2 through 7, just like with the Rams, they've acquired quality players. Brad Holmes, this has gone exactly as planned. Trajan Langdon doesn't have as long a resume, and so it's harder to glean the positive. I mean, I'm wondering if I'm always open-minded that maybe we missed something that was significant or people found was significant in what he said in a positive way, I guess in a negative way as well. But 248-539-9797.
Yeah, they just had, Langdon, it's an uphill battle. And it starts with your preparation for the draft and trying to nail the draft. And what people say is not a great draft deep with talent, but I'm not going to buy that because there's talent in every draft.
There is talent.
And you have to find it, and you have to – I don't know if he's got to have his philosophy right now of what he wants, like what Brad Holmes does. When he and Dan Campbell are at the hip. Those guys – they could complete each other's sentences, from day one they could.
Yeah.
They were in lockstep with what they wanted to do. I don't know if Langdon's going to be that way with whomever he hires as a coach, but hopefully they hire somebody quickly and they can be in lockstep. But are they just trying to, at this point, gather talent and gather people that fit what they want to do? Or are they going to take the best player in the draft and try to fit them in later? I don't know which is the best route to go because it seemed like they accumulated plenty of talent over the last several years, but they didn't fit together.
No.
So you have to find that mix of talent and fit, which is not going to be easy to do. And they have had misstep after misstep after misstep with their draft choices over the years. Guys were good, but guys that didn't fit. And then they had, I was telling you during the break, you had a situation where you draft Andre Drummond and Chris Middleton in 2012 with your first 2 picks.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty good to start off right there. You follow that up the next season with Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, great 3-point shooter. The next year, you draft Spencer Dinwiddie. 4 players right off the bat that have all-star capabilities. This team should have been set up, and they weren't. Then they start trading guys away and chasing it this way and chasing it that way. You misstep with a Stanley Johnson pick. You trade for players that just it's not going to work out here. Great. Oh, we saw a playoff appearance one year, but they got to have the right identity for what they want for the team. I hope he's the next Brad Holmes. I hope he has that kind of fire inside and that kind of vision that makes sense, and that he's got a coach that's going to walk with him, and it all makes sense. We need to find basketball players, whatever that is. We need to find dogs, guys that want to play aggressively, defensively, and stop you from scoring. We got to find guys that want to fly down the court and put the ball in the hoop. It's not easy to do.
It is not. 248-539-9797. Let's get to our Champ and Chump nominations. We do the Champ and Chump. We do love that this is the People's Choice Award. Who should be singled out for being the champ of the weekend, had the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? I will start, Gator. My champ of the weekend, Colt Keith. Let's go. 4 for 5. Hit 500 on the weekend. This young bat has been trending in a much better place of late. I hope our patience is rewarded with Colt Keith. Good weekend yesterday. Had a home run, a double, 2 singles, and my champ of the weekend.
Yeah, it's more than just a great game with nearly hitting for the cycle yesterday. I mean, he's had a pretty good 6 weeks here now, and he is starting to sting the ball a little bit. Mm-hmm. That home run swing was great going opposite field with it. You'd like to see that. My champ, the Edmonton Oilers. They're forcing a Game 7 tonight after trailing 3-0 in this series. They won Game 6 without Connor McDavid factoring in the scoring. That has to be concerning for the Panthers, and I love it. I want Edmonton to win badly, and I cannot wait for the Game 7 tonight.
Let's get to our Chump nominations. My Chump of the weekend is the PGA with the announcement of the field for the Rocket Mortgage Classic. Look, there's a lot of lip service about growing the game of golf, but Detroit will host a PGA Tour stop this week that simply isn't getting enough support, in my opinion, from the mainstays on the PGA Tour. They're expecting no top 10 players for the first time in the tournament's history, according to a Tony Polk tweet, and just 10 of the top 50, fewest in tournament history. I mean, I love that we have a professional golf event. PGA didn't do it any favors moving its spot on the calendar, and I'm frustrated by this.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. And you've got, weeks before they play the British Open. That's not until July 18th through the 21st. So you'd think this would be an opportunity for guys to keep up with momentum. The good news is that the 3 of the top players that are in this were playing in the final 2 groups yesterday. Mm-hmm. So there's some of that familiarity, and it's still going to be a great tournament, because the course is fun to watch, and it always works out that way. For me, my chump is the idiots who think that vandalism and attempted destruction of property is a good way to get your message of protest across. It's dumb. You can protest all you want. In fact, our country was kind of established in part because of protests. But 250 years later, we've got some better options of ways to get that point across that don't include being a complete jackass. So be better if you're going to protest. No problem with a protest. It's how you did it. Stupid.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Get your champ and chump votes in. We tally them up, and we get to who the people select as champ and chump of the weekend. All right, Gator, I said before the last break that I said some dirty words that people in Detroit have just gotten sick of hearing as it pertains to their teams. And I'm preaching it again with Trajan Langdon because I don't want another Blake Griffin trade.
Is it a P word?
Yep.
How dare you?
I know. Am I wrong?
No, it's just I think we're getting to the point when you say it kind of goes in one ear and out the other, or people will just go, whatever, dude. Here we go. And then people are tired of it, but you have to, if you're looking at the situation, there's no quick fix to it. Not in the NBA.
No. 248-539-9797. All right. We'll get to some of your text and your champ and chump votes and all that as we continue here on Karsch and Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Bunch of champ and chub votes coming in here. Carson Anderson, 97-1 the ticket. From an unnamed texter. Champ of the weekend is the Edmonton Oilers. Even though I want them to lose, what a comeback they had. Champ of the weekend is the Red Wings. For what is the point of having a 50-minute press conference just for Steve to tell us nothing? Okay, so, these press conferences, we had two of them. We had Yzerman and we had Trajan Langdon, and I felt like we learned very little. They have every right not to tell us anything because, look, they're trying to win, and if that means they don't want to give away the game plan, I'd rather them be able to execute their game plan without tipping anybody off. They could be a little bit more forthright. In Langdon's case, he doesn't know yet, right? He just got here. Yzerman could offer up a little bit more. He could offer up a little bit more.
He could, but he's also gearing up for a draft this week.
Mm-hmm.
And, there's a lot that's going on behind the scenes, and he's dealing with a lot right now. So I just don't expect him to offer up anything until maybe after the draft. Because after the draft, so many trades happen during the draft. So many moves happen during the draft that maybe that's where you'll start to see stuff. So he's got something to talk about next week. But, for his plan, I think he said enough for me anyway, because it was just preaching that, look, we're trying to build something sustainable here. He's got to take care of the two restricted free agents with Seider and Raymond. That's the first thing he's got to do. But he said he's not going to do that until it's not going to be done until before free agency. So I'm like, well, that's a little strange because it seems like it'd be an easy thing to get done. Let's move on. Maybe a little trickier. But even though they have a little bit more to spend, a little bit more money to spend with the salary cap going up, you have to be, again, like the Pistons, be wise with how you're going to spend it, because into his own words, he doesn't want to just get to the playoffs. He wants to sustain it. So you have to be careful with who you hand out the big contracts to. I love how the Lions have done it. Each sport is different. And maybe the NFL is just more, it's more possible to sign one-year deals than the other sports.
Yeah.
But I love how they've been able to do it in the NFL and get around the cap and all that. I don't know if you can do that in the NHL, which is why you have to have a more deft hand when dealing with this. But there's going to be players that unrestricted free agents that they have that they're going to let go. They have to make a really tough decision on what do you do with Gostisbehere, because he's one of those guys and he's really good, right?
Yep.
Is he? You saw Phil Peronic sign his giant contract a week ago, and that's a guy the Red Wings used to have. And there's a reason they got a big contract because he's really good offensively. Gostisbehere is the same type of thing. Do you want to have Patrick Kane back or not? Was it just lip service with talking with him?
I feel like Patrick Kane is looking for alternatives, and I think he's looking for a longer term contract than the Red Wings are probably comfortable offering at this point.
Right.
That's my takeaway of the interaction, the delay, or lack of any movement.
And that may be the case. And I don't know what Patrick Kane wants. If he just wants security with having a couple of years on there, because if you sign him, I think automatically he's going to have in the back of his mind, they're going to trade me at the trade deadline, whoever signs me, because he could be that kind of piece unless he goes to a winning franchise that's rated to win a Stanley Cup, which
could demand some no trade clauses, but maybe that's the hang up.
But what's important to him, that I can't answer. But the Red Wings might be in a situation where it's addition by subtraction. And by that I mean, if they let these unrestricted free agents go, they're bringing in Yzerman guys now. They're bringing in the Kaspers and the Edvinsons are going to play a full season, and Johanssons are coming up, and maybe Danielson gets a chance to make the club out of camp, and you're all of a sudden this team is looking like Yzerman's team because you're seeing his draft picks, and maybe that's possible.
I warn, if that's the case, if it's going with the young guys, we know what that means.
The P word rearing its ugly head again.
The P word is so. I mean, it's a 4-letter word in this town. Nobody wants to hear patience, but if you're doing that, it might take some patience.
It might, but it also may happen quicker than you think, because if we think we're just starting to see Lucas Raymond come into his own and maybe challenge to be more than just a good player, but maybe be perhaps a star in this league, that's huge. Mo Seider could be that same type of thing. And if Edvinson can come in and play a full season and have the effect that Seider did when Seider first came into the league, all of a sudden you're getting more production out of these guys than you would have last year, which is moving the team in the right direction, and that's exciting. But it's a big if. And then the big question is, what about the goaltending?
Yeah.
Because we know in this town, we don't have to look just at what's happening with Florida and Bobrovsky and how he can handle it. We know in this town how important goaltending is. We've seen goaltending strike down the Red Wings, and we've seen goaltending carry the Red Wings. So what are they going to do about the goaltending situation? Are we any closer with an in-house solution? Is Kosa ready to step up, or is it going to be another year in the minors and marinate there for another season? Or do you go out and get a free agent? Are you fine going with who you have at this point? I mean, because that's a big one.
Champ, the Edmonton Oilers for a historic Cup Finals run. Chump, the Tigers for sucking me back into baseball and then falling on their faces. I was hoping for a sweep against the worst team in baseball. It's from Justin and Madison.
Well, they won the series.
They did. I mean, look, I understand that taking 2 out of 3 from the White Sox is a minimum requirement. I mean, you have to take 2 out of 3 from the White Sox. If you don't, you are, I mean, it's a disaster. A sweep would have perhaps, I mean, look, I'm not even paying attention to where they are in the standings anymore. I saw that Colt Keith went 4 for 5 yesterday.
5.5 back of the wild card.
Yeah, but I'm not paying any attention to that. Jackson Jobe went 3 innings and was perfect in a rehab start, like West Michigan. And I'm hoping that they, can move him up a level quickly. And, this is the stuff I'm paying attention. Good weekend for Riley Green. Wenzel Perez, another good game yesterday. Reese Olson. Back to doing Reese Olson things after a stretch. So all these things that I'm paying attention to is all about what's going to happen next. And by next, I mean next year and beyond. So I get it. They won 2 out of 3 from the White Sox. If the right guys play well, I'm happy.
The Red Sox split with...
I should say happy-ish.
The Red Sox split with the White Sox back in early June, right?
Yep.
Was that unthinkable? You can't do that? Is that what their fan base is doing? You had Houston won 2 out of 3. Is that unthinkable? You got to sweep them. I mean, the White Sox are a bad baseball team, but it doesn't mean everybody's going to sweep them. Yep. They have to win games. They don't lose 162 games in a season. All right?
Yeah.
You're going to win some games. The Tigers won 2 out of 3 games. Was the middle one disappointing? Absolutely. And the bigger picture of this is that the offense continues to be pathetic. They did the same thing a week ago when they had the one big game over the weekend, but didn't score around it. I'm hopeful that maybe, just maybe, we could see the start of baby steps of a core group of players offensively.
It was a great tweet regarding their offense. Came from Scott Bentley, who does Locked On Tigers. He tweeted out, Tigers offense the last 9 games. Here's their run output. 0, 13, 1, 1, 1, 0, 2, 1, 11.
Yeah. Exactly.
248-539-9797. We go to Brian. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Brian?
Chris, Gator, greetings from Sault Ste. Marie. How are you fellas doing today?
We're doing all right. Good. How you doing?
Just enjoying this beautiful 70-degree weather with sunshine and nice cool breeze off the lake. It's really nice.
Great.
Excellent.
Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and go with Champ and Chump. And my champ is the Tennessee Volunteers baseball team. They showed up yesterday, hit a couple bombs. They beat Texas A&M 4-1, and they are going to be the champs, my brother. I'm telling you right now, they're badass. Second, I'm going to touch on what Gators had to say. Florida Panthers, they're bums, going up 3-0. And I was kind of going with Florida because Paul Maurice is from Sioux, Canada. But you know what? He's a Canadian, so now I'm going with Edmonton. There you go, guys. Have a great day.
Did we get a chump vote out of him?
No, but it's that was a struggle. I was so close. I felt like That was a Gong Show audition. I felt like at some point someone's going to walk up and, press the button. I walked right up there. I was going to, and then he took himself out of the game quickly enough. I don't understand the sing-song stuff.
He was fully committed to his way of talking, wasn't he?
And I was almost fully committed to stopping that. I don't know if we need to apologize to our audience, but the vote is in. Tennessee College, Tennessee
Who I find one of the least likable
Series.
teams I've ever seen and ever watched. I've no skin in the game. Don't care. They couldn't annoy me more. Like
you're all A&M right now.
All A&M, and I can't believe I'm all A&M. But I mean, you talk about the coach, the complaining about calls. They are. I hate watching from afar and drawing conclusions that they're all a bunch of DBs.
A team full of canoes. Yeah, well, but Game 3 tonight decides the College World Series. That's at 7:00. You got Game 7 tonight, determining the Stanley Cup champion.
Mm-hmm.
Game 7, coming back from 3-0.
I'm activating the command center tonight.
Got the
I
Tigers.
have it all going.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's go to Melanie next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Melanie.
Hey guys, how
Hey,
you
Melanie.
doing?
We're great.
Gator, this one's for you. Here's my chump. My chump is the lady behind me whose generator sounds like there's like a DC-10 in my backyard. So for 4 days, that's what I listen to.
Oh,
it's
I'm sorry.
unreal. It's just relentless. It's like you want to bang your head against the wall.
Yeah, I have a
But
friend of mine
anyway.
who was in the same situation that one of her neighbors also had a very loud generator. And then at some point in the night, she heard it kind of conk out.
Oh, yeah.
And my
That's
friend,
bad.
she felt bad, but she had a big smile on her face.
Yes. Oh my God, it's unreal. It's so loud.
So loud.
So loud. Like
So
my
loud.
house shakes. It's crazy.
That's awful.
Anyway, I think my champ's gonna have to be Tom Kim. That putt that he sunk on the 18th yesterday to go to the playoff was clutch.
After
I
what
loved it.
happened with the protest and
sad.
all, it was amazing.
Yeah, I was sad that he didn't beat Scooty, but anyway, that was pretty cool. All right, thanks guys.
Melanie, thank you for the phone call. And man, normal person. 248-539-9797. We get to more of your champ and chump votes, more of your phone calls. All right, we do want to bring up Game 7 of the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Don't.
We'll do that next hour here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids, arguably one of the most exciting situations in all of sports, in NHL Finals Game 7, especially with the Oilers coming all the way back from down 0-3 to force the epic conclusion. Matthew Tkachuk and the Panthers still trying to avoid being on the wrong side of history at home tonight. And both sides hoping to have a little bit better luck in the situation than the Red Wings have in the past. Detroit has been in 3 different series over the years that have featured that rally on both sides of it and ended up losing all 3 of them. The puck is set to drop tonight at about 8 o'clock with the cup on the line. Former Pistons boss Troy Weaver has a new gig since being let go of by Detroit. He goes from GM of the Pistons to a special advisor role with the Washington Wizards per ESPN, his hometown team. And according to Adrian Wojnarowski, the Cavaliers are hiring Golden State assistant Kenny Atkinson to be their next head coach, deciding on him over James Borrego of New Orleans. The homestand of the Tigers continues from the 21-win White Sox to the 51-win Phillies. A familiar face, Nick Castellanos, going to be with them as they visit Comerica Park tonight through Wednesday. Casey Mize gets the first shot against them on the mound. He's given up 3 or less earned runs in each of his last 5 outings. 6:40 going to be the first pitch right here on 97.1 The Ticket with Dan Dickerson. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Great news.
Yeah?
For music lovers. And I know you love music.
I do. Let's go. What do you got?
The new song I'm Free is officially out. You're going to want to download that.
Am I?
Yeah, sure.
What is from who?
Paris Hilton. It's out. So I know you've been waiting.
I'm free because she's had such a repressed life and all she's had to overcome. Good for her. Hope she can make it in this world.
There it is.
Yeah. Really? All right. I'm sure it's great. I'm sure it's great.
Hey. That's all I have to say.
Okay.
Hey. Music is subjective.
It's true. It's
what one person loves, another person loathes. It's okay.
This is absolutely true.
It's all right.
Who am I to be critical of someone
Who
else's?
are you?
Who am
are
I?
you?
Who am I? Who the hell do I think I am?
Come on.
To mock Paris Hilton's release. Okay. So Game 7 tonight, Stanley Cup Finals. We've lived this life, right? we know exactly what this feels like. And it doesn't feel like that long ago. There is a familiarity, correct? With what this does and should feel like.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're a little bit removed from it now, but many of these emotions are still raw inside of me. What a Game 7 feels like.
Yeah.
Not you?
No, I'm still raw.
Okay.
Of 2009.
Yeah, right. That was one of the strangest experiences of my life.
Very, very, very salty about what happened in 2009.
Yeah. Well, Gator, how do you think, if you are a hardcore Edmonton Oiler fan, how do you think that fan feels today?
Nervy. I'm sure some are chesty. I think they're all over. I think they're running the gamut of emotions.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're thrilled that their team has come back from a 3-0 deficit.
Yep.
To get back to this situation and put themselves in a position to win the Stanley Cup, winner take all tonight. But at the same time, you got to be on the edge of your seat, nervous, filing down your fingernails. And
did we come all the way back to get crushed in a Game 7? Did we come emotionally destroyed in a Game 7? And if you're a fan of the Florida Panthers coming home for Game 7, how do you think you feel?
Pissed. Probably a little. I tell you what, if I were the Panthers, I'd be really nervous because the Oilers took it to you for a 3rd straight game, and Connor McDavid was not a factor at all. and that team still beat you and beat you handily.
Mm-hmm.
And frankly, this team in Edmonton has beaten up on Florida. I shouldn't say beaten up, but they've outplayed Florida throughout the series. Like, there's no way Florida should be even at 3-3, let alone that they were up 3-0. No way that should have been that way, and yet it was. But now the hockey gods are smiling the other way, and Edmonton is pounding Florida in these 3 games. So I don't think Florida can feel all that confident. I'm sure they're glad to be back home, but hey, last time they were home, they lost.
I think that if you are a Florida fan, you are in complete and total fear of what your team has done and might be about to do. Total fear. And like paralyzing fear. I can't even imagine blowing a 3-0 lead. With that said, Game 7s and are filled with tension. And yeah, it'll be dialed in tonight. But let me ask you this question. What is the most tense you have ever been for a game? Like, it's an excruciating experience. You're in a constant state of stress. And you're not really even enjoying it until it's over. And hopefully you're enjoying it. But you're so tense in that moment. Like, what is the most tense? Do you have a game that stands out as the most tense game you've ever witnessed?
I mean, there's 2 that stand out that I was at. The first one was the Game 7 against the San Jose Sharks when Jamie Baker scored the goal.
Mm-hmm.
And that was brutal. That was brutal. I was there at the Joe, sitting 1 row below the announcers for San Jose. And when the San Jose announcers, I could hear them talking about it and saying that this is the greatest upset in the history. And I, my whatever I was at the time, however old I was at the time, just let out some expletives, knowing full well they're going to go over the broadcast for that for San Jose, and I didn't care.
You let them have it.
I was just pissed, and it was one of those things. Your stomach's in knots when you go in next goal wins anyway. Ready, set, puke. We talk about it all the time.
Yep.
And it had that feel to it. But the one that really takes the cake is it's where you feel the momentum shift. And in football, it feels like momentum happens all the time. The shifts happen all the time. And when you can see it coming, it hurts. It was the triple overtime game, Michigan State. Drew Stanton gets hurt, being tackled by Lamar Woodley, crushes his shoulder. He's out. Damon Dowdell comes in and actually adds to the lead for Michigan State. Michigan State had literally like 2 plays the whole game. The 2 long touchdown runs from DeAndre Cobb in that game at Michigan Stadium. And there was a 17-point lead going into the 4th quarter, and I didn't feel good about it.
No, you didn't.
Because I just knew better. I know better. And you and I were together watching the game from the photographer's platform. And at some point, you're like, well, I'm going to start to head down because you had some other duties to do. And I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to start to head down too. And Michigan scores. I'm like, oh, crap. Here we go. All right, now it's a 10-point lead. I don't feel good about this. And I think they may have been an onside kick recovered or something like that. I'm like, oh, now I really don't feel good. And I start to head down to the field as well. And I'm in the end zone, and Michigan ties it and forces the overtime. And then you have the nonsense that was trying to cover Braylon Edwards with a 5'9" defensive back in Jaron Hayes. It's not Jaron Hayes' fault. He was in position, but when you got a 6'4" wide receiver that you're trying to cover and he can simply jump over you, put his arms in front of you and snatch the ball away, it's exactly what happened. And that entire time for the last hour of that game, the entire 4th quarter and all of overtime, I could have vomited at any second. And in the end, I wanted to vomit.
So you have touched on something that I think is one of that leads to the most tense moments. Because what your most tense moment you've ever had as a fan where it's excruciating and it's painful and you're not enjoying it, like the Game 7 is going to be tonight. That's how it is for fans. One of the key ingredients that I think ratchets up the intensity is in a big game and makes it more excruciating in a big game like that when your team jumps out to a lead. And then you start to get that we're hanging on feeling.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happened in the most tense game I can ever remember watching. And we'll get to it coming up in 5 minutes. I want to know everybody else's, though. What's the most tense you've ever been watching a game? 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback on that. Champ and Chump votes, get them in. I'll get to the most tense. I ended up standing for the last hour of this game and realized in my living room that I had felt like I had clenched every muscle in my body. I was like holding my breath for long periods of time, and I don't know why this game touched a nerve, but I do know that our team jumped out to a lead and then had that hanging on feeling, and the idea of blowing a lead in the biggest game is the worst.
Yeah.
We will get to that coming up mine in 5 minutes, and we want to know what yours are. Hey, congrats to all the Michigan Wolverines drafted in the NFL for 2024. The University of Michigan Credit Union is cheering loud and proud. UMCU is a proud partner of Michigan Athletics and the official credit union of the Detroit Lions. One might say they're the leaders and best in financial services. I just suited up with UMCU, and you can too. No matter where you hail from, you're eligible to join, and signing up is easy. They have the coolest debit cards in the league. There's a Block M debit card. There's a Winged Helmet debit card. There's a Lions debit card. So you can get that cool debit card, and then your call plays at millions of stores, hotels, and restaurants worldwide. Need some cash in your pockets? Hit up the thousands of surcharge-free ATMs conveniently spread across Michigan and beyond. Open your account today at umcu.org and get in the game. And hey, while you're there, check out their resources for student, auto, and home loans. University of Michigan Credit Union, proudly repping your official Block M debit card win with UMCU. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson. We'll get to your phone calls. Game 7 tonight. What's the most tense you've ever been as a fan, Detroit? What is where you just, it's excruciating and you're just, it's a stress. You're just stressed the entire game because it means so much. What was it for you? And it's interesting because I realize mine isn't one that I think would be top of mind for anybody else. But it had one of the characteristics that I always think come with the most stressful thing, and that is the idea of blowing a lead. The Detroit Tigers played a 5-game series against the New York Yankees back in 2011. And Game 5 was in New York. And the Tigers, there was 2 things about Yankee Stadium and that Yankee lineup with A-Rod and Teixeira and Robinson Cano. They had that short porch that these guys could reach easily. And the Tigers jumped out to a 2-0 lead in the first inning. And then I swear to God, it felt like they were hanging on the rest of the way. A 2-0 lead became a 3-0 lead in the 5th. And then the Yankees scored a run. And Robinson Cano hit a bomb. And then they scored another run in the 7th. And I swear the last hour of that game, I was standing in the middle of my living room all by myself, just as tense as I could be, because I thought any given pitch could be just that pop fly out to right field and it clears that stupid fence. And that game always stood out to me as the most tense game that I can remember. And there's been some Michigan-Ohio State moments, but for some reason that game got to me, man. I don't know what it was. So I don't know if anybody else remembers that game. You remember that game?
Vaguely.
Doug Fister started for Detroit. Max Scherzer came out of the pen. Joaquin Benoit and Jose Valverde closed it out. Tigers got runs on a Dimitri Young and a Don Kelly home run to open the game.
Do you have a box score or did you just write down the
I have a
notes?
box score.
All right. What was Valverde's line?
Valverde went 1 inning, struck out 1.
No hits, no walks.
11 pitches, 7 strikes. Joaquin Benoit went 1 2/3, gave up 3 hits and a walk, struck out 3. But that game, when it was over, I was like exhausted. I was completely exhausted.
Yeah, I feel that way. That like if your team's in a hockey team, right? Big game, and your team gives up the first goal.
Mm-hmm.
Or they give up the lead goal in the 3rd period, it's devastating. And you're just, no. Oh. And all hope is lost, and you're in despair the entire time, hoping to catch up. Or if you're up by a goal late. I mean, hockey, I don't know why hockey is the one, but 3rd period, you're up by a goal. You are just trying to hang on.
Yep. The other team
pull the goal.
And they're throwing the kitchen sink at you, and you can't get the puck out of the zone. And
there's chance after chance after chance after chance, and you're like, it's going to happen. It's going to go in the net.
And when they break through and they score and tie the game late in the 3rd period, it's you're going to overtime.
You're breaking stuff
but
against
here's
the
what
wall.
you're thinking: we're done. We're absolutely done. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Anson. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Anson?
Good morning, gentlemen.
How are you, sir?
I am headed back from the Electric Forest Festival out there in Rothbury, Michigan.
How was it?
The weather was tough. The first 2 days were brutally hot, and then the last 2 days they closed for some time. A lot of the day on Saturday because of the rain and the storm, and then a little bit last night they had to close it early. So wasn't the best one I've been to, but it's still a fantastic time.
All right, good.
So I got to drop 3 real quick on you. The very first one, number 3 for me, 87 Eastern Conference Finals, Vinnie Johnson, Adrian Dantley collision game. As a child, that one, that made me a true Detroit sports fan at that point, I felt. The next one would be I got to throw a win in there. So from the going to work era, I got to choose the Tayshaun Block game. I mean, I really thought we were losing that game. And it was one of the very few times I can remember where we actually won an excruciating game. Your example of the Yankee game was another. And then the all-time killer, the photo that was hanging over David Stern's office when he vacated it to David Silver, the Phantom Foul game, number 7 in the finals, 1988. The Pistons were cheated from their first championship.
Yeah, Lambert and Kareem, right?
Yeah, it was Kareem on a hook. They called him for a foul, and the Pistons.
That's the photo that was over Stern. Like, you imagine all the moments, the great moments in NBA history. Not the Jordan push-off, not Bird and Magic, but that moment showing that there's space between them and no foul call, no foul committed.
And yet there's the call.
Sleep on that, gentlemen.
Thank you, Anson. 248-539-9797. Most tense you've ever been at a sporting event, Game 7 tonight in the Stanley Cup Finals. Nick is in Canton and on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Nick.
Well, I wasn't there, but the most tense I can remember being was the Lions hosting the Rams last year in the playoffs, and the idea of it being the first home game that we've hosted in forever and possibly losing to Stafford. I don't think I enjoyed watching a minute of that game until St. Brown caught that first down.
You know, it's interesting you say that because when you go back to that prior to that game, the idea we kind of downplayed intentionally the Stafford storyline that week because we just wanted it to be about the football and not the drama. But that game, had they lost it to Stafford of all people, would have been awful. Would have been absolutely awful. And could you imagine if we were sitting here today talking about a loss to Stafford?
Well, fortunately, we don't have to.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
So let's not go down that road. As I'm literally watching a tweet from Doug Farrar where he's talking about Sean McVay has so many ways of motioning to and shifting in trips just to mess up your coverages, and it's the Lions and the Rams and Stafford having these guys move around, and it's a touchdown pass beating Cam Sutton.
248-539-9797. Scott, you're next on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Scott.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
Hey, I want to mention the Michigan Notre Dame under the lights in 2011.
Yeah. The first one,
that
right?
was right down to the wire the whole time, yeah.
Yeah, with Denard, that was just back and forth at the end.
It was wild.
And Notre Dame not covering anybody at the end.
And the way Notre Dame always found some lucky play to come back, it was on the edge of my seat the whole time.
Michigan fans have terrible memories of Notre Dame games that have slipped away for what feels like inexplicable reasons. And it seems like it's happened a lot with Michigan and Notre Dame. But, yeah, I know Notre Dame fans have nightmares about Denard, too, so as they should.
He was a fun player to watch.
He was. It was something else. 248-539-9797. Most tense game you ever remember. Derek in Livonia says the Lions basically blew an NFL version of a 3-0 lead versus the 49ers. I got to admit, for that game, it was tense. It was tense. There was a feeling of satisfaction, though, even being in that game. I hated the way it ended, but I felt like, hey, they showed up, they competed, and I don't know, man. I have such good feelings about that last season.
Yeah, you know,
it would have been great to win it. Don't get me wrong.
I think it's because in the end they got behind and they needed it by too much, by 2 scores, and they had to really go crazy to get back, and it seemed like that was going to be almost impossible to do. And to your point also, yeah, it was kind of like house money. The game against the Rams in the playoffs, totally different. Game against Tampa Bay, it was totally different. You know, unfortunately, they came out and won those games, but it was those to me were more nerve-wracking than the NFC Championship game. I'd agree with that.
248-539-9797. The most tense watching every Lions game because I don't want the dream to end that we actually have a very good NFL team. That's from Toro and Warren. Yeah, I'm so convinced that they have a very good team. Things could get tense next year, though. They absolutely could get tense next year, and I don't want to experience that if possible. I don't want them to get off to a slow start and have everybody doubting and us having to take the calls and et cetera, et cetera. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson. What's the most tense you've ever been watching a sporting event? Game 7 tonight, Stanley Cup Finals. 97 won the ticket. Talking about the most tense you've ever been for a sporting event. 248-539-9797. Unnamed texter, most tense game for me, Pistons Spurs, NBA Finals Game 7, 2005. So I remember about that game is that the Pistons got behind big, roared back, and guys just started fouling out. It got late, and guys just started fouling out. I'm going to have to go back and look at the details. Do you remember much about that game?
No, because was Game 6 the leaving Robert Horry, or was that Game 7?
That might have been Game 5. Okay. Game 4 or Game 5. It was earlier in the series. And then they went back to San Antonio for I think it was game 5. They went back to San Antonio, down 3-2. We were doing shows from San Antonio, and it was like, all right, this is going to be a quick trip down and back because San Antonio's going home. They're probably going to close this thing out. And the Pistons went out and won game 6 to force a game 7, which was incredible. And then in game 7, they battled. They were right there. I'm going to have to go back and look at the details and see if my memory is still sharp on that one. But they got behind big, roared back, and then foul trouble became an issue. 248-539-9797.
Damn you, Wembanyama.
It wasn't him. Was not him.
No, but San Antonio still haunts Detroit today.
Yes.
Even when they're not playing.
That is
winning
correct.
the lottery. You suck.
They win everything. They have had more luck in the lottery than anybody I could ever remember. I think they actually technically are the luckiest team in lottery history. It was a close game at the half. It's just not NBA basketball. The score was 39-38 at the half. The Pistons actually led at the half.
39-38 at the half.
At the half.
That's awesome.
Yep. At the end of 3.
Love that team.
At the end of 3, it was 57-all. At the end of 3, headed to the 4th. Yep. San Antonio got up in the 4th quarter by 6, midway through the 4th. And then they got up by 7. 2:52 to go. Pistons cut it to 4. God, we had a long bus ride back to the hotel with San Antonio fans and media. That was suboptimal.
A little rough.
Let's go to Rick. You're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Rick.
Doug Gator, how you guys doing, man? Hope you had a good weekend.
We did.
Thanks,
Thank
Rick.
you.
Is there anything like, and this is so gut punch to me, I was there, 2008, 2009, Game 7 at the Joe, which I love. The Wings losing 2-1. I'm at the Zamboni door entrance for the last 5 minutes of the game. So everything's going on through this pane of glass. Nick out at the point trying to score, all of it. And Pittsburgh hangs on. Zam doors open, and I got to look at Pittsburgh celebrating on the Joe Louis ice with the fans. The great fans are everywhere, right, for Detroit. Mitch Albom's standing there, right, behind as the Zam goes out. 2 girls come up to Mitch. I'm standing right there, right? They come up to him, and it's Pittsburgh girlfriends and wives. You know, happy, elated, all this stuff. And here it was gut punch, brother. Tatar was walking out with his bag from the last, his last go with the Wings. And, is there anything like that? I don't think so.
We've talked about that game so much because Gator and I were there, and it was so weird because that game seemed completely detached from the rest of the series.
Like it was the worst game. I mean, not just because of the outcome. It was just a terrible game for the Red Wings. They were listless. They showed no emotion during the game. They looked like that they were skating in quicksand until 2 minutes left in the game when they started to pepper the goaltender. But it was just an awful performance for 58, 59 minutes.
1,000%, you guys. And tonight's Game 7, some things that people don't really talk about, you're going to find out how important last change is for the home team, right? And people about leaning on past experience. Hell, the Panthers were there 11 months ago.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
they got a lot of pressure on them.
Yeah, yes, sir. But anyway, thanks for taking the call, guys.
And they got the better goalie. Like, it
hasn't mattered the last 3 games.
No, it hasn't at all. It's weird because in Game 3, when Florida went up 3-0, late in that game, Edmonton scored twice in the third period, and that seemed to remove the cloak of invincibility from Bobrovsky. And Edmonton's been great ever since. 248-539-9797.
They scored, being down 3-0, and then Edmonton comes back in Game 4, 8-1 blowout. 5-3. They had an empty netter at the end to make it 5-3 in Game 5. Then they win Game 6, 5-1. I mean, they've given up 18 goals. 18 goals in the last 3 games. Bobrovsky had given up 4 in the previous 3.
Yep.
It's got to be in their head, let alone what happened last year to them. That's got to be there. Now that there's no pressure on Edmonton, of course there is. But
I think there's a lot more pressure on Florida.
I think there's a lot more pressure on Florida.
They are teetering on a disastrous collapse. And they can do all the mind tricks they want and bring in the mental coaches and all that. They were up 3-0. And every player is going to say, did I lollygag in game 4? Did I do anything in game 4? Because remember that got out of control, 8-1. Did we not show up thinking, that's fine, we'll clinch it home? And now look where we are. Still clinch it home, but Chris in Livonia. Hi, Chris.
Hey, great show. Hey, Doug, the one I'm going to talk about, you witnessed it. It was Michigan's national championship game, and on record, you're going to probably think, well, why was that? It wasn't really that close of a game. I'm telling you, that third quarter, it's like, man, Michigan was up by 7. I'm like, they can take control of this game if they can just get another touchdown, a scoring drive. It was like 3 and out. And then I'm like, man, I'll tell you what, Washington, they got too many athletes. They're going to hit us on one. And they did hit us on one for like 42 yards, but fortunately there was a holding call. But man, I couldn't. I wanted to win so bad because of the way the season went, what everybody was saying. But for a time there, I'm like, God, we're 3 and out. But unfortunately, went our way, and it ended up obviously being a great time and a great season. But that was mine.
Yeah.
I don't know how you feel about it. You were doing the commentating.
So I mean, look, you get wrapped up in the job, and you have a job to do. But the Rose Bowl, the Michigan
Alabama game.
Yeah, the Alabama game. Michigan in that Alabama game for the first time all year had a must-score drive. They had to score or they were going to lose the game. And so that was an untested part of the team, and they converted a 4th down. They got a incredible catch by Roman Wilson that might have been picked. The ball might have been tipped. It looked like it was tipped at the line of scrimmage. But it was like now or never. And that was probably the most tense moment of the entire season.
Yeah, the Washington game, the national championship, it was one of those things where if you're a Michigan fan, I imagine it was driving you nuts because you had played so well in the first half, and now it's just time to add to the lead, keep doing what you're doing because your defense is doing the job. And they couldn't add to the lead. And you know how potent Washington's offense could be.
Yep.
And probably back of your mind, like, okay, at some point they're gonna connect, and then we're gonna be in trouble, and momentum's gonna swing the other way. But it didn't. No. Held on, win the national championship.
248-539-9797. Dre is next. Hi, Dre.
Hey, good afternoon. Well, good morning, fellas.
What's up?
Hope you get. Hey, I was just before I start off, can I just say a quick happy birthday to my grandmother? She's gonna be 100 on the 4th of July, so just want to say happy birthday to your grandma Dickerson.
On the 4th of July too. That's awesome.
Okay, yeah, it is, man. That's an awesome thing, man.
Hold on. Let's not bury the lead here, and we'll give you your time. Tell us about Grandma Dickerson.
They're just a great person, man. All around, lots of energy. I mean, she's had her struggles over this last year. She had a little mini stroke, so it kind of affected her speech and everything. So I see it, it kind of bothers her when she wants to get certain words out or certain sentences out that aren't. I think they're coming in faster in her brain than they are to come out, when she's speaking to us. But she's always been, she became my grandmother through marriage. Mm-hmm. And, I've been married for, 25 years now. And just always been, supportive. And so you got to think, 100 years old, she's seen a whole lot.
Yeah, she has. Is she live in Detroit?
Yes, she does. Yes.
Has she been here the whole time, her whole life?
The whole time, her whole life.
That's awesome.
Yep. And she wants to, she loves the house that she's in, she just, still kicking it. Thank God for that, so. Just wanted to say happy birthday to her.
This is
really
awesome.
quick,
Dre, it doesn't have to be quick. She deserves more than that. Just real quick, what's like the best story or anything that she shares from growing up or for anything where you're just kind of in awe listening to her?
Well, it was always funny to me because, my daughter, I got a daughter, and she hates to drive any kind of SUV. And so I pull up pictures of showing her because her great grandmother is her favorite person. And I always picture, she was like 75 years old driving this big giant, expedition truck. And I said, look at your grandmother, this is great grandmother. She's out here, I can't get her to drive any of our SUVs, my daughter. But I said, look, your grandmother's 75 years old, great grandmother's 75 years old. And she's out here manhandling this big old truck. I said, come on,
That's so great.
Just to see her driving this little woman in this big old truck,
that's
just
awesome.
Moving along. But she's always been supportive of everything, for the family. Just a good person,
Well, happy birthday to Grandma Dickerson. That's fantastic. All right, what's the most tense moment you've ever been as a sports fan?
Well, you know what, the guy right before me, when he talked about the Alabama game, man, and it, like you said, that Roman Wilson, that drive at the end, that was a must-have drive. I mean, to have Michigan so close for the national championship game, to get to the national championship, I said it's now or never. And I was like you, Doug. I was pacing back and forth, man, and I was you probably muscles that I didn't know I had.
Right.
They were all just oh my God, they were just like super tense. And then when we got into when Blake Corum just lit it up in OT, I got relieved, but I was still a little more tense because I knew Alabama still had a shot at it. But that was probably the most tense game that I've watched in a long time.
Hey, thank you, Dre. And again, happy birthday to Grandma Dickerson. 248-539-9797. There's been some Michigan calls. We got some MSU texts for the most tense moments some MSU fans have had. Plus, more Lions, more Tiger stuff. Game 7 tonight. It doesn't get much more tense than that, right? What's the most tense you ever remember being watching a sporting event? Get your champ and chump votes in as well. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, here we go. A lot of feedback coming in. Unnamed texter, 100% most tense I ever was, the Michigan State game in 2021. I was standing the whole game, and as an MSU fan, I thought we were done when we were down 30-14, but I forgot we had K9 on the roster. He was a big part of that win for sure.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
His 5 touchdowns counted a big part?
They a big part. Steve from Warren says, 1987, Tigers Blue Jays to clinch the playoffs, Frank Tanana against Jimmy Key, 1-0 Tigers. I was sitting in the bleachers.
I remember driving my car listening to that and being all nerve-wracked in the car.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Most tense I've ever been watching a game. No question. The NFC Championship game, Lions versus Niners. I, too, stood and paced the living room the entire game. When you're in your living room and you're like in either your chair, your couch, or whatever, and you find yourself standing up for plays, like not standing up to celebrate.
Yeah, no,
it's
just
a big
standing
third
up.
down, and you're choosing to like stand.
Yeah.
Get in that ready position.
Like you're on the sidelines coaching or something.
You're about to put a clipboard down your pants, like
Right.
you're looking at a play sheet or something, and you're bent over. I've done that. I did that during that game. Michigan versus Illinois, November 19th, 2022. That's from John and Royal Oak. That was the 2 field goals in the last 3.5 minutes game. With Michigan came from behind, and Blake Corum got hurt. Illinois played so well that day. And everybody has an off day that you got to survive when you have a season like that. And that was the one they survived. Here's one Michigan State related. TJ and Troy said the MSU Iowa State Marcus Pfizer game in 2000. Most stressed game ever watching. Was a freshman in the dorms that year and never thought we were winning that game.
Yeah, I remember that one too, en route to the national championship. And that was, I think I was at my fantasy baseball league draft in Ypsilanti at the time.
Is that right?
Yeah. And we took time out to watch the game and then went back to drafting after that.
Michigan versus TCU, when we lost, kept getting it to a 1-score game and then couldn't get one more stop. It was a crazy emotional game. It was a wild game. Absolutely wild game. And yeah, TCU really offensively was on that day, and they had that linebacker whose name I can't remember, but it hurt and didn't play in the Big 12 title game, and their defense was brutal without him, and they got him back, and I can't remember his name.
They had the running back got hurt in the first half. Yeah. Was it Miller? Keandre Miller?
Yeah, I think so. He was coming off injury. He was also, and he gave it a go, but couldn't go. 2016 Michigan State versus Notre Dame. State went up 29-7 just for Notre Dame to go on a 21-7 run. State won 36-28. I thought they were going to blow it. That's from Alex and Troy. And that fits the criteria that I think leads to the most tense moments. So when you're playing that huge game and you get out to an early lead and starting to think, oh my God, it's going to be our day. And there's part of you go, just keep pouring it on. We're going to blow them out. And then it doesn't happen, and the other team starts chipping away, and you go from feeling like you were in the driver's seat and so close to it. And that's why that Game 5 for the Tigers, having a 2-0 lead in the first inning, a 2011 5-game series against the Yankees, with all of their power and those short porches in Yankee Stadium, I never felt like the Tigers were going to win that game.
Yeah, and yet if – I'm thinking about today's Yankees team.
Yeah.
When they're healthy. Can you imagine being in that situation if you're in a playoff for the Tigers and the Yankees in the playoffs at Yankee Stadium and you got to face Stanton and Judge?
Yeah.
I'd be vomiting every pitch.
Yep.
Because those guys literally can launch a 500-foot home run at any second. Doesn't matter what you throw at them, they can hit it. And they'll hit it with the crazy exit velocity. And that wasn't that team.
248-539-9797. Tyler in Detroit, you're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Tyler?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How are you?
Doing great.
My pick is honestly every Detroit Lions game. Since Dan Campbell's taken over and we've been good. I'm 37 years old, so growing up losing my whole life, the fact that we're good, I think it's just anxiety of losing it. Is it too good to be true? Obviously, it's not. But honestly, every Sunday, it's so tense. I think this is why my wife and probably most people's wives kind of just don't like football. They don't get it because it can make or break the rest of the weekend for you.
Yeah, it can. It totally can.
Yep. I want to ask you guys a quick question too. I love this topic. Just real quick, do you guys have I want to know what your guys' two, like, most tense with the biggest payoff moments, like most tense with the biggest payoff, most tense with, like, the biggest letdown. For me, it was obviously the NFC Championship game this year, super tense, and then losing it. And I don't know, for me, I think the biggest payoff was same thing, probably the Lions with that first playoff win that we got, same type of tense stuff or whatever. It's probably tied up there with the trouble to the snap game. I'm a Michigan State fan. Sorry to bring that up, but super tense, and then ended up with like the huge payoff at the end.
I mean, I guess the biggest payoff was the game I mentioned, that 2011 Tigers game, which for some reason that game just hit different. It just hit different for me personally. Let down would probably be the 2009 Stanley Cup Finals Game 7. It didn't. Yeah. I'll never understand the way why that game played out the way it played out.
I feel that as well. I wasn't as old enough to be as passionate about sports then as I am now, so I get that. That one would probably be in there too. I'm a diehard Red Wings fan, but yeah.
I think for me the satisfying ones were Michigan State in the Rose Bowl against Stanford, that fourth down stop that Kyler Ellsworth had. That was massive.
Oh, yeah.
The Brantley interception against Michigan from 2021, those plays just big exhale, and you feel much better about it.
Calvin from Warren says, I did not have much fun at the Rams game at Ford Field for the wild card playoffs. Not until the end. The Bucs, exact opposite. Had fun the whole time and never had a doubt.
Yeah, I remember being nerve-wracked the entire game. The Rams game was tough. That was a tough one because of everything. Obviously, we had the whole what was going to be the narrative of the show the next day if they lost. We didn't want to get there.
Yeah.
We didn't want to deal with it. Just, take care of and exercise the demons, and they did. And fortunately, we were able to do it again a week later, too, against Tampa.
248-539-9797. Hands down, NFC title game last year. Had me tense from the start to finish. I felt relieved at halftime with a big lead, but the Super Bowl still felt like a dream, and it turned out to be. Most tense game for me had to be the Michigan-Alabama Rose Bowl. After Michigan stopped Milroe in the final play, I went running outside and sprinted down the middle of the street screaming. I actually say these two most intense games, 2005, Game 7 of the Pistons Spurs, and 2024 Lions 49ers Mark and Canton. So 2 losses. That's tough. Here's one we haven't had mentioned yet. 2009, Game 163 versus the Twins. I spent most of it on a treadmill because I couldn't sit still. That's from Michael and Chelsea.
That was a tough one. Except 24 seconds in Berkeley watching that game.
Yeah.
Screaming, he got hit by the pitch.
Yep.
Because he did.
Yep. In this day and age of replay.
Yeah.
And that was bases loaded, right? 2 outs. Brandon Inge would have forced in a run. 10th inning, maybe. The game went 12 innings. They handed the ball to
Rodney. Had to pitch like 4 innings in that game or something crazy. I think it was Rodney. It's nuts.
That sounds right. Unnamed texter, hey, Doug, how about having a 24-7 halftime lead in the NFC Championship game and blowing it? Yeah, it qualifies. I had a certainly disappointed, certainly tense, but so much satisfaction with that Lions season and an acknowledgement in the back of my mind, and I know this is a dangerous thing, feeling like this is a completely different Lions team that has a sustainability to it that I don't feel like this was their one kick at the can. I may start to feel that way if they don't win the Super Bowl this year and don't win this. Well, I'll be like, now they're going to hit the cap, and this is going to be problematic. But
and then it was just, a sequence of mistakes.
Well,
drop passes, fumble, ball bounce off your head into the other guy's head. Yeah, but I guess that's why it's easier, because it wasn't. I know because the way I felt about it, right? I felt that going for it on 4th down was the right decision, not to kick the extra point, the field goal, or try to kick the field goal. I thought that was the right decision. So I wasn't lamenting that.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't go back and say, oh, they should have done this when that's how I felt. But other people who felt automatically that this is, you kick the field goal, try it, go ahead. Those people, I understand, might have a little bit more intense feeling about that loss because they feel like it can be pinned directly on a coaching decision. whereas I pin it directly on players making mistakes.
It's Karch and Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So Tigers took 2 of 3 from the White Sox. 11-2 yesterday was the final. And I mean, yesterday is what I look at, the best of what this team needs. Colt Keith, young second baseman, home run, a double, goes 4 for 5, went 6 for 12 on the weekend. Riley Green had a home run, opposite field, 3-run shot, went 2 for 4 at the plate. Wenzel Perez, 2 for 4 at the plate. Reese Olson, 6 2/3, 2 earned runs, 4 hits allowed. Jackson Jobe down at single A, pitched 3 perfect innings. Gator, I guess everything I'm doing now is focusing on what's next. What's next for the Detroit Tigers, meaning the next wave of players, or can these young guys be worth it? Colt Keith, I mean, the growing pains that have come with this year, he's been pretty good, though, for a while now. He's come around, and let's hope that that he stays pretty good.
Yeah, I hope he stays red hot like he's been. That would be fantastic because he's got his average up over 240 now. His OPS is finally above 600, and I feel like this isn't just a correction because you had 4 hits in a game. I think he's deserving of this because of the way he's played, and he has played a lot better. He's flashing a little bit defensively. He doesn't look like a liability at second base.
Nope.
Which is good, and he's getting opportunities to hit against left-handed pitching and not just the right-handers. I mean, when we started the season, we thought he's going to platoon a lot. Andy Ibanez will face the lefties, and Colt Keith will face the righties, but he's gotten a lot of at-bats both sides now, and he's deserving of it. And I'm hopeful that we're starting to see the baby steps of what could be a core. Riley Green's had a pretty good season. The average doesn't blow you away at 261, but the 852 OPS does. That's 150 points better than league average. He's the first Tiger to hit the 40 RBI mark. He's got 15 home runs, and we're 5 games away from the halfway point of the season, or 4 games away from it. And you start to double up these numbers. And if Riley Green's going to have close to 30 home runs this year, that's a pretty big step forward for a guy who's hit anywhere from first to fourth in the lineup. There really isn't a set lineup. So I like Riley Green. Colt Keith, we talk about. Colt Keith, you think he's part of the future, but he's got to show it, and he's been more consistent with the last 6 weeks. He's been very good. Matt Vierling has been pretty steady all season long. Not great, but steady. Now, is he a starting player in this lineup moving forward, or is he an extra piece? He's at least on the team for sure. I think he's earned that trust to it. And then Wenzel Perez continue to do some pretty good things there. In his rookie season, his OPS is above the league average. He's hitting 264. He steals bases. He plays a decent outfield. There's a lot to like there. So they have some pieces to it. Hopefully they get Kerry Carpenter back in the next several weeks. And then he can add to that, and hopefully doesn't, have a big gap in trying to get back to where he was, because you like the hit tool that he has. But it's not enough. Clearly they need to have more. And you start getting past the halfway point and you get towards the All-Star break and the trade deadline, and then you ask yourself, okay, where are the players that are going to be blocking guys that need to get a chance? Because Parker Meadows is going to come back up at some point. I don't know if Tork's going to come back because Tork's not hitting. He's hitting less than 250, I believe, or right around 250 right now at Toledo, and has not hit a home run in a long time. But other guys, Chase Young, unfortunately went on the 7-day IL, but I think he was trending in a direction. Dylan Dingler was trending in a good direction. Lee at AA ball was also trending in a good direction before he got hit in the head over the weekend and missed the last 2 games, but he might be on the fast track to be moved to Toledo.
Yeah, they got for Lorenzen.
Yeah, but what are they going to do with? Are they being blocked? And they have decisions to make on the other guys. Malloy, who's already up here, and Akil Baddoo, who seems like he's a 4A player, and Zach McKinstry, and these guys end up having decent games yesterday, but that's one game.
Well, look, you put something in your show sheet. Are we allowed to enjoy this? And I'm like, look, you can do whatever you want. If you want to celebrate the win over this series over the White Sox, go for it. If you're, we've already got one person that's pathetic. They should have swept them. Sure. But at the end of the day.
But that's what I don't want.
You don't want?
I don't want to hear that part of it, right? And I'm not saying I'm going to celebrate that they won the series. I just want to enjoy it for what it was. I don't need somebody reminding me, oh, by the way, it was the White Sox. oh, by the way, White Sox are terrible, and they teed them up. They just hit them for 11 runs yesterday because the pitching is pathetic for the Sox. I know. Yep. You don't have to remind me that. I just want to sit back and enjoy the fact that they won this series. I'm not blowing it out of proportion, saying, here we come. Hey, Doug, they're only 5.5 games out of the wild card race. No, I'm not there. I just want to be able to enjoy a win and enjoy. Like, did I give a fist pump when Riley Green hit the home run yesterday? Yep. Why? Because I'm rooting for Riley Green. And don't tell me, oh, that's what he's supposed to do against him. Fine, then you know what he did? He did it. Let's see. I just want to be happy about some things. It's not going to be sustainable for the season, but in a snapshot of time, man, I didn't have power for 3 days. I still have this telephone pole smashed against my fence for 6 months. I just want to enjoy something. It was 95 degrees with 100% humidity, for crying out loud. Let me enjoy a win without blowing it out of proportion. That's all. That's what I'm saying is this baby steps that we're seeing, from these guys. That's all. I just want to be able to enjoy it a little bit. Can I, just a little? Can I do that? Can I look at Colt Keith and say, hey, in May, he hit 342 and had an 881 OPS. That's pretty good. Had a terrible June until the last few days. Now he's trending in the right direction. Got a 628 OPS on the season, a 243 average. Those are better than where they were. Well, incremental, baby steps.
I would tell you, though, and this is how we look at it differently. All those stats that I've cited, Colt Keith, Riley Green, Wenzel Perez, Reese Olson, if they had done all that and still lost the game, I would have been like, it's okay. Because I don't think this team has any aspect. I mean, I'm glad that they won, but at the end of the day, what matters most to me is seeing maybe some signs of some young players developing. And that's more important to me now.
That's all I'm looking for is development.
Yep. If they are developing, and there's, that's what it's almost like I look at the box score before I look at who won. But if you watch the game, it's different. I kind of sit down when Colt Keith's at the plate, or see if Reese Olson can get out of this jam or whatever.
And maybe there's reason to be happy even if the veterans are doing the job, because it makes them more tradable. If Mark Canha continues to get on base, okay, some team's going to want a professional hitter. Gio Urshela makes 3 outstanding plays in the infield yesterday, just outstanding plays, and continues to hit a little bit. Urshela's he's hit 265 this year. I think he didn't have a great offensive day yesterday, but was above 280 at a point in the last few days. It doesn't have a ton of at-bats, but it's a guy that might be able to help some other team out. If you throw him in a trade with, say, Jack Flaherty, does that start to get move an uptick and get somebody's better prospect? That's what you're looking at for the next 6 weeks until the trade deadline. That's what I'm looking for.
Champ and Chump, get your votes in. Got some thoughts on the Pistons draft Wednesday night. Pistons sitting there at 5. We'll get to that a little bit later on. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, congrats to all the Michigan Wolverines drafted into the NFL 2024. University of Michigan Credit Union is cheering you on loud and proud. UMCU is a proud partner of Michigan Athletics and the official credit union of the Detroit Lions. One might say they're the leaders and best in financial services. I just suited up with UMCU, and you can too. No matter where you hail from, you're eligible, and joining is easy. Took me less than 10 minutes. You can get your sports debit card, whether it be a Michigan Block M1, a Lions debit card. They got a Winged Helmet debit card. And with that cool debit card, your call plays at millions of stores, hotels, and restaurants worldwide. Need some cash in your pockets? Hit up the thousands of surcharge-free ATMs conveniently spread across Michigan and beyond. Open your account today, umcu.org, and get in the game. And hey, while you're there, check out the resources for student, auto, or home loans. University of Michigan Credit Union, proudly repping your official Block M debit card. Win with UMCU. All right, we'll get to the Pistons draft in a minute. Champ and chump. My champ of the weekend was Cole Keith. Great game yesterday. Gators champ of the weekend is Edmonton. We're bringing this thing back to a Game 7 tonight that we get to enjoy. My chump of the week is a PGA. A lot of lip service. So the field was announced over the weekend for the Rocket Mortgage Classic. I don't think they do nearly enough to support all their events. And they talk about growing golf, but
the tournament's great.
It's
been a fantastic success here. Everybody that goes has a great time.
Yep.
And yeah, I agree with you. It's up to the PGA Tour to put some pressure on some of the top players to start participating in more events.
Yeah.
Put your money where your mouth is.
And Gator, yours was the protesters.
Yeah, I don't mind it. Protests are fine. You know, this country we're a country of protesting. Go back to the Boston Tea Party, right? Mm-hmm. But what we don't need to do, and it's not just what happened on Sunday. I think it's a similar group, or if not the same group. Did this something similar to Stonehenge and to some Van Gogh paintings in the museum? Like, what are you doing? Don't have your voice heard. Don't do something stupid and destructive.
Well, get your votes in for Champ and Chump of the weekend at 248-539-9797. Gator, you spent some time yesterday cleaning some stuff out of your parents' house. And you said, you basically implied that you found something unbelievable in a box, and it didn't tell me what it was.
So I'm there yesterday. It was my mom's birthday last week, and so we gathered last night, went out to dinner, and then went back to their place for dessert. And I know in the storage room they've got all types of stuff. And there's there's a bunch of boxes that have some of my stuff in there. So I started to grab some of those and bring it back. A lot of more like old football cards and hockey cards and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was a big box that I hadn't looked at in forever. I don't know if I ever looked inside this box. And it said Scott stuff on it. So I'm like, okay, so I'll grab it. And when I got home, I was all excited to open it up.
Yeah.
And, you know, I found all my old yearbooks from elementary school and even there's at least one from middle school that looked through some of those pictures and embarrassing. And you see the signatures people would sign off to you when you're in elementary school. It's funny to see what people write. To a good friend, but not a best friend. I mean, I'm just dying reading some of this stuff.
That's great.
My brother had somebody signed it to him, and it said at the end of it said "Love Jill." I'm like, ooh, 5th grade. Who's Jill? I'm looking for a girl in 5th grade, and there's no girl named Jill in this 5th grade class, but there was a Jill in 6th grade.
Oh boy!
I know.
Wow.
Look at that.
Wow.
But so some interesting stuff. Then I came across there was some more baseball cards and whatnot, and I found a box that had some old Star Wars action figures, old Smurf figurines that I had.
Wow.
I remember my birthday when I was in 6th grade, everybody got Smurfs. And there was some other certificates from, you know, participating in swimming and football and in middle school and high school. But I came across something that was quite embarrassing and yet awesome at the same time.
Okay, I can't wait.
Porn. Embarrassing and awesome at the same time. There were 3 magazines, like Playboy magazines.
Hold on, I did not expect
I know you didn't. I know you didn't.
If we had talked about this before the show, I might have said, nah, you probably shouldn't bring it up.
So seeing that now, here's why I think I'm not. Look, porn, right? You know, this is like 30 years ago. So I'm not embarrassed by that. The embarrassing part to me is that I didn't put these things together in the box.
Wait, your parents' box stuff, your stuff including
porn, including 3 magazines. So it dawns on me at some point last time I'm going through something, and I pulled these magazines out. I'm like, and then because they were backside up, I flipped them over and I go, yeah, porn. And then like 30 seconds later, so mom or dad had to put all this stuff into this box that has been sitting in their storage room for, I think they've lived there now for like 25 years. And at some point was moved from the house we had prior, the one I grew up in, basically. And I have no idea where these things were, but they were all neatly put into this box, and like with dead flies and all types of spider webs and stuff that you would find in a box of that age, sitting in a basement storage room.
Do you think that your parents, when you took the box, were laughing hysterically?
I don't know. No, I don't think they have no idea. I don't think they had any idea. They wouldn't remember that this is in there.
Okay.
If they're listening to the show now they might know. My parents probably had a good laugh at this point. Hugh, do you remember the porn? Did Scott have porn? I don't know. Or are those your old magazines? I don't know. So porn, yes. That was what I found in one of the boxes, along with tons of other stuff that was really interesting to me. And so a lot of it was dating back to high school. But I can't be the only one that has had to, at some point, take stuff out of your parents' house and be in the same situation where I've got a box, and then you open up that box and you find something that is either a treasure that you didn't know that you still had. I've been looking for this, and here it is. Like there was a Barry Sanders mini helmet autographed by Barry Sanders that I had there.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. And that's been there for over 25. It's been there for 25 years.
Right.
And there's some other stuff there. They're like, I was wondering where that was. Here's a picture of me and my friends in Cancun for spring break when I was a senior in high school. I'm like, this is amazing. I who knew? And look how much thinner I am then. And look at Ern's arms. Ernie's got these tiny arms. And now he doesn't. He's huge. So it's just fun stuff to see. But the porn was the embarrassing part. But I'm curious if anybody else has gone through a similar situation. You dug through your treasures and you found either something really cool or really embarrassing.
Are you inviting people to call up the radio station and admit on the air what you just did?
Yes. I'm not embarrassed, but the embarrassing part is that at some point, either my poor mother or my father had to box this stuff up. And I think I know the source of where this happened because I used to have a desk that I had when I was in high school, and they kept that desk all these years. Mm-hmm. And I had some cards that were in there, football, baseball, hockey cards that were in there. And I vaguely remember that would have been a storage point for some magazine material.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe they never even saw it. Maybe they were just grabbing stuff out and throwing it into the box and not even paying attention.
It.
Yeah.
Possible. You can always hope.
There are old letters in there.
Oh, really?
Yeah. From Famales. So that was interesting.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Started looking at those.
Do you think mom and dad read any of those?
No, there's nothing embarrassing in it. It was just, keeping up to date with people.
Gotcha. Well, that's great. Thank you for sharing. Not what I expected.
No?
Not at all what I expected.
Do you think if you were to pack up stuff like, okay, you've got one kid is gone for the summer anyway.
Are you asking me if I think of it? I'm going to find any of that stuff.
You're going to have
kids?
to box stuff up at some point, right? Because kids are not going to take it away. I don't think I'm any different. How much stuff do you still have at your parents' house?
Not much. I have received a couple of boxes that say Doug stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I did not find what you found, but maybe I should look again.
Really? You didn't find an old Claudia Schiffer Penthouse magazine?
That's not what you found.
Yeah, there it is. I'm like, I don't even know how I obtained this thing.
Let's go to Jermaine. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jermaine.
Oh, Jermaine. Oh, I didn't see what he was going to say.
He said he found some stuff.
Some stuff?
He didn't say what kind of
What
stuff.
did you find that you didn't like 25 years later, 30 years later, you finally go through this box of treasures.
So the one thing that I do want to go through is I've got some old cassette tapes.
Oh, yeah.
Of like my first ever talk shows.
Yeah.
That
I found a bunch of that stuff.
I can remember the first time I was doing a show in another radio life, and I was so nervous. I was thinking, why did I choose this as a career? I'm never going to get comfortable doing this. This is awful. This is torture. Clock's ticking. I gotta come up with something.
I'm never going to be able to talk about porn in the
Well, I wasn't expecting that, but
No.
Anyway, I was fully convinced I wasn't going to be able to do the job, and I remember, I'll never forget this. Literally, the first time I was on the air, we got a call from somebody who said, "Yeah, I kind of paid attention to the station for a while, and no offense, but I'm really disappointed they hired you."
Wow, awesome.
Oh.
Signed Depker.
It wasn't Depker, but it could have been. No, Joe was a nice guy. 248-539-9797. Got some Pistons draft stuff we'll get to.
I can understand some people may not want to call in and tell the embarrassing stories, but the texting has to.
You can't
be
text.
happening.
Yeah,
I imagine
sure.
the texting is going.
Paul, is there
pretty
some
strong.
text? He's shaking his head yes.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. All right, some great stuff coming in here, Gator. Don in Garden City. I just laughed out loud. Thanks, Gator. Want me to really bum you out, Gator? Think of how old those ladies are now. That's from Ken in a Car.
That's all right.
Unnamed texter, you were just reading the articles, right, Gator?
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, about the new hi-fi.
Right. That's so great. Tell Gator the same thing happened to me, but inside the box were condoms.
Oh, well, look at that.
My dad packed a box of your personal items, and there you go. John in Lake Orion, my mother gave me an album of old pictures she found. The old pictures were all of parties I had when my parents were out of town. Awesome. Whoops. You know how I'm always afraid that if I do something, I'm going to get caught?
Right.
I could never do it. I could never throw the party when the parents went out of town.
No?
At most, I once had, but brace yourself, 3 people over.
Oh, wow. Look out.
Because I was too much of I was like, I'll get caught. The cops will show up. I'll go to jail.
Yeah, I had a few when I was older, my later teens, early 20s. But one I had when I was in high school was a classic.
You had a party?
There were only a few of my friends that were over. We're watching TV or something, and get a knock at the door, and one of our friends comes by, and she says, "Hey, do you have a tap?" I'm like, "What do you mean? Do I have a tap for what? A keg?" And she goes, "Yeah." I'm like, "No, why would I have a tap?" She goes, "Well, we have a keg." Like, where did you get the keg? And they had gone past somebody's house, saw that the garage door was open, and they went garage shopping and stole a quarter barrel from somebody's house, rolled it down the driveway, loaded it up into the car, and brought it over to my house. Next thing I know, I've got 25 people over at my house, but we still can't get into the keg because nobody's got a tap. So we go out driving trying to find a tap, and by the time we get a tap, it's all foam because they had, did I mention they rolled it down the driveway?
Yeah.
Yeah. So my parents are coming home 2 days later, and and we never even drank out of this because it was all foam. It never settled down. So after the party was done, I'm like, well, how do I get rid of this? Because tapping it and trying to pour this out is going to take forever. It's just not working.
Mm-hmm.
So one of my friends had the brilliant idea of let's drill a hole in it. And he's trying to drill a hole into this steel barrel, and that's not working out. So eventually we get a hole, but it's like a pinhole. Like, this is pathetic. So we took the keg outside, turned it upside down, drilled a couple other holes in it, let it sit there and drain out fully. And that I had it kind of set up against the brick wall. And I was going to wait to see how long it took my parents to find out. And they came home, and a day later, my mom's like, "So Scott, what's that steel barrel that's outside?" I said, "Oh, you mean the keg?" And I told the truth. I said, "Well, she stopped by and she rolled a keg down the driveway and, had a keg."
It's stolen property, Mom.
Yeah, I didn't do it. It wasn't me.
It's amazing the level of detail you remember from these stories.
With a story like that, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a pretty great one. I could tell you the place we went to, and went to Bosco's when it used to be around at 12 Mile and Orchard Lake. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Turned into Roosevelt's, which you went to, and then now it's something else.
Bruno from Dearborn says, packing up my parents' home when they moved out, I grabbed an old box that were in my old closet. I found old Playboys from 1980 that I stole from my dad's stash. Going through old baseball cards one summer, and I found a Topps Derek Jeter rookie card.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
That's money.
Sure is.
That's a nice selection there.
Doug probably used to get subscriptions to Babes in bike helmets. There it is.
Did you? Was that an issue?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was
one of the niche issues they had.
Big market.
Yeah.
Huge. Oh, boy.
Oh, there's more.
Paul's bringing in more.
Love it.
Oh, this is kind of, Rob writes in, my wife passed away very suddenly in 2005. Her parents, who are ultra conservative, came up from Indiana and started going through her things and found her personal
Oh, no.
Personal pleasure device.
Oh, no. No.
Wow. Guys, I happen to know I have a stash of magazines and VHS tape. Guys, I happen to know I have a stash of magazines and VHS tapes stashed in a vent in my old bedroom. She will be moving this summer. Do I take them out or leave them for future generations? She being, I assume, your mother. And you know they're still there. I think you should go fetch them.
I think you should fetch it.
Yep. My daughter, 22, and I were going through pictures in a storage closet for a funeral. 2 hours of looking at pictures and reminiscing. My daughter lets out a gut-wrenching cry and tosses a box at me that had what she thought was my wife's sex toy. It was actually a gnawed-off doggy chew toy. Oh, these are funny. Really funny. Well, Gator, I do want to get the follow-up whether or not mom and dad know what was in the box. Right?
Maybe. I don't know if I want that.
All right, we'll get to some Pistons draft stuff coming up today at 1:47. We're just a couple days away from the NBA draft. There was a comment from Trajan Langdon. There wasn't a lot said during his opening press conference, like anything super hyper significant where, oh my God, and nothing like that. But we do have something that he said that's kind of insightful in the plan, kind of confirming what's next. Hear that today at 1:02. In the meantime, you put something on your show sheet that shocked me, that caught your attention, and I'm okay with it. It was the following. Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese's team squared off again, and it was great. Did you watch it?
No, I didn't watch it. I watched the highlights. I was, as I was going through the porn. No, I was watching SportsCenter last night, and I saw in the crawl what the scores. I'm like, oh, that's pretty good. And then I saw some statistics. I'm like, oh, that's pretty good. And wanted to see the highlights because it was a back and forth game. The problem is it's the WNBA, so you don't know enough, or at least I don't know enough. So does Angel Reese play for Chicago? I think she plays for Chicago, and
I'll believe it.
Caitlin Clark plays for Indiana, but Chicago wins the game late. They won the game, and Indiana had a chance late, and they just didn't knock down the shots. But it was great because this is what that league needs. They need the rivalry with these two, and it's not just those two players; it's their teams. Because there's pushing and shoving going on with not just those two, with others, and it's great. And Angel Reese ended up, I think she had 25 points and 16 rebounds, which is insane. And Caitlin Clark had like 19 points and 13 assists, which was a franchise record. So these women come in as rookies in the league, and they're establishing themselves. There were 3 players in the game that had double-doubles, which apparently is the first time in the history of the WNBA, you've had 3 rookies come in the same game with double doubles.
Wow.
So, yeah, I mean there was a lot happening, and some big shots were knocked down, and maybe watching that in highlight form might be the best thing to do. But that's how I saw it. They also mentioned that the average ticket price for that game was like $350.
Wow.
So
it's good. I mean,
people want to see them.
If we've talked about this a lot. Hey, man. Just because you're not doesn't mean that it's not cool that people do get into different types of sports, something other than the Big Four. I mean, hell, I'm looking forward to tonight's College World Series game, quite a bit actually.
Right.
And one of my sons played with a kid that's on Texas A&M's team, so they're still in touch, and he's fired up about it. So I'm kind of rooting for him. Cool kid. So. Anyway, suffice to say, it's if there's something that is popular and you're not into, it's okay. It sounds like that caught your attention at least. 248-539-9797. Hey, just a reminder, we stream all of the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Also locally here, you can listen to Tiger Baseball through the Odyssey app. Additionally, we stream to our website, 971theticket.com, and streaming a video on twitch.tv. Search up 971theticket.com, where people are commenting on the show all the time, and we get a chance. We'll respond. I just responded to something on the Twitch feed. YouTube.com as well. Go to youtube.com, search up 971theticket. Always, you can take in the show. Let's get to some Pistons draft stuff today. because we're just 2 days away from the first round of the NBA draft. We'll get to that today at 12:48. Hey, Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights wants you to save your cash for summer with zero down deals all month long. Right now, pay no money down and lease a new Chevy Trailblazer at $265 a month or an Equinox at just $299 a month. These are both LS front-wheel drive, and they're 36-month leases with $0 down. Unlock the savings with their GM employee discount and a lease in your household. Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price, or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. Do what I did. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. Go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. See dealer for details and get there fast. All offers end at the end of the month. So NBA draft Wednesday. Trajan Langdon.
Got a busy week, man. And the NHL draft Friday?
Yeah, so Kang's going.
Oh, he's definitely going to go.
Yeah.
I know he's at the Sphere.
He has decided to go. Look, the Sphere, Stoney was in last week when you were out, and he was just blown away by the Sphere. Jimmy, our program director, went and checked out the Sphere and said it literally like took his breath away, and he was speechless at the experience with this massive dome screen and the interior of it, and it seats like 18,000.
Yeah.
I'm stunned that the NHL was the NHL, I think, ahead of the curve, being the first league to hold their draft there, because I think the experience is going to be incredible.
Well, I mean, the Sphere just opened up less than a year ago. Yeah. So they're the first one that gets their opportunity to, because everything has to be done in advance. And fortunately, Detroit had the NFL draft. But this is going to be exciting.
Yep.
This is going to be really exciting. I'm going out to Vegas in a few weeks, and I really want to see it. Like, the people I'm going with may not be interested in going. I don't care. I'm going. I got to see it.
Yeah.
Take a tour at least.
You should. It's people just say it's incredible, and there's only been twice in my life where I've seen something and just been speechless. One is the Grand Canyon is incredible, and the other was Zion National Park, which felt like a movie set. I couldn't get over. I'm like, is this Utah? Is this Tatooine?
Oh. These aren't the droids you're looking for?
Yeah, exactly. But I started looking for droids.
Right, the Jawas.
Yeah.
Sand people.
Yeah, exactly.
Tusken Raiders.
Yeah, I hopped on my, what was the vehicle he had?
Land speeder?
Land speeder. Yeah, hop on my land speeder. Anyway.
Whatever means old Ben Kenobi.
What was Aunt and Uncle's name?
Aunt Brew and Uncle Owen.
Owen, yeah.
I'm a nerd.
Good for you, though.
With porn.
So anyway, Kang's going to the Sphere, and he will be able to report back as to what the experience was like. So NBA draft, look, this is widely considered a bad draft, and here are the Pistons sitting there at 5. And what's funny is I feel like there's some value with the pick, and what I mean is I think there are teams, because of what kind of draft it is, I think there are teams that want to move up and get one of the few players that they think has some upside and value, and that this pick at number 5 is going to be interesting. I wanted them to trade back and ideally either get out of the spot at 5 and get a future asset, get a player, somebody else's young player that's a development piece, or a future couple of draft picks or something. And if they can move back and take Dalton Knecht out of Tennessee, ESPN reported the following, though. Knecht's draft range appears increasingly small, with teams in the range of numbers 4 through 9 all expressing significant interest, except for Detroit at number 5. So apparently the Pistons have no interest in Dalton Knecht. If they stay there, I guess it's Cody Williams with the big wingspan. And
well, that's not the name people are throwing around.
No, I'm talking about who I would want.
Oh, who you would want.
Yeah,
okay.
I would want Cody Williams. I love his length, the perimeter shot, not a lot of volume, but he did shoot a high percentage. He looks to me as though he has a high upside and just scraping the surface of what he might be. And he might fall in line with what Trajan Langdon, or what they were doing in New Orleans in terms of the players they preferred in the draft. The player I hope that drops to them is Reed Sheppard, who, if somebody trades into the top 5 for another player, it could bump Reed Sheppard down.
Well, he's got the ridiculous high 3-point percentage. He's like, 52% from 3-point range or something like that.
Yep.
I've seen a bunch of mock drafts over the last couple weeks, and it seems like he's locked into 3. It looks like that, but I'm with you. It seems like if he slips.
What did I read today? Hold on. I apologize. I thought I read something about it. With 3, it feels as though it's if Houston doesn't trade out of the pick and they're trying to trade out of the pick. But people do mock drafts that don't do trades. This pick has been in trade conversation since the moment the Rockets got it in the draft lottery, and it will likely continue to be attainable until NBA Commissioner Adam Silver announces the pick at number 3. Many NBA teams, this is from an ESPN report today, many NBA teams are operating under the assumption it will get moved in their initial mocks, but that's difficult to plan for considering how rare these types of trades are from a historical perspective. So if Houston keeps the pick, Reed Sheppard at 3 might be the pick. I guess if you're in the Reed Sheppard camp, you're hoping that the pick gets traded and it bumps him down, and now he's only 1 spot away from being a Piston.
Yeah, I guess the questions are: is he big enough to defend? Does he have? Is he really this good at shooting, or was it just a fluke? You don't know.
Yep.
I don't really have a favorite at this point because it's just so, I don't know. There just isn't somebody that stands out. The Cody Williams aspect interests me. Guy with length means it can play. To me, tells me right off the bat you can play defense. Can he shoot? I mean, he shot 41% from 3-point land last year, but he didn't take that many. He only took 41 3-pointers all year. But the Pistons do have that shooting specialist coach they brought in, and Fred Vinson. Like you, I like Dalton Knecht as well. He's a great shooter, decent size. We'll see where they're at, but they have some options. I don't think there's not going to be a player they take at 5 where I'm like, yes, here we go.
Yep.
Like when the Pistons were able to get both Ivy and Duren in the draft a couple years ago, that was one of those fist pump moments, and unfortunately, it's turned out like, was it a fist pump moment?
Right.
So I don't have one for this one. It's just let's see what Trajan Langdon does. Maybe he needs to trade. He's open to it for sure. In terms of trading back, I don't think the Pistons feel like they're going to trade up, but do they trade back? And what do you get if you're trading back? And because you don't want to take yourself totally out of a range of one of these players. Does that mean you only want to go back as far as 9? Do you want to go back as far as 12? You know, there's a lot to look at. James Edwards from The Athletic had an article with different scenarios and possibilities and possible trades. One was with Portland to trade back to 14, and the Pistons would get a 2027 first-round pick in Jeremy Grant. Another one was going back with Memphis to 9 and get a top 4 protected 2025 first-round pick. And then the last one was trading back to 12 with the Thunder for a top 4 protected 2025 first and 2 future seconds. Those are scenarios he came up with. But the Athletic's great, so if you want to check out different scenarios, you can do that. But the point is, I guess, there are options that he'll have, that Trajan Langdon will have.
I am not. It seems like more mocks than not have the pick being Matas Bazelis from the G League. And he seems to have physical tools, and this would be a patience pick.
Well, he fits the mold of what Langdon did in his previous stop.
Yep. But the funny thing is, Bazelis has been the pick in mock drafts going back months, like previous to Trajan Langdon. I don't know if I've ever seen a Detroit team that appears to have one player mocked to them as much as the Pistons have Matas Bazelis mocked to them.
And he's represented by Arn Tellem's son, so people make that connection. And, if that's the case, then I can understand people being a little leery of that, because does that force Langdon into making a pick that he doesn't want to if you're being, from up high?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'd love to hear that that's not the name called, just so it can cancel that narrative.
Right.
But we'll see.
In the meantime, Marlon Wall Lake sends us the following ticket text. The Pistons need to pull a draft day movie type of move, Sonny Weaver type of move, write down on a piece of paper, Dalton Knecht no matter what. I want the Pistons to use the pick at number 5 to trade for a proven player. I don't hate that. If somebody else, some team that is competing, thinks that their missing link is available at 5 and they've got a young piece that they're willing to part with, I'd be fine with that. Hey guys, I live in Vegas. I've been to the Sphere. I drive by it every day. It is mind-blowing. The interior and exterior is nothing like anything you've ever seen. I highly recommend going. That's from Don in Vegas. Yeah, I'm stoked that you're going.
I want to go. I got to go. I got to see it. I'm going to go there and not see it.
Right.
I mean, I certainly see the exterior, but I want to go inside and check that bad boy out.
Yeah. Well, and they have just
tours, right?
Yeah, the tours, and they show like a movie Earth or something, which the Dead show that they have there, I guess, is incredible. I'm impressed with the NHL. Good for them for being the first to capitalize and take a draft.
Do you remember when that was getting ready to open up and people talked about it's going to be a big flop because of how much money it cost?
Mm-hmm.
And then they hear these stories of like Dead and Company, right? It's the Grateful Dead tribute, if you will. They're sold out every time. That U2 started things off, and they were sold out for everything. The Eagles are going to finish up there. They're going to sell out. They're going to do their residency there. this thing at some point, I think, will be an enormous moneymaker, despite the tens of millions of dollars they or hundreds of millions of dollars they sunk into this thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so damn intriguing of what they can do visually just from the exterior, let alone what happens when you're inside to hear and see all the sounds. Can't wait.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson Open Lines. Monday's main champ and chump. Get those votes in. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? We tally up the votes. Got a bunch to get to here. We will do that in the 1 o'clock hour. Also, great question for the morning show I want to follow up on. But straight ahead, Trajan Langdon said something about the plans of what's next. The new Pistons president CEO. We will get to that coming up at 1:02 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We up on the show talking to Pistons and Trajan Langdon and whether or not you got any Brad Holmes vibes from his news conference. That really didn't go anywhere. I mean, honestly, I got it. He didn't say all that much, which I don't care whether you do or you don't. He just got here. I don't know that he can say, well, here's the plan, guys. We're going to get rid of Duren and probably try and move Ivy too. We're going to build around Cade. This is a 5-year project. I'm going to go after Zach LaVine, and I mean, he's not going to do that. But you take a look at. You hope to get some insight as to what they're going to do. So the possibility of them trading for a player. Somebody asked a question about try and acquire some veterans, and here's what Trajan Langdon, new man in charge of the Pistons, had to say. That was kind of a speaking tone the entire time for people who didn't hear it. Kind of measured, low key, not a lot of rah-rah or, bold statements, which is fine. It's perfectly fine. I feel like more people are reacting to Tom Gores, who's admitted at the beginning he can get into sort of stream of thought consciousness type of way of talking, said he made notes and then quickly veered off them. But whatever. So acquiring other teams, contracts from other teams, it's trading for veterans. And that has to tell me you're shopping something. And I'm going to guess it's the pick at 5. And I'm going to guess it's Jaden Ivey. That's a guess.
Well, the big rumor over the weekend is that Isaiah Stewart's being shopped. So I don't know what that's going to get you because he's $16 million a year on average. I'm not sure what kind of value he's got, but I think he has increased his value by adding a 3-point shot to his repertoire. He's a better 3-point shooter, I think, than people realize. Mm-hmm. His percentage actually was acceptable. He's not a number 1 option, but he's not supposed to be. But if he improves that percentage again, he could be a valuable piece, which is why I'm not sure I would even want the Pistons to necessarily move on from him if he can be that valuable piece. He's got to stay healthy. Like everybody else on the Pistons, they have to stay healthy.
We got into this a little bit earlier, but there's one thing that I really don't want Trajan Langdon to do when it comes to the acquisition of veterans is to actually kind of go quick fix. You can go quick fix and be successful, but I feel like the quick fix is because you don't have access to every player that you would love to have. But that doesn't mean you should acquire players that are the best of the group available just to make a move. And I think an example of a quick fix kind of move was back in 2018 when midway through the season, the Pistons were 4 games under 500, and they went and acquired a player that definitely made them better short term, but didn't have a championship caliber ceiling anymore. And that's when they traded for Blake Griffin. They played better basketball the rest of the year, but still missed the playoffs. The next year he played 75 games for them, averaged over 24 points a game, and they made the playoffs. And they were definitely better with Blake Griffin, and they went and got Derrick Rose. They were better with those veterans than without. But they weren't, at that point in their careers, championship caliber players. And so, yeah, they got better, but not to the end that we wanted. Now, there's other things that derailed a chance at that group winning a championship, but those are the kinds of moves, and I hear names like Jeremy Grant thrown out there. Mm-hmm. Would Jeremy Grant perhaps help them, with another addition, get them to 30 wins? Yeah, maybe. And it'd be way better. More than double your win total? Yeah, way better. But are you going to win a championship because you acquired Jeremy Grant? Not exclusively. And maybe there's not a player. Karl Anthony Towns would be great. He's owed so much money. But I also look at Zach LaVine, as tempting as he is, because all we've seen Zach LaVine do is kill the Pistons. The last 2 seasons, Zach LaVine's highest points per game against an opponent came against the Pistons. in this past season, even though he didn't play the full year, played 2 games against the Pistons, was like at 32-8 a game or something. And then the year before, highest points per game he had was against the Pistons. So we've seen him at his best against Detroit. But with his injury history, now at 29 years old, are you basically acquiring Blake Griffin again?
Well, 100% that's what you'd be acquiring, right? Blake Griffin used to be one of the most amazing players to watch in the NBA. A guy his size and was playing above the rim the way that he did. And, you know, off the court, it was a personality. He was just, it was cool. When they acquired him, I was excited because I was a big Blake Griffin fan. But you knew that he was trending in the other direction. And when things went south, it went south in a hurry. And it became a joke about, is he ever going to dunk again? Like literally, hey, there's a cuff dunk. Yay. Cuff dunk. And with Zach LaVine, it's kind of the same thing. He burst on the scene because he was a dunk competition maestro, playing above the rim and crazy good. But if he starts to deteriorate because of injuries, I mean, how much is that going to affect his game moving forward? And that's not the kind of guy you want. You wish that it'd be, you know, something like a Donovan Mitchell type player that you could acquire. Yeah. I don't know, is Brandon Ingram going to be that kind of guy if he's possible to grab onto? But they're going to have to add somebody to the mix, and the person they add to the mix needs to be somebody who can be around here for 4 or 5 years, so it's not just that quick fix that you're looking for. It needs to be something that can be part of a bigger core.
I think the quick fix will feel good in the moment, but it doesn't seem as likely to lead to the mountaintop. The mountaintop's so far away that going quick fix seems it'll help you get higher up the mountain, but not to the top. Now, not all quick fix, but you know, there got to be guys that can be around for a while their young core continues to develop.
Yeah, or the players that you get that you know that you're acquiring them because you're going to trade them by the deadline and get draft picks in return, or something, whatever it is you trade for it down the line. But I mean, the Pistons are in a tough spot. And Trajan Langdon in particular is in a tough spot. He still doesn't have a coach. Got to figure all that out. But it seems like they've got a lot of decent candidates to work with, to interview, guys that have had some levels of success working with young teams. Bickerstaff was one that was kind of interesting to see what he was able to do with a very young team and how much they've improved. And there are some other names out there. So I think they'll get a decent coach. But you've got to rearrange the talent that is here on this team, figure out and sift through it and decide, these players I want to work with, these players are fine, but they're not going to work with my team. And somehow spin that into something better, whether it's draft picks or a veteran player that fits what you're looking for or whatever the case is. You know, maybe you're just adding players to take on somebody's massive contract, to maybe it's part of a 3-way deal, you know. But they've got to do something with this.
Feedback. Please no project picks, guys. I want proven shooters like Connect or Shepard. Tired of watching guys that can't make free throws or hit 25% of their three-pointers. Well, if you look at their young core, every single one of them is below the NBA average in three-point shooting. You got to balance that out. You can't if they're going to build around, let's say, Duren and Cunningham, then you need guys, and neither of them are going to be above average three-point shooters. You need shooters, period, to play with them.
Well, the good news is Cade has gotten better every year that he's been in the league. His numbers have improved, and his three-point shooting improved pretty dramatically from one year to the next. Yeah, and then they bring in Vincent, the coach, who's supposed to be a shooting whisperer or whatever you want to look at it, but his aptitude is shooting. So if you can improve the overall shooting, then that maybe that hire that's a huge hire. Interesting, you're hiring an assistant coach before you hire your head coach, but if he's a specialist, it is what it is.
Great question about Game 7 tonight, the Stanley Cup Finals. We'll get to that today at 1:20. More of your feedback coming in on the Pistons' next move. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket.
So I had a great experience when I was shopping around for new garage doors. I called Precision Garage Door. They took my call immediately. We scheduled an appointment right away. The guys came out and did a fantastic job, walked me through all the options. I love my garage doors. In fact, last week when I was without power, one of the nice features of my garage doors is they had a battery backup, so I was still able to get in and out of my house through the garage. It was great. John, Jeff, the whole crew, they're awesome to work with. They're true professionals. And listen, at Precision Garage Door, they're open on weekdays, available at no extra charge. All calls are answered 24/7, and you get to schedule your appointment on their website for a time that works for your schedule. There's no need to call in. Just go ahead and check out their website, and you can do everything from there. So if you want your garage doors done right, do what I did. Call Precision Garage Door today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit them online at precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Unnamed texter, does number 5 and Stewart get you number 3 so you could take Shepard? Well, if I were Houston, I'd just take Shepard. But if Houston is only getting projected Shepard because nobody thinks they're going to pick there, so this is if they do pick, this is the player they would take. And 5 and Isaiah Stewart is the best offer they've got. Maybe. I can't imagine they wouldn't get a better offer than that. But if that's the best offer and they really don't care, then they might take it if the player they want is somebody other than Reed Shepard, the guard from Kentucky, arguably best shooter in the draft.
I imagine there'll be a lot of good offers that come their way.
Even though it's a weak draft, I don't know why I think that, but it feels like that in some ways makes these top picks more valuable because people say it's not it's not a great draft, so let's go get a guy at the top.
52% is so tempting.
Yep. Yep.
In a league that's all about 3-point shooting.
Yep. Next one. If you're the Pistons, you should take a look at Ben Mathurin and Duren. Now you have your point guard 1, shooting guard 1, and center for the immediate future. Drafting Ivy was a huge mistake. Get Connect, then follow that with fellow Dookie Filipowski, a Lambeer type in a trade in the late teens. 2 3-point shooting, big guys. Our greatest need by far would help Cade now. Filipowski is a much despised player. I will tell you, if you're getting into the mid to late first and you get a chance to trade back up and get a player, the one player that I think looks the most NBA ready to make an impact right away is Terrence Shannon out of Illinois. That guy, to me, he's a decent shooter from the perimeter, but he's a 5-year college guy who I think will be able to step on the floor and make an impact right away. Now that's if you get late first round or move up in the second round. Filipowski, yeah, I could see how there'd be interest in Filipowski. I would probably take a more aggressive trade because I think most people have him going in the first, and Terrence Shannon may drop to the second. He may. 248-539-9797. I could see the Pistons acquire a couple of albatross short-term deals with picks attached to it or a young player. So you could, if those, I mean, there's something to be said for just adding some veterans to help you win now and help your young players get a taste of winning and maybe develop a little bit, in the process. Hell, develop a lot in the process. All right, Gator. So they had this question during the morning show. Jim Costa found that the buy-in price for Game 7 tonight for the Florida Panthers was $2,500. You get a pair for $5,000.
Wow.
So I'm going to assume, it's probably a pretty safe assumption, that that's for the worst seats available, if that's just the get in the building price.
Wow.
So, I mean, we're assuming these aren't great seats, and we're probably assuming that they cost a couple $100. You know, a ticket, $250, $300 a ticket, whatever it is, Game 7. And the question is, would you sell for $5,000 a pair of tickets for Game 7, or would you go? Gator, do you envision yourself selling or going?
Well, this would be one if I had the tickets.
Yep.
I would probably sell.
You'd probably sell?
Well, I mean, it's hard to think of it. Because as a Red Wing fan, if this were the Red Wing situation,
yep,
I've seen them win a Stanley Cup live and in person. The experience I had, it can't get better than it. I was in the locker room after they won. You know, as a reporter and all that, and I had beer and Coney dogs with Ken Cal at 2 a.m. in the bowels of the Joe. Nothing is going to top my experience.
All right.
So, and having gone through it in 2009 when they lost the Stanley Cup, and how brutal that was to see them lose on home ice, I can weigh that into it as well. For me, I would trade it because I've already experienced the best I can experience. But if I try to put myself into a Florida fan's shoes, it's a lot tougher because, you know, if you haven't seen them win, you want to see them win. I'm looking on StubHub, and yeah, they're tough to find. I mean, they're really bad seats. The cheapest seat you can find, they're $915 each. But when fees are all factored in, you're talking about $1,000 each. That's tough for the best seat in the house, or for the worst seat in the house.
Yeah.
So if you had decent seats, I mean, imagine how crazy that's going to be. So it's hard to turn down $5,000 if that's what I'm being offered for my pair of tickets. I'd probably
sell
them.
So I wouldn't, and $5,000 would be incredibly helpful. Okay, I think it would go a long way. We've got a tuition bill coming up. We are going to have, for a stretch of 2 years, we're going to be paying for 2 kids' college at the same time, which is going to be awfully difficult. But we'll find a way. $5,000 would help. But I don't think of it as life-changing money. Useful money for sure. Life-changing money, well, probably not. So I think seeing a Game 7, I wouldn't call it a life-changing experience, but I would call it an experience you will remember for a lifetime. And I've always said to my kids when we're doing stuff, today's a day you're going to remember the rest of your life, and you should be excited about that. Like, that's a cool thing. You don't wake up every day, and as much as I've enjoyed the show today and all that, there's a really good chance that I'm going to forget about June 24th of 2024. Unless something extraordinary happens the rest of the way, today probably won't be a day I remember the rest of my life. If I am a holder of a ticket to Game 7, it's absolutely June 24th, 2024 is absolutely a day I'm going to remember the rest of my life. Whether I'm a Panther fan or an Edmonton fan, if I have a ticket to that game, so unless it's life-changing money, I'll take the experience that I'll remember for the rest of my life over that. So what's life-changing money? You'd have to start to approach six figures. Nobody's giving me $90,000 for a ticket. So I don't know that there's a realistic price that I would sell the ticket for.
Yeah, I'm looking on StubHub right now, and I think that the best price, or the highest price I've seen is $5,000 a ticket.
Okay.
So I mean that's the highest price that I've seen.
Yeah.
Ooh, $7,400 a ticket. Jeez. Still want to pay? Well, you've already got the ticket. You didn't pay $7,400 for it. You bought the ticket for the face value because you're a season ticket holder or whatever, or you won a lottery, whatever the case is. So you probably, you paid hundreds of dollars for that ticket, for sure. So you wouldn't give it up for $5,000, huh?
Yeah. So we actually have a Florida Panther fan working on the show today. Kang is out, Paul is in, and first of all, how you feeling? When we described our feelings earlier, Paul, about how a Florida fan feels and how an Edmonton fan feels, did we describe how you feel?
Connor McDavid stole my soul in Game 5. I watched Game 6 almost like a zombie. Like, I was just like watching it. I didn't really have much emotion. But I am a nervous wreck right now thinking about tonight. I just want it to be over, and I hope they win.
How's your stool at this point? Is it loose? Quite loose? You okay?
It's been okay so far.
Okay. It might change later on.
If you were a holder of tickets to tonight's game, assuming you spent a couple $100 on, would you sell for $5,000?
No, I want to be there in person to either experience the joy or to have Connor McDavid ruin my life.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
All right, we'll mark you down. Ruin your life. But that's what it feels like when the stakes are like this.
Well, it's going to be tough, man, because like Fuller had an interview with a guy that was on the Red Wings. He's 100 years old. It happened 82 years ago. Like, no one even alive can even console me or talk to me about this.
When somebody tried to come back from 3-0, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, when the Maple Leafs beat the Wings, they were down 3-0. They came back and won the Cup. That was 82 years ago.
Wow. All right, so what's your gut telling you about tonight?
Can't even put it into words. You don't feel quite strong about this one.
No. It's the thing. We've been one win away, Gator, for like a week, and it hasn't happened.
This is true. Where are you going to watch the game?
In my apartment by myself. I can't be around people for this.
I understand. I totally understand that.
Well, I'm not rooting for your team. Sorry, but I don't think you're offended. But I hope you find solace.
I'd be rooting for McDavid if they weren't playing the Panthers. I really like McDavid.
Okay.
I think there's some anti-Canadian sentiment out there, and I don't feel that way at all. I mean, I think people think it's funny that a team from Canada hasn't won the Cup in so long, but I don't get a whole lot of pleasure out of that.
I do think it's funny they haven't won the Cup in 31 years, but I respect the heck out of Connor McDavid. He's a great player. If they were playing literally any other team, I'd be okay with him winning it. But unfortunately, he's playing the Panthers, and I don't want to see him win.
Well, we'll get to your feedback and phone calls. Would you sell the ticket for $5,000? 248-539-9797. Think of it as a Red Wing Game 7. Would you sell that ticket for $5,000? It's Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Hey, tired of hitting up that same old corner spot or Wings Place? that same flat draft beer. It's warm by the time you finish it. Well, let me tell you a little secret. Twin Peaks is the best place to watch any game, anytime. For starters, when I say the best draft beer in the state, I'm not lying. It takes at least 6 hours to freeze their mugs properly. And they keep them cold on hand, and every mug is used only once a day. Combine that with a beer system that pours it at a teeth-chattering 29 degrees. You'll see those glaciers rising up out of the mug. You get the beer crystals, and you pair that with wings. And if you've seen their wings, they're a full meal in themselves. You can have them 4 different ways. The boneless wings are never frozen, hand-cut and breaded to order, and fried to order. You can't beat it. And they're bone-in, breaded, and smoked wings are bigger than your favorite wing spot. Now toss any of those wings in 12 possible sauces and rubs, and you're in heaven. Some of their favorites include the house bourbon teriyaki or pineapple habanero. And the Twin Peaks girls will tell you about their favorite, the spicy Thai chili. Stop in tonight and see 2 Copa Americana tournament favorites, with Colombia playing at 6 and Brazil at 8. We've already talked about Game 7. Why go anywhere else? Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Talk about things we want to see. We were just talking during the break. How great it would be to see Max Clark just start to rocket his way up the organization.
Yeah. Well, I don't think he's going to be at Lakeland for long. I think at some point they're probably going to promote him to High A, West Michigan. He's hitting 278 right now, a 760 OPS, and that's not a gaudy number for OPS, but it's because he's not hitting for extra base power just yet. But he's a menace. He's a good base runner. He's got 20 stolen bases, only been caught once. He's driven in 43 runs in only 58 games, and he's also hitting second in the lineup. So to have that many RBIs while you're hitting second, that's pretty impressive. Kevin McGonigal is leading off most games, although he was hurt to start the season. He's played in 44 games. He's driven in 29 runs during that time while hitting 328 with an 875 OPS. These two guys are going to be part of the future of this team. If they, again, the prospects, and I don't want to resurrect the call we had from last week from Mr. Prospect guy who was really pissed at us. Doesn't like to talk about prospects. But these are two guys I'm watching because you want them to be the next guys, and they're going to matriculate together.
Yep.
Let's get them up to high A ball when they should be ready seemingly soon. And they've got other guys that are getting ready to move up from level to level. But you don't know what you have until you see them at the major league level for sure. And both Clark and McGonigal are really young, and I'm not forcing it to happen, but I'm just encouraged that they're doing really well in their first full season here.
All right, we're getting a ton of feedback here on the Panthers thing. I just texted my buddy who has Panthers season tickets. He is on the blue line, row 4. He said no way would he sell. He has waited way too long and has been to every game. He said he was offered $6,500 for his pair already. That's from Jeff. Yeah, I mean, I know people that seem to always sell their big game tickets, and their logic is, I paid for my whole season ticket package by just selling the most important game.
But this is the game you'd want to see. I mean, again, it depends on what your experiences have already been. Like for me, because I don't think it could get any better than what I experienced.
Dude,
watching it, I don't have a problem.
If I said to a Red Wing fan, your Game 7 experience will include going into the locker room after the game and like 4 hours after the game, just sitting back recapping it while having beer and pizza with Ken Cal in the bowels of the
Coney's,
sorry. Oh, it wouldn't work for me, but I'd pass on that. However, I mean, what is that? Like a $30,000 price tag for just a fan to get to do?
Yeah, ridiculous. Right. So for me, it's different. But I know we both know people that sell their tickets for the big games to pay for everything else. And at some point you're like, and at some point you have to ask yourself, well, you bought the tickets so you get the tickets for the big game. Was it strictly an investment? Like, is there no emotion in this whole thing?
Well, I could say it's worth it because I get to see the rest of the games essentially for free.
Like for the Lions, it's different. Like we haven't seen this. If you're going to offer me, or if I have a ticket to the NFC Championship game at Ford Field.
Yeah. The game you've been waiting for your entire life.
Am I going to sell
Something
that
that's
ticket?
Never happened?
I don't think I'd sell that ticket, but then again, hard to imagine. Let's say that you've paid already your $500 a ticket, and you've got your tickets, your pair for the NFC Championship game. You paid $1,000 for them, and now somebody comes and says, "All right, I'll give you $10,000 for them." I mean, 10 times what you paid for, $9,000 profit.
Yeah,
probably not doing it.
Probably, no.
Because it's the Lions.
Sell for $5,000 and buy nosebleeds for $900. Best of both worlds. The nosebleeds are $5,000. Well, a pair's $5,000.
Well, you can find them for cheaper now. But
can you?
Yeah.
Price has gone down. So if your tickets are more valuable, you can make that swap and say, I'm going to sit up high.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the worst plan I've ever seen.
It's not. You still be in the stadium for it.
248-539-9797. Got a tweet here I want to read from Dan Wetzel.
Oh,
Yahoo, our guy.
Played with him last week. We played golf on Thursday.
How'd it go?
We did all right. Our group with Evan and one of Evan's buddies, DJ, we shot 7 under par for the outing.
Nice.
Pretty good.
Nice.
Always great to see Wetzel.
Wetzel tweets out, the last few years in the NBA, Mavericks assistant Sean Sweeney has been talked up as a big-time head coach prospect. Detroit is expected to interview Sweeney this week. Pistons face the longest of rebuilds, but a Trajan Langdon-Sweeney combo would be an impressive start. Dan, who's local but didn't grow up here and is not, is a national voice.
Been here for a long time, though.
Has been here for a long time.
And started with basketball was his first beat.
It's great to hear somebody outside, somebody national say this would be a great start. I can get myself excited about a lot of hires. You read.
There's a few out there, right? That you read about these guys and the track records, working with the younger players, and okay, kind of like that.
I'm just hoping the Vincent hype is for real, that he really can improve the shooting.
Yeah, well, that's huge. It's that hype compared with the hype for was it Terrell Williams, the defensive line coach for the Lions. Let both of these guys live up to the hype.
The thing about a shooting coach is, what have we heard the last few years? Well, they're working on Killian Hayes' shot. How's that worked out?
Didn't.
No. So you could have great theories, but players have to be able to incorporate what you're trying to teach and make it work, right?
This is true. This is absolutely true. But, 3-point percentages, I mean, there's a lot to be desired here, right? But can get better. Cade Cunningham got better from the year prior to this past season. He's 36%, 35.5%. Still not where you want it to be, but it's an improvement from where he was. Maybe take that next step forward, get closer to 40%. One of the reasons I love Fontecchio is because he can flat out shoot. Fontecchio shot 42.6% from three-point land last year. But Jaden Ivey's 33%, not good enough, right?
Nope.
Isaiah Stewart was actually 38% from three-point land. Would you take that from Isaiah Stewart?
Yeah, I mean, from him, yeah. They need a bunch of guys, though, that can spread the floor and open things up for Jalen Duren, for Cade Cunningham, maybe even for Ivy. I don't know.
Asar Thompson's going to have to be a better shooter, period, all around.
Yep.
And not just be a defensive guy. But I don't know. I don't know what the mix is going to be. Someone's going to be an odd man out because it's just not the right fit. No matter how much you keep trying to put it, it's a square peg in a round hole. It's not working.
248-539-9797. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox from Anthony in a mail truck. My champ is Scotty Scheffler. First golfer to win 6 events before July 1st since Arnold Palmer did it in 62. Chump Torque, the Mudhen, scored 20 runs yesterday. He had 1 hit.
Yeah, I saw that.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, Scotty Scheffler, damn good.
Another guy to keep an eye on in Toledo is Navigato. He's a shortstop. Now they're playing him a little bit in corner outfield as well, trying to get some more versatility.
Mm-hmm.
But he hits well and plays defense well enough, I guess.
Champ USA Soccer opening win over Bolivia. Chump, Fox coverage of Copa America, mispronouncing names and not understanding the rules. That's from Tom in Flat Rock. So I had that on. I didn't notice anything, but it was kind of video wallpaper, just kind of on in the background. And did score quickly and went on to win. So my champ is Ken Holland and the Oilers. Chumps are the Wings, Tigers, and the Gores. Lead Pistons. That's from an unnamed texter. Look, Ken Holland is doing something that people said wouldn't be done, and that's that he could win in a cap world. The critics like to dismiss everything he did in Detroit, said wasn't a cap.
He also went to one of the most talented teams in the NHL.
This is true.
But I don't want to take credit away from him because I like Ken Holland, and I think he deserves some credit.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, you know how tough it is when you're buying a car. You can't find a dealership open on Saturdays. Well, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield is open every Saturday, not just for sales, but for service as well. And if you're servicing your car, listen, the loaner vehicles they have available, they're going to keep you on the move. Plus, the service technicians, they work in an air-conditioned environment, so there's no sweating in that hot box and making them miserable. These guys are going to take care of your car. And listen, when you go through what we went through last week, you know that they appreciate that. It helps the techs stay focused on your car. And Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has one of the largest selections of new vehicles in Southeast Michigan. They got over 60 new demos that are available for sale that you can purchase a new vehicle for thousands less than employee pricing. And if you don't have employee pricing, Sierra Chevrolet Southfield has you covered as well. All new 2024 Trax vehicles at employee pricing for all. They have the best selection of used vehicles around. They're always going to give you the most for your trade. So go see Greg Brown and the team over at Sierra Chevrolet Southfield, where unbeatable service meets exceptional selection. They're located at 696 and Telegraph, and again, open on Saturdays just for you.
I'm going to say something and duck for cover.
All right. You have to use the P word again?
No. I liked something Tom Gores said.
All right. What was it that the owner of the Detroit Pistons and Platinum Equity?
Does he own Platinum Equity?
Apparently.
Yeah.
What was it he said that had you going, I like it?
Greatness is built on details. And I think it's true.
Like sticking to a script or notes?
I like the saying, the phrase, greatness is built on details.
On details.
You take care of the details. You take care of the little things. You give yourself a chance at greatness.
Making sure you get to a press conference on time.
I think if you're not buttoned up, I liked something he said.
I understand. Do as I say, not as I do. Yep.
I like something he said. Do you like the statement that greatness is built on details?
I don't know. I don't know if it is or isn't.
Well, I think if you take care of the details, if you're buttoned up and down to the smallest of things, I think you give yourself your chance. A chance at greatness. I don't think greatness is random.
I don't think greatness is random either, but I don't think that that's necessarily a correlation. I think sometimes people sweat the details too much and they prevent themselves from reaching greatness because they're looking, too much at the trees and not the forest.
Huh?
Forget it. They're looking so much at what's right in front of them, all these little things here, that they don't see the bigger picture.
I mean, well, you can always freak yourself out, but I think you try to be as buttoned up, as prepared, and pay attention to the details, and sets the foundation for success. But hey, look, man, I'm not. You got to go out and you got to execute it right.
Yes,
you got to execute it.
That I agree with.
Yep.
Execute it.
Mm-hmm.
Doug Karsh.
More feedback coming in the Karsh Anderson inbox. Champ, Detroit City Football Club for beating a team from Mexico's top division. Chump, NBC for booting IndyCar off TV and onto Peacock because they had the NASCAR race ran late. So last night I got home and I was like, okay, I want to watch this College World Series game. And I started flipping around. I couldn't find it. And I realized it was because it was already played. I thought it was a night game. And I did notice that where it said there was IndyCar, there was NASCAR instead. And I was like, what the hell? As far as
upside down world.
Yeah. As far as DCFC, I swear DCFC does one or two things a year that they're not supposed to do. So good for them. Good for them. Champ U.S. men's national team for getting what they needed to winning the Copa Cup. Chump Goris for ruining the Pistons. Well, look, he's trying again. He's trying again. But the problems that they have had in his era, you can't run from them. I mean, this has been a brutal, brutal stretch. With Game 7 tonight, we talked a lot about the most tense you've ever been while watching a game. Some feedback. This one I didn't expect. William in Bloomfield writes, 2008 Wimbledon final, Nadal versus Federer. Desperately wanted Federer to win because he lost in a fifth set tiebreaker. I don't think I blinked once the whole 7-point tiebreak. That's somebody who's vested.
That's in. You're into it.
Most tense game for me was 2009 Stanley Cup Finals Game 7. I was on the edge of my seat the whole game and unfortunately ended up in a 2-1 loss. Jimmy in Berkeley, game that stressed me out the most, Michigan versus Alabama, 2024 Rose Bowl. From an unnamed texter, Falcons fans had to be in a rough spot as the momentum of that Super Bowl started landsliding in the Patriots' direction. I would think we'd think about how the Lions blew a 17-point lead. Wasn't that Super Bowl, was it 28-3? I think it was 28-3. If you talk about everything on the line, and I say that the most tension comes from getting out to an early lead and not being able to maintain it, you start to have this panic because you think you're going to win when you get out to the early lead.
Yes. And then it starts to falter.
It was 28-3, by the way. Just got the nod of acknowledgement from Jimmy Powers.
Oh, here we go.
Our boss, who is a native of Georgia. Most tense game for me, Lakers Phantom foul game. I thought it was lost. Then they came back, and I thought they were going to win the game, and then it was stolen. That game was so stressful. Yep. And it felt like, that was before they'd won a championship. And you had to wonder if they were ever going to. The heartbreak of the steal by Bird, hands it off to DJ, lays it up and in. The heartbreak of Vinnie Johnson and Adrian Dantley bumping heads. The heartbreak of that game coming from behind. And you're just like, they're never, it's just not
his ankle.
Yes. You just felt like it was never, ever going to happen. We did this as a topic because of a Game 7 tonight. Game 7 tonight, one of the best scenarios in all of sports, is a chance to A one and done. Whole season comes down to 60 minutes. Can you imagine if this thing goes to overtime?
Well, that's, I mean, I hope it does.
Sure.
For the drama effect on this thing. Because, look, as much as I want Edmonton to win, because I want Connor McDavid to get this part of his legacy, he deserves it.
Yep.
It doesn't really matter to me who wins the game. I'm not that vested in it. I'm interested as hell. I'm going to watch. So I want what's best for me as the viewer. Go to overtime.
Yep.
I don't necessarily want double OT.
Why is that?
Because I'd like to go to bed at a decent hour.
Okay.
But make it an overtime game. Yeah, let's go, man. It'll go down as one of the greatest series in the history of the league.
Yep. Well, it's been wild, and it all gets settled tonight. Game 7, Stanley Cup Finals. It also is a reminder how far away we are probably from being in that situation again. Steve Yzerman, please put something together.
Yeah. Please develop the players that they have to become better players than what they are and perhaps exceed expectations.
All right, Rico Beard has made his way in. We'll ask Rico the question we asked to the audience. The most tense you've ever been during a game where it just was stressful and maybe you weren't even enjoying yourself because it was just as tense as you've ever been.
It was an Elite Eight game.
Yeah.
But it wasn't the Elite Eight game that I think a lot of people think of MSU Duke. It was a game that went to overtime against Louisville. It was in Syracuse.
Yeah.
And it took a minor miracle for MSU to get to overtime. And then they were down and somehow found a way to win that game. But my goodness, it was like in timeout, you're pacing. I'm just kind of pacing the sideline like, okay, I can't sit in this seat.
So it's funny because sometimes it's not the biggest of games.
Right.
That just hit different. For me, it was a Tiger game in the 2011 Game 5 against the Yankees. It was a first-round playoff series. Tigers jumped out to a 2-0 lead in Game 5 and then felt like they spent the next 8.5 innings hanging on.
Yeah.
And they did. They won 3-2. But in that little ballpark that the Yankees played in with the short porch and all the power hitters the Yankees had, Teixeira and Robinson Cano and A-Rod, I just felt the entire time that it's a bloop and a blast and they're going to be losing this game.
Yeah, those defensive struggles, man. They
Yep.
Those are the ones that get you where you find yourself pacing and just scratching your head like, oh God, come on.
Yep.
I may or may not have been feeling that way in the NFC title game as well.
I don't even want to hear it.
This guy.
I don't want to hear it.
I mean, come on.
I don't want to hear it.
You asked the question.
That's true. And now I realized I wish I hadn't.
How about this? Right. Did you feel that way in the Super Bowl?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, there you go. See, they lost that one.
Oh, no, Super Bowl. But pacing so much, I realized at the end of the game that I was going back and forth between the TVs upstairs and downstairs.
Really?
Yeah. I was
That's
so
a funny
stressed out.
little quirky moving between televisions.
Right. No, I was just like, I just started walking, and next thing I know, I was like, back and forth.
Is there a point in time that you're going to be back to being a Lions fan or no?
Probably not.
If the team continues their level of success, it's not going to.
No. I will be happy, and I'll sit there and say, yeah. I mean, I sit there and watch the Lions. I enjoy watching them win. But the Niners are just my team. It doesn't mean I do not like the Lions. A lot of people make it a zero-sum type of thing. It's not.
All right, what do you guys got planned coming up next?
Well, looks as if Tigers fans, do you really care? Because it looks like you may not be able to see your team. This whole Bally Sports Diamond programming, it's going to come to a head in a few weeks, and it does not look good. I said earlier, these things normally take about 48 hours, a lot of posturing, no, we want this. But in the end, both parties realize we need each other. This is going to be a full-blown divorce, and you, the viewer, you won't get to watch the Lions, the Tigers, at all this summer.
Well, at some point, it shifts over to the Red Wings and the Pistons.
Yeah.
That's where the concern is. I mean,
I think by then they'll have enough time to work something out. But for the Tigers, unless you're doing some secret backdoor stuff that you legally probably can't do.
Did you just say backdoor stuff?
Yeah, it's probably not going to happen this year for the Tigers.
All right. Have a great show, Rico. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Scotty Barnes is getting paid. He's inking a 5-year rookie extension that will pay out $20 million or $270 million, which makes him the highest paid Raptor in team history. He's coming off his third season in the NBA where he averaged 20 points and 8 rebounds. The Florida Panthers are looking to avoid being on the wrong side of history tonight as they host the Oilers for Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. The Oilers find themselves in a 3-0 hole. No team has ever come back to win a series after doing so. Here's Panthers forward Matthew Tkachuk. The Tigers begin a 3-game series with the Phillies tonight at Comerica Park. Philadelphia is 1 win shy of the Yankees for the most wins in Major League Baseball right now. This marks the first time former Tiger Nick Castellanos will play in front of fans at Comerica Park since leaving Detroit. He did so in 2020 when there was no fans. Casey Mize will battle Aaron Nola on the mound. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:40. Finally, the Chiefs are planning to release Isaiah Buggs, who's facing charges of domestic violence, theft, and animal cruelty. Buggs played 2 seasons with Detroit in 22 and 23 as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Sting will play us out. All right, Monday, 2 o'clock. Nice to have you with us. Rico in an absolutely electric polo shirt today. This is exciting. We have a lot to talk about.
It's just a shirt.
It's beautiful. What is that, cyan? A little magenta? Now, we are going to get to something because I have never been happier in my life than to tell you Steve Yzerman's a liar. And that's a compliment because Kenny Cott has hockey news at 3. Stevie lied to us, and we love it. Lie to us more.
Kenny was right.
It's exciting. We're going to get to that at 3. Don't be celebrating yet, Kenny. Also, we have to talk about your baseball team, but in a different way. Now, work with me. I'm not even focusing on John Paul Morosi planting the flag and saying, hey, you're sellers. I think we all know that. This team stinks. But I wanted to focus on a piece that kind of flew under the radar, and it highlighted everything going on with your television set and your favorite baseball team, and the fact that you're not alone. There are 15 markets like this, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, but we broke it down, and I want to ask you a question. That the Tigers being sellers at the deadline, and in all likelihood, if you believe this article, you're not going to see the Tigers the rest of the season on your television. How much do you miss it? Or are you even bothered? Because there is an element of the fan base in this town, Rico, it feels like they moved on the minute it happened, and they just went, see you later.
For the first month, it was a strain. It was a struggle. You were trying to figure out, do I want to buy into the app? Is this going to come back? But yeah, they started losing, and interest got lost along with the losing.
So let me read a couple paragraphs to provide some context. And then I want to talk to the people, because this truly is a perfect storm of, look, if this team was in contention, it would matter more. But by the time are we a month from training camp? July 23rd sound right?
Yes.
Yeah, roughly.
They report on the 24th.
Yeah.
So the fact that the team isn't good, the fact that they're selling, and the fact that they're not on TV, boy, the minute the Lions start to have articles and highlights, I don't think anybody cares.
No.
Comcast customers who reside in the markets where each of Diamond's 12 baseball teams play have been shut out for 2 months, and it will likely continue to be all season. That's kind of the headline. High-ranking league executive, speaking on the condition of anonymity, called the Comcast situation, quote, brutal. They won't move off their demands. Exclusivity provisions won't allow MLB to offer a streaming option for local fans. And Diamond Sports Group won't make up for the loss of the revenue. So this is a real hat trick of delight. A confirmation hearing is scheduled for July 29th and 30th, at which point a bankruptcy judge could determine whether Diamond will move forward as a business or shut down entirely. Past few weeks in bankruptcy court have seen reps from MLB, the NBA, and the NHL all expressing frustration for over a lack of information about Diamond's financials. None of the leagues believe Diamond can remain a sustainable business without Comcast.
Right.
So if they were to emerge from bankruptcy, ML teams would simply maintain their pre-existing RSN deals. Well, previous paragraph says they can't continue to run as an existing business. It's the type of revenue that's going to be difficult, if not impossible, to replicate elsewhere. Those are ESPN's words, not ours. So I wanted to ask you guys the question that if the Tigers disappear for the rest of summer, the fact is summer just started. July, August, those are the dog days where the Tigers are background noise.
Yeah.
They are on your television. Or, please listen, it's free, 97.1.
Yeah, but they are summer background noise. Summer background noise.
But now,
when they're like games like yesterday, oh, we're winning, I'll watch.
But now, it sounds like the combination, this is a nightmare scenario, truly. A, they're going to be sellers. John Paul Morosi had audio. We could play it or I'll tell you what, bump back at 250. I don't need to hear from him right now. But I'd like to know from you guys, if this update is real and this baseball team is gone for the season, what is your level of bother? Or is it a 0? Have you simply moved on because the product is not compelling anyways? They were loosely, in a fringe manner, involved. And now if you look at the standings, don't just look at the games out of the wild card. Look at the fact that there are 7 teams tied or ahead of you. See, all those other teams a couple weeks ago, you're like, oh, we're better than the Rangers. No, you're not. And now Scherzer's back. Oh, the Astros are dead. No, they're not. They went 8-2 in their last 10. They're ahead of you. Boston is on fire. Like, you start to see where this goes.
Yeah, Boston 8-2 in their last 10 games.
But what is your reaction to a summer where there's no baseball? They're not even going to be on your TV at all. That even if the kids do get called up, even if Dingler comes up, even if, what if in an unforeseen manner, and I'm not saying it'll happen, but like, what if Jackson Jobe got a call up in September? Like, you're not going to see it.
No, I think at that point is when you'd have people just trying to go down to the ballpark because it's like, oh, okay, I hear he's going to be playing. I think the care factor is gone. I think that because they're bad and, you know, it's like, okay, well, maybe I miss watching Skubal pitch, but he hasn't been pitching that great lately. There's not a lot of draws to make you want to just put the money down on the app to watch this game. This team's not entertaining. They're not fun. They're good for an 11-run game, you know, once every 5 or 6 games. But other than that, it's watching them lose a 2-1 game and just disappointing you. So I think that the care factor is waning with each loss that they get. And as soon as the Lions start camp, I think at that point, the focus will turn to NFL football and the college football. And you might as well end the season in Detroit. So, yeah, and especially if they start selling off pieces as well, that's the white flag. Good luck trying to get people to buy in. Yeah, if a young prospect comes up and makes his major league debut, yeah, it's just where you call up and say, hey, Mike, want to go down to the game because we could probably get tickets cheap.
Couldn't disagree more on that angle, but I don't care to argue it. Ain't nobody going to that park to watch this team play. The numbers speak. The numbers speak. They're 25th.
I'm not saying get the Diamond Club behind the seat.
It's the Home Plate Club. Watch your mouth. And it's the 1901 Society, mister. 248-539-9797. But report this weekend from baseball executives, the expectation in the sport is you're not going to have your baseball team on TV the rest of the year. And when you combo meal that with they're going to be sellers, which means no more Jack Flaherty, Cannon or Shella, who gives a damn, but whatever. The point is, are you already checked out or is that the final straw? Because, I mean, look, in all seriousness, even when the team's bad, you flip them on the TV. They're background noise. It is the soundtrack of summer. Please listen, it's free. But just, I would love to know if, and maybe people are already saying it. Maybe people are already fully checked out. I don't know. That's part of the reason you and I thought the Tigers were totally tone deaf, announcing the Home Plate Club and then doing the whole 1901, buy your
package,
tickets now. And it's like, what?
You get first crack at playoff tickets. Woo! Mike, you get first crack at Beyonce if she walks in the club.
Winning. 248-539-9797. David, what was when you ran through the piece, was there any amount of sadness with this?
Not at all.
No, you're just numb?
Not at all. I am numb to it because I do think that many people already think that, well, they're not investing in the team, so why should I invest on trying to find them or buying the Bally Sports app when they're not investing in the team that I want to watch?
Well, and I'd argue they haven't. Sorry.
Oh, no.
I don't think people ran out to get that damn app because the app's an atrocity. The app's horrible.
You're not into British basketball?
Oh, commercial break in progress, and it's that basketball noise or a hockey puck getting shot. Make it end.
I feel bad for the people who are the hardcore fans who really just want to watch this team. And this is what they did every summer, and they can't. But other than that, I do think that you probably had a small uptick in people getting the app and then said, I can't do this.
It's awful. Well, that's the problem.
I mean, when Kenny gets his from, where do you get yours from? Tibet?
It's Barbados.
Okay.
He bootlegs it from Barbados and reroutes it through Haiti. Okay. Kenny's illegal streams or something else. But let me say this. There's also a discussion in here of what could happen if Diamond goes out, and I don't think it's a fix for the fans. Because all it is another version of the Bally app. There would be a potential of an Amazon Prime deal. Well, how does that help any of us who just want the effing game on our TV? No. September's your month to do this. No. Okay. When I'm looking for Navy Rutgers on Peacock.
No. Mike, here's the thing. At least the quality will be better.
Wow.
And Amazon it's already on most smart TVs, so you don't have to download it.
I can't flip channels.
Oh, no.
Wah!
No.
Wah!
That is not a wah. That's not a wah. That's a legitimate
wah. I did flip the channel right now. I gotta go out and then I gotta go back in.
People, support me. That is not a wah.
That's a wah.
That's a legitimate sports fan gripe. David, go ahead.
No, but what I was going to say is, and I hear everything you're saying, Rico, about the diehard fans, and I get it. Yes, there are diehard Tiger fans. But I will start feeling bad if come their hearing and they're gone. What are Red Wing fans going to do when you have a team going for something?
Well, and again, the NHL and the NBA, I know
we don't lead out the Pistons.
We don't have an NBA team. Friday was evidence of that. Thank you for moving the press conference to an hour late. Rico, read something. We're going to get with the calls. And I'd like some support. That was not a wah. Wah. That's a lovely falsetto. Just read something, will you please? Wah.
You know what? How fitting. You want to save on the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming.
Wow.
X marks the spot now through June 30th. Get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just $15 a month more, you can add the Stream Saver that includes Peacock, Apple TV, and Netflix. That's the Xfinity internet and Stream Saver for just $35 a month. All your favorites all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead, binge some shows, stream some movies, and save money on at the same time. More watching, less spending. X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, go to 1-800-XFINITY, or just go visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Currently $56 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV, and prices are subject to change.
Thank you, David. Summer driving season's here. It's a disaster. 18-wheelers, construction, all of our roads getting worked on at the same time, and a ton of accidents. If you are injured in one of those accidents, you need to call injury attorney David Femininio. Him and his team ready to help you right now. And David doesn't take a fee until he wins your case. You could speak to David personally right now by simply calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website, getpaid.com. Yeah, I know, because it would actually be bold. That's John Paul Morosi. But look, that's the background, right? The team being sellers, that's background. The headline was the ESPN piece where they talked to league executives, and the expectation, first of all, the situation is brutal in 15 different markets, and you're not going to have your baseball team the rest of the year. That there's really very little chance your baseball team's back on TV. And all kidding aside, I think Rico was unfair to me with an illegal wah when I thought it was a legit sports gripe. Hold on. Yeah, clear your throat to do this.
Wah.
Yeah, there you go. Lovely. It's beautiful. It's angelic. But I wanted to know.
Ready for greater life.
How much does it make you sad, to be honest? Because even if your baseball team sucks, there is an element of having a ball game on the TV. There's an element of that being a soundtrack of sorts. Or even if it is...
Mike, there's an element of, hey, they just scored 6 runs in the first inning, and you just turn on the game to watch Akil Baddoo hit a 2-run homer.
What are you doing in my car? The other angle, though, is the solution to this, even if it was resolved deep into August, could be Amazon Prime. No. The answer is no. We want our game on TV. Please. David, ticket text, and we get to the calls. What?
I grew up in a time when the Tigers were only on TV 40 times a season anyway, so not much concern over here. That is John in Lake Orion.
The old Sparky and Al show.
Oh, my. Someone says the Tigers blow. They are boring. Score more than 2 runs a game, and I'll watch. Until then, I'll watch House of Dragons. Team Black all the way.
The worst part with this team is they score twice a month. They score 2 touchdowns. 13 or 11, and then it's the space between 0, 1, 1, 0, 2.
So you're not buying into just the negative 6 point difference?
That's fake as word that rhymes with duck.
11 and 2
Chuck.
counts?
Chuck.
Fake as Chuck. Go ahead.
Chuck's real.
No Tigers means more time with the kids and on the golf course. Someone say, didn't the Tigers already disappear? That is from Sam.
Okay. Guys, it's asking the question. Let's go to the people, see what they've got to say about it. Steve, 97.1. What's up, Stevie?
Hey, guys. How's it going? Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir. What's up, Steve?
I'd say, Tigers have always, baseball's all about nostalgia. So, unfortunately, being 47 years old, I've only experienced 1 championship. But the Tigers were always on TV, WDIV, Channel 4, K-Line and Cal. It's permanent background on it. So it is very sad to not have them be a part of your summer. And it's my kids to experience that, to just, always having a baseball game on, and the highs and the lows of coming in the room when you hear the crowd cheer and seeing what all the fuss is about. It's going to be missed. I miss it already.
Yep. And again, Steve, if they bring it back late in the year and now it's an Amazon Prime thing, that doesn't fix anything.
Correct.
It's a better quality, and at least it'd be easier to watch it than the app.
No, it is. It's a sad day, and it's not only baseball that's going that way. Like somebody mentioned earlier about having to
jump around on Peacock to find something, and it's just gone nuts.
College,
That's old man Mike.
You know what? Hey, you want to be lazy to start the week, your business. You label me a boomer. Just do it.
Seriously, it's not. How hard is it to go from one app to the next?
It's not about the difficulty. It's about the disdain. I don't want to do it.
Okay, that's a difference. You made it sound like, well, you got to go here, and then you got to go. Okay, now you just don't like doing it.
No,
that's
because
different.
once again, flow chart of why I just want to flip channels. That's it. I don't want.
You should market that.
The flowchart of what? But it's the truth, and I know people support me, but they won't call because they don't want to get made fun of by you.
I'm not going to make fun of you.
You need how many different apps am I going to need this college football season? It's ridiculous when I already pay for the channels. 2. Bull.
Paramount and Peacock.
And Amazon Prime.
What's on Amazon? That's NFL. You said college football.
All football.
Okay.
Things paid with pig guts.
Oh, well. Yeah.
Yeah, uh-huh. And things.
Amazon. Okay,
Yeah.
so 3.
And what are these?
Netflix.
What are the, thank you. Got an exclusive.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Oh, yeah.
Christmas Day. But you're watching Netflix on Christmas anyway.
Go to hell.
Just Netflix and chill and watch the NFL.
You can celebrate Jesus' birthday in hell. 248.
Jesus has a special deal on Netflix.
And he can keep it.
Get
Go
that
to Rich.
Star of Bethlehem deal.
97.1. Rich, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good, Mike. How about yourself?
I'm okay. I'm just frustrated with my man over here, but that's all right.
It's Monday. Pace yourself.
Hey, I agree with you 100%. I just want to flip the channels. I do not want to have all these apps. This one wants $6. It's only $8. It's only $12. It's like, it's ridiculous to have all these things just to watch a game.
Right, yes, and that was the premise of the ESPN article was the Tigers being one of the effective markets. If they disappear, even the solution, which by the way, Red Wings, Pistons, no slander please, or the Tigers, what is this new TV deal? The revenues will never be the same, and they floated the idea of Amazon Prime, and I'm going, Rich, I'll be damned if I got to go to Amazon Prime in the fall now. You got to be kidding me.
I checked out when I had to get a Bally's app. That I was done.
Yeah.
I listened to it on the radio.
And we appreciate that.
But Rich, because it's free. Here's the thing about, at least with the Amazon Prime app, there's other stuff you can watch. Like the Bally Sports app, you only buying it for one thing and one thing only, to watch this team this summer. At least you can watch other shows and do other stuff with Netflix and Peacock and all that other stuff. I know.
Will Netflix go at a premium price for sports?
Yes. Yeah, that's mixed in there. You're going to pay more.
Hey, Rich, you like how they pass the savings on to us, the customer?
Oh, yeah. It's wonderful, Mike.
I know. Rich, that's my thing, too, by the way, for all these, I don't know, we got a weird culture in this town of people who want to defend billionaires. But ask yourself again, while they get to make more and more money, charging you more and more money, why is it they never have to put a product on the field and actually spend more and more money? Ain't that a coinky-dink?
That's the way business has been doing it for years, Mike. I got you. I'm with you on that.
That wasn't for your spine.
No,
it was
I
in the ether.
No, I've been feeling the negativity from you
not at all.
since 2.
I just hate being told that it's a wah. Like,
it's a little bit of
if
a wah.
If I had the Tigers on television tonight, I'm flipping between Tigers, Stanley Cup Game 7, and MLB tonight. In the new world, Rico world we'll call it, or wah world, I would have to be locked into the Tigers, and then in order to go to the Stanley Cup, pinwheel, log out. Are you sure? Are you still here? Check box.
Or
heart emoji. Now I'm finally over to the game, and it's an ad for a razor.
How about this? Because the team's under 500, put them on a laptop. Set the laptop next to you, and then watch the hockey game.
All of these things are unnecessary because I have a back button. Bing, bing, bing. Maybe I'll mix in some Shawshank. Bing. Brooks was here. Bing.
And,
dead.
Right.
Bing, bing.
And on the laptop, there are the Tigers.
No.
And there was no Bing.
I want the Bing.
You don't want the Bing.
I love watching TV that way.
Oh, no. It's fun watching it that way. I'm trying to give you solutions,
I don't
Mike.
want them.
Okay,
Stop
fine.
messing with my sports, you greedy scumbag.
It's a drug, and people are just going to keep going back.
No. You know what? I hope MSU football goes streaming only. Then I never have to see them again. Do it.
You'll still watch it.
No, I will not. The hell I will.
You watch the Tigers, don't you?
Weird. It's almost like I do a radio show.
And that's why you'll watch MSU.
Nobody cares about State. Don't
You'll
you
watch
get
it.
it? They didn't
And
go through the adversity
out of
like Michigan
out
did.
Of spite.
Wow. All righty. I knew I could stop him dead in his tracks right there,
No,
David.
I was going to say something, but it ended up being a drop.
That was a blow dart.
They brought the Oregon State goggles with them. I was going to say something else.
You know what? Let's just keep it moving. Moran Buick GMC. Great car pricing. Summer is here. 24 GMC Sierra 4-wheel drive crew cab, $310 a month. The Buick Encore's $222 a month, 36 months. Moran, yes, they have Yukon Denali's in stock. Let's get involved. Best pricing, because at Moran Buick GMC, you get the best price, period. No excuses. It's Moran Buick GMC on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
I had to give Mike a tutorial on how to flip between watching streaming and the television channel. So he's getting there. David, a couple ticket texts and we'll get to the phone calls. 248-539-9797.
Just knowing the Tigers are on gives you a just knowing the Tigers are on gives you a viable option of something to watch on TV other than the same bull. I do totally miss it, good or bad. Someone else says, Mike, it makes me sad and mad that my Tigers aren't on TV now. I have to become a boozer going to the local pub to watch them, Jim, in Chesterfield.
And again, like when I was younger, like as a kid, the Yankees were terrible, but they were a part of summer. They were. I look, I'm not making fun of the team. It's just the idea that if the ESPN report is right, you're not going to have them on TV, and I don't know what the future holds. If they end up going to a streaming platform, that's a disaster. It's a total disaster.
And here's the thing. In all seriousness, I'd rather just be on a local channel, but at least I think that streaming app is a step above the app that they're on right now. So is it perfect? No, but it is better than just watching commercials for British basketball.
To the people, shall we? Dave is up next, 97.1. Dave, how you doing, buddy?
Good, Mike. Thanks for taking the call. Hey,
Yes.
Love the Shawshank reference. I get crap from the wife all the time because whenever it's on, I can't seem to change the channel. But
It's on
Dave,
every night.
I was about to say it's mandatory. It's on at least 5 nights a week.
Yes.
It's something we can all count on. But let me give you a little insight into some of the roller coaster with the boys and, on the group text before the season started. I think there was a good level of excitement. Torque had a good second half. You get Riley back, Miza's back. You sign Colt Keith to this deal. You got Carpenter, on and on. I mean, there was who is going to show up and who's going to take that next step. Can we get to a point where in July we're buyers? This is even before Flaherty turned into a total beast. Obviously, Scooble's there. And then you get that first month, the bats are slow, but the pitching is elite, top in all categories. The bullpen's doing its thing. And then, everything seems to go downhill. Torque is down. Guys are getting sent down, getting hurt. And Bally's goes away, and there's really nothing to look forward to. And it basically squanders what maybe was our best offseason acquisition in Jason Benetti. I mean, between Dickerson and Benetti, we have arguably a top 5, if not top 3, broadcast on TV and on the radio. Benetti's got some other things to do. So then we're going to get Dickerson on TV, and now it's gone.
Yep.
And the only thing that's working out is that the team is so bad, I don't feel like I'm missing out on anything.
No.
Like one of your ticket texts said, more golf, more time with the kids, whatever it is. And, we're just, the boys we're checked out. Like, call us next season, and
that was
maybe
part of
we'll get excited again.
That was part of the piece too, Dave, was, okay, what if the solution next year is Amazon Prime? I don't think that's a fix. I think that's a disaster.
I'm with you because Rico, maybe you'll have to give me a tutorial because going in and out of app to regular TV is a total pain. Going to Apple, going to Prime and back, like even on these Thursday night football games, you're locked in. I can't avoid commercials and go watch Andy climb through 3 miles of crap to get to freedom because it just takes too long. There's no back and forth.
Dave, it's possible, especially if you got Xfinity, I can give you the cheat code of how you can get from the app to the TV, and it's almost streamless.
Almost.
I
think you're a liar. Let's go to Ryan, 97.1. Ryan, how you doing?
Pretty good. How you guys doing today?
Good, Ryan. What's up?
I'm calling today, one, because this is the worst team I've ever witnessed. I've been watching baseball religiously since 95, probably missed 3 games this year total between innings. And watching this team this year, I mean, I have DirecTV, and I'm canceling it today. I literally cannot sit around on a weekday night, whatever it might be, and enjoy watching this team because there is nothing to watch that is enjoyable. They don't hit. I mean, the pitching is good, but you can only watch good pitching for so long. When the bats are just dead, you're going to have 4 or 5 game droughts where, they're struggling to just score a run. And there is literally zero being done to improve this team. Every move that I see made, I don't see help for at least another 2-3 years. And they're expecting fans to pay to watch this when, frankly, it's the worst MLB team we've ever had. I would compare it with the 2003 Tigers.
Nah.
Their OPS at the plate, actually, for the 2003 Tigers was higher a couple weeks ago when I checked than this current team is right now.
I think, Ryan, I can meet you in the middle. Just say they're the least entertaining. Now, I can't comp them to a 43-win team now, but I get your point. I do. It is something where You're right. They're hard to watch. They don't play fundamental baseball. They don't have power. They don't have speed. They don't get on base. You're right. Good pitching is only so good unless you're watching a Paul Skeens on a nightly basis where it's electric, or when Ohtani was pitching. That's different. I agree with you completely.
I agree on the entertainment issue. I mean, it's definitely even some of the worst teams you'll see in the league, you see Washington out there, at least they run a bunch, do some things to mix it up, cause some chaos on the defense. But this team just sits stagnant and just waits for something to happen.
Yeah, and then
it's never
twice a month, they'll beat up a gas can, put 12 runs up, pervert their run total, and make it look better than it is.
But the Dimitri Young Tigers?
No, I had to stop that. No. He went a little far, and that's okay. I had to stop it.
Shout out Eric Munson.
Oh, God, those teams. Eric Munson, one of the only players to put it in the camera well. All right, let's go to Chip, 97.1. Chip, how are you?
Hey, good, Mike. How are you?
Excellent. What's up?
Good. No, I never thought I'd wait on hold to defend you, but here we are.
Oh my goodness.
I mean no disrespect, but you are 1,000% correct. If you need a tutorial to flip between sporting events, something is wrong in the world. That is the most inefficient way to watch. You want to be able to move freely between events, and the streaming is not. It's just not going to do it. It's just not.
Well, Chip, you can move free-ish, not freely, but close.
No, see, free-ish. You're that's like going back to 1973 when I had 5 channels and I had to get up and change the channel with the channel locks because the knob was broken.
Right, you were your father's remote control. Chip, go change the channel.
I was.
Yes, Dad.
And I was. And I
was too, Chip. So that's why I know.
I was the antenna also.
Yep. The coat hangers.
But but we don't want to go back to those days. Mike didn't have to have a tutorial when he put the clicker in his hand for the first time.
No, you know what I like doing?
Back.
Hey, Chip, this is the beauty of TV when you buy the sports package. Noon hits. I go to my menu. I hit sports. I hit college football. And look at this. I got logos of every game. And now I'm going to go, I'll take this, and this. I got 7 games in my noon rotation. I don't have to log into anything. I'm ready to go.
A potpourri of sports beauty.
Right. No. But let Rico tell you that you got to do a retina scan and a blood draw, and you got to go over to the Peacock.
You only have to do one retinal scan. Just one.
It's the worst.
And then you're locked in there. How is that deflating? If anything, he is. I'm trying to help the people out. You help the people out. You're a deflator.
As Kyrie Irving once said, I'm a voice for the voiceless. I am there for us older folk.
What if I got you a sage candle? Would that make you feel better?
If it meant I never had to stream a football game again, what's happening? David, hold on. Turn his mic off because he's just mean. David, am I wrong that if they take the Tigers, if they're not back on television and Amazon Prime is the long-term fix, that is not a fix?
I'm kind of on Rico's side here.
Go ahead, David.
I see
Sing
what
your
it is.
song, David.
I see
Go
what
ahead,
it is.
David. Come on.
No.
Yes. It's all my fault.
Completely out of line. You and that magenta shirt. You know what? I'm going to talk to the people.
Did we ever put that other drop in there?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
What?
Don't worry about it.
Oh. All right. I'm excied, though. Do I get to hear it at some point today?
Oh, yeah. If we ever talk about Joel or Gus, it's more fitting for that.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. I can tell you where that's going.
Just 2 words.
Okay, then. Summer. It's here. Your schedule's busier than ever. And guess what? Kenny Cott is in the Hungry Howie's Development Kitchen again. Here are the 2 Kenny Cott pizzas this month. Rico, you ready for this? Tell me this isn't Kenny after 17 beers.
Is this the mac and cheese?
This is even zanier.
Uh-huh.
Pickle bacon ranch pizza. And immediately Kenny's face lit up. He's like, Oh my God. I'm like, okay. Or the backyard burger pizza. See, that's a thing,
I like
though.
that.
Okay, so now it's a Rico beard pie. It's got the burger, red onion, bacon, dill pickles. I mean, these are just.
I always order a double. Yeah, okay, I like that.
All right.
I'm
Well,
in.
listen, great, because now you can pick up either of these.
Okay.
And your choice of flavored crust, $14.99 each, limited time only. And again, sounds good to you. God bless. Have a party. HungryHowies.com or download that app today.
I'll eat it with Costa.
Fine. Costa Choli, limited time only at Hungry Howie's. All right, touch the table briefly. A little bit of football. We got some NFL news. A little round table. David, some music, please. Let's get to it. David, if I may, could I offer something to the parish? In the least surprising news to ever be reported. Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy is, quote, growing tired of Jerry Jones and being undermined at every turn, close quote. Rico, your surprise face.
Wow. I didn't see this coming at all. I mean, those two were just hand in hand in every step trying to get the Cowboys to get back to the Super Bowl. It's not like
Stunning.
every year he threatens his job.
Right here, right now, even money, plus 100, FanDuel, Mike McCarthy to be fired. If I offered it to you, would you bet your hard-earned money that Mike McCarthy is not the Dallas Cowboys head coach? Start at 25.
I would bet that he would not be the Cowboys head coach. Yeah,
Okay,
there's
good.
too many big names out there, and you know Jerry Jones loves his stars, so yeah, he's going to try to work on that Belichick deal. I can see it now.
David?
Yeah, before I get to the bowl predictions, let's just bring this up and talk about it. Isaiah Buggs has been released by the Kansas City Chiefs.
There's my next
arrested
surprise face.
Twice in less than a month.
What do you want me to say to it?
Basically, he just said it. You're not. This is
No,
not,
you know what
Lions
this is?
dodged a bullet.
Right. Sometimes you sell your stock, and the Lions couldn't have sold at a better time because not only some pretty heinous things. Just go ahead and use the Google to find out, but not a good person.
So let's finish this off here with some more bowl predictions. We'll close out the bowl predictions here. Let's start with this one. Drake May, not Michael Penix Jr., will make the fewest starts among all rookie first-round quarterbacks.
I'm going to say no because I still think that's going to be JJ. I think JJ may, and even Minnesota has come out and said they want to redshirt him. They don't want to play him at all to try to acclimate him to the system and get him to learn the plays. In other words, he's not picking it up, and he's nowhere close to being ready. So I'm going to say no on that, and I'm going to say JJ is a quarterback who has the least amount of starts.
I'm with Rico on that. I just don't think you can put JJ out there. He's a project. He's a developmental player. He's nowhere near ready, and it's a really hard adjustment to go to the NFL, but it's even harder when you don't know the other team's plays. David?
I'm not playing that today. Yet again.
Hold on. You don't get to play nothing. Factual. JJ went up on that TV saying why we had to start doing it.
Like, what's the defense? Who's that guy running it? That's called a safety, JJ.
Seriously, is anyone going to tell me what they're running?
That's what I'm not playing. I'm not playing that.
Too high safety.
I got to go meditate.
What does that mean?
So Baker Mayfield has yet another offensive coordinator, yet they predict that he will top 4,000 yards for a second consecutive season.
I'm not so sure on that one. Look, Dave Canales got his career back on track. I don't think it's as easy as just swapping out Canales, who's now a head coach, for new guy. I mean, okay, here's where David makes fun of me as a Baker defender. How many years has he played in the league? Is it 5?
I think
6?
it's 6, yeah.
He's had 6 OCs.
Yeah.
Like, by the way, the year he got thrown out of Cleveland, he played with a torn labrum. Why? Because he was trying to sacrifice himself for the team. I like the kid. He's gutty.
Yeah, I think, you know what? He's still being punished for those commercials. That's it, where he walked around Cleveland Stadium and everybody's like, oh, you think you're better. But he really goes out there and he really tries his best to be a team leader. He leaves it out on the field. It's all the stuff here in this city that people love from their Lions. He actually gives it to you. He just plays for the Bucs.
But I think 4,000 with a new coordinator, I get a little leery about it.
Yeah.
That's all.
Unless you're just going to flat out abandon the run.
Well, we'll see about that. The Cowboys, 10.5 wins. Niners, 11.5 wins. Dolphins, 9.5 will struggle to get the over on the projected win totals for DraftKings.
I agree. No, I agree. I think the Niners have questions, especially with a little bit of drama and an aging O-line. The Cowboys, you don't win 12 games a year every year, and they're a mess. They did nothing this offseason. And with the Dolphins, Waddle's never healthy. Tua wants a contract, drama there, and it's a tough division. So I'm not mad at any of those.
I can see the Dolphins is what?
Dolphins are at 9.5.
I think the Dolphins can hit the over.
Okay.
Because the division is not that difficult. And when the weather is warm and they're rolling, you saw last year they were putting up 70-point games. Not saying they will do that again, but yeah, as far as the Niners, it's really going to be the first 4 games. if you could brush aside all of the things that have gone on in the offseason, that's a professional team. And it's like, okay, put the noise aside. We'll pick it back up after this season is over. Cowboys, no, I think they'll go full Cowboys.
Well, with that being said about the 49ers, bold prediction, the Rams will win the NFC West.
I don't see that. I know Stafford and the Rams look like, they kind of resurged, but I don't know if their defense is going to be that defense that they had back when Aaron Donald was leading that. So they'll put up a ton of offensive points. They got some great receivers, but I don't know if they can stop people.
This next one includes your boy, Mike. It says the Week 17 matchup between the Titans at the Jags. That game will determine last place in the AFC South.
I'm not mad at it. I think that division has gone from being a joke to being a bit of a bitch in 2 years. I mean, when you look at it, Houston's nothing to play with. I think the Colts, Richardson could be anything he wants to be with the tools he has. You know what I think of Trevor Lawrence. The Titans are the one where, yeah, I don't think much of them. But I'm not mad if you told me the Jags struggle. They don't fix the protection. Or, God forbid, Lawrence gets hurt again. And he played through it last year with a high ankle sprain. So, yeah, David, I can't bristle at that.
Joe Burrow will win the MVP.
Why not?
I mean, I think you could probably I would pencil him in as comeback player of the year. MVP means a lot of things have to go right. And I don't know if he's going to be that guy. So I'm going to say no for Burrow for MVP. Yes for Burrow for comeback player of the year. MVP, I'm kind of interested to see what happens in Philly with Jalen Hurts. Now that you added Saquon, now that you have all your wide receivers under contract, and it looks like everybody's happy, you bring in Kellen Moore to run the offense. I look to I would put my money on Jalen Hurts.
And I think they're saying it because of this one. The last bold prediction we'll talk about, the Cincinnati Bengals will make the Super Bowl. Well, they will lose to the Detroit Lions.
Oh, let it happen.
Wow.
God, that would be amazing. Not mad at either one of those. Why would I freak out about the Lions making the Super Bowl? Of course they can.
Hold on.
And the Bengals?
But if that's the case,
yeah,
wouldn't Jared Goff be your MVP?
Yes.
Not of the league.
And then people like Jim Costa would be forced to leave the city of Detroit.
Oh, Jim Costa's giving him Goff a bunch of love. Like, oh, he got married and now he's just one ring down, and nobody's had a better summer than Goff. But no, I'm thinking if the Lions have made it all the way to the Super Bowl, just the fact that it's so new that I think people would buy in and Goff would end up being the MVP rather than Joe Burrow.
And that is in football today.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Major League Baseball released their second round of All-Star players appearing on the ballot, and once again, the Tigers were shut out on the position players side. That features 10 players per position and 20 total outfielders. The Tigers face the Phillies tonight. Casey Mize opposes Aaron Nola, who carries a .354 ERA into play today. Pregame at 6:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. 4-star wide receiver Jacob Washington is committed to Michigan. Washington hails from Louisiana and is a 2025. Trajan Langdon Friday said there's no timeline for hiring a head coach after the firing of Monty Williams for the Pistons. If Kenny Atkinson was on their list, he might just have to be crossed off as he's nearing a deal with the Cavaliers. Pelicans assistant James Borrego is the other finalist in Cleveland and is now expected to be a top target for the Pistons, according to ESPN. Game 7 of the Stanley Cup playoffs is tonight. Edmonton is looking to secure the reverse sweep with a win on the road and become the first team in all of sports to win the series after being down 3-0. The Panthers are favored by a goal and a half, however. Face-off set for 8 p.m. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock. Nice to have you with us. I want to get to the callers. We have Red Wing news. Kenny called Steve Yzerman a liar, and it was a compliment. And we were lied to, and we're happy about it. Mm-hmm. The Wings are a dark horse to make our goaltending dreams come true. We'll get to that momentarily. I want to read something, though. And I want to expand upon what we were talking about to open the show, Rico. ESPN had an expansive piece. They talked to people kind of behind the curtain of the MLB television rights kerfuffle. It's a total disaster. And basically all of the plans of, all right, maybe you'll be without your team on TV for a while, but they'll sort it out, are out the door. It sounds like, according to the experts, Diamond Sports cannot be a functioning business. And this is headed to chaos. And it's impacting not only Tiger fans, but 15 teams around baseball. But think about now you have NBA teams and NHL teams that are furious. You can read all of this at ESPN.com. So here was I want to read something to you. And I want to just see where people are at with it. So from the ESPN.com piece, it says, if Diamond emerged from bankruptcy, MLB would just maintain the pre-existing RSN deals, which, by the way, they'll never see again. These pre-existing RSN deals are worth a lot of money.
Right.
Money that no one's really willing to pay for this sport on a local level. So it's the type of revenue that will be difficult, if not impossible, to replicate elsewhere, according to industry experts, which is why Rob Manfred has stated a preference for teams to get paid through the life of the deals. That's the ideal scenario, but one that is no longer feasible. The worst case isn't that those contracts disappear, but rather Diamond emerges but on unstable ground, prompting more of the same uncertainty that clouded last offseason. And if owners continue to cite unstable RSN deals as an excuse for not spending, it could stain the next deal. Somewhere between those two, ESPN writes, lies the MLB's pivot plan. Now take a listen to this, and it's probably not executable. MLB would try to house all media rights under one umbrella rather than having teams cut their own RSN deals. Well, you got a couple of problems. Teams like the Yankees, the Mets, the Dodgers, the Red Sox
got their own sweetheart deals.
Right. Why? They have ownership stake in their RSN.
The Yes Network.
Yeah, they're not giving up that sweet, sweet revenue. But let's for a moment say they did. What they would want to do is maintain a linear cable product so we'd get to flip channels. Not a wah, legitimate fan gripe. I want to flip channels. They don't know.
I like how you're doing it with your hand.
All right, so now
That's
we don't
5-star right there.
Right, we don't even know what channel, by the way. Just a made-up channel. That's where it would go. And then they would have a central streaming deal as the home of MLB baseball. So basically, it said in here from one executive, there's going to be like 25 teams that might go with it. And then there'll be like 5 who are going to be a really tough sell. So long story short, that's probably not going to happen. So here's the question I want to put to you, the Tigers fan. It sounds like you're not going to have Tiger baseball the rest of the year. And all jokes aside, that's sad. Because whether they're good, abhorrently bad, or just shockingly mediocre, baseball's the soundtrack of summer. Having a ball game occasionally on your TV, it's part of summer in Detroit. It is. Mm-hmm. But I want to expand this. Let's say this ends up in the middle. And let's say the issue with Comcast is not solved. Pistons, Red Wings, Tigers. And the only way for you to watch those 3 teams is to pay for a new Amazon Prime sports package. Are you buying it? Because look, they can say they want to land the plane on a linear, local, we're going to have a cable. They don't even know what the channel would be. Diamond Sports is fighting for their life. There's already a deal brokered where the name would change from Bally to FanDuel. But if it goes away, because it's not a sustainable business, let's say that their fix later in this piece, I don't want to read more than this. Rico, there are executives from the NHL and NBA saying time is running out. Like, if there's any delay in the court proceeding, do you realize your Red Wings won't be on TV?
Yeah, you've now entered the fall, and now we start off the season for the Wings and the Pistons, kind of like we are for the Tigers.
And understand, look, this is not my forte. I'm giving you what I read from the piece. So let's just operate in this hypothetical space that your teams aren't available in the fall. That the Tigers, Pistons, and Wings, you have to buy Amazon Prime. You have to pay for a sports package to watch your 3 teams. Not the Bally app. Amazon Prime. Are you doing it? Because I truly believe, I know you're different. You're Moses the shepherd over here. I believe people are going to draw a hard line and go, we're done.
See, I think people will go to Amazon Prime because it's because it's still on TV and it's not a bad app. Most people already have Amazon Prime because they get tons of packages delivered anyway. So you already have this.
But that's ordering deodorant. That's not watching a game.
No. But you already own access to this stuff. So it's not like you're paying anymore.
No, you're going to have to pay. Oh. You're not getting that for, no.
Okay.
No. They're going to bang you.
Okay. All right.
So my question would be.
You would still do it.
If this summer, no.
Not you, but people will still do it.
So the headline at 3:00 is Rico thinks you guys are stupid.
No, that is not. No, that is not the headline.
That's what I heard.
That's how I heard it. Kenny, how'd you hear it?
I think he called everybody stupid.
That's how I feel.
No, it's not. What I'm saying is, what you can say is, he thinks that sports is a drug, and you guys are going to miss it, and you're going to want.
Did you just go third person on the audience? You can't go third person.
What? Sports is a drug?
You just said that he said, you're he.
No.
Okay. You know what? Strike that from the record.
Strike that from the record.
248.
Rico is saying this. Rico is saying sports is a drug. You will watch it. You will complain. You will be upset.
Okay, but
I don't want to do this.
But your case study is right now, people are not watching the Tigers and they're not buying the Bally app. So if this plays out where streaming becomes the bleep pivot plan because they don't have a linear cable package lined up, it's a hypothetical. I'm asking the people because part of the topic we did in hour 1 is, are you even sad that this team has disappeared from your TV? And I think people are.
But see,
I am.
But here's the other thing, Mike, because there's other things on there. Like if you want to watch some NFL Thursday night games. No, Mike, it's all a part of the package, whereas the Bally app was on an island by itself.
What about the British Basketball League?
You only bought it for the Tigers. If you get Amazon Prime, there's other things that you can also watch other than just that. And you're hoping that the Wings, because here's the thing. If you took the Wings out of the equation, I don't think anybody buys this for the Pistons. But knowing that, you know what, this Wings team could possibly be a playoff contending team, especially if they make the right moves.
You know what people will say?
You'd buy it.
No, then I'll watch them when they make the playoffs.
You'll just buy it later.
248-539-9797. Huh?
You'll just buy it later.
No, I don't have to. Playoffs won't be on that.
It'll be that in
No.
February when you're like, oh
No.
my goodness. good
No,
day.
I'm
Our
telling
flag
you the
season.
amount of people, only the Kennys, the hardcore hockey guy or hardcore NBA guy would pay to watch their team. I think a vast majority of people will go, I'm out. I am not doing this.
Right. Well, is it because NFL is king? Because
Yes.
somehow or another they found their way.
That's your drug.
Okay, no. But if you're going to watch that Thursday night game on Amazon, then guess what?
No.
You can also flip over.
No, you're
and
not. You would have to
Why
pay
not?
for this.
It would,
it's free.
it would be a separate subscription
So it's
within
separate-
Amazon Prime.
Wait. So it's separate from the NFL stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, completely
That's
separate.
ballsy.
248-539-9797.
Okay, now, you know what? You have a different argument.
I'm trying
what,
to
Mike?
communicate that.
Mike, Rico will stand down.
Yeah, and while I and while I probably don't count in this because I am a diehard sports fan, I would get it to watch the Pistons because
David,
I love.
Do you have $3 in your pocket? You can go see the Pistons.
I love.
David, for $10, they'll let you be Minnie Hooper.
And for 15, you can sit next to Mason and do the introduction.
But I don't want to always have to go down there. I want to sit
David,
on my couch and watch
They'll
them.
come pick you up. They will. They'll send it over to your house.
I would get it, yes.
248-539-9797. We are going to go right to the people next. 97.1.
You've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. Well, this fall, Specs at LTU is going to be offering classes in broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications taught right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech by instructors like myself who work in the business. And with a hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. But as I stated, classes are this fall and they're starting to fill up. So what do you need to do? Well, if you want that career in radio, TV, or you're a graphic design artist, I ask this question. What are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, and you will learn more about the different programs and everything that you're going to need to become a member in the new broadcast world. That Specs at LTU can help you achieve and start that path. Got to go to that website, though, ltu.edu/specs. You'll learn more. And then while you're there, make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Companies out there advertising BOGOs on AC and furnaces. Nothing's free. There's always a catch. You want a fair deal. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical's got you covered 24/7. Locally owned over 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. And Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They'll beat any price. Now you bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace, you can save yourself up to $2,000. Fast installation and great same-day service. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. Okay. Television, two ways. A, it sounds like your Tigers are not going to be back on TV this baseball season. Does that even affect you? Or are you just so checked out? Fine. Guys, leaving the smarm aside, I think it's very sad. Baseball on television, it's a soundtrack of summer. And I don't care. I grew up with garbage Yankee teams. They were still on TV in our house. WPIX, Phil Rizzuto on the call. Team was absolute ass. MSG with Bobby Mercer. Like, they were bad. But it was baseball. And yes, even when the Tigers are bad, it's baseball. Part two is, look, this RSN thing is a problem. The NBA and the NHL are freaking out as well. So I put a hypothetical out there. What if they can't get a full-blown linear cable solution ready in time for the fall? Because the courts are dictating a lot of this. Well, what if it is now you got to pay to watch all three of your local teams? And not through Bally, because Bally would be out of business. Through Amazon Prime. Mm-hmm. Are you running to watch that? Well, no one's doing it for the Pistons. Now, the Red Wings, I still believe you need to be a Kenny Cott. A dyed-in-the-wool hockey is my number one sport guy. So we're just talking to the people about it. 248-539-9797. Katie, 97.1. What's up, Katie?
Not much. I'm the one who a couple weeks ago said that we should trade for Bobby Witt Jr. So,
oh boy.
Yeah, I know. Our shortstop that's on the IL. So I apologize for that one.
That's okay. So what do you got on this? What do we have on the TV angle here?
We shell out Comcast. We give Comcast probably $200 and some, and it's sad. I mean, I put it on the radio sometimes, like if there's nothing on, which is most nights.
We appreciate that.
And at least there's no SEMO. I get a break from him, but yeah, it's sad, and I would.
If you have to pay, if you have to pay to watch them in the future, and it was on streaming, would you do it? Probably just in the spring.
Okay.
I
mean, if I could add up all the stuff that I'm paying for, we have Prime, Apple. We just got Apple for the Gyllenhaal show.
No, just wait till Rico sells you the college football streaming package, Katie. Just wait. You'll have 11 different apps you need.
Just two.
Going to Brian on a cell, 97.1. Brian, what's going on, buddy?
11 different apps. You're right. It's going to be the Henry Rowan Gardner Funky Butt Lovin' app to the Hawk Tua app. I mean, where does it end, Mike? I can't do this. I can't log in and log off just to watch a different channel.
No.
I hate doing that with Amazon Prime. Thursday Night Football, it was a disaster. And quite frankly, we don't have the internet speed to keep up with it all. But, they're going to screw themselves over. It's going to be just like Blockbuster Video in the 90s. And everyone's going to turn into it, and they're going to find something better. They just will, because no one's going to put up with it or pay for it.
Brian, I just wonder, it's a very private equity way of doing things. It's all greed. And I'm with you, Brian. Totally. I feel like we're hitting a point where I think fans are going to start biting back. Not NFL related. Rico will always win that argument. But for the Tigers, Wings, Pistons, Brian, they better be careful.
Right. Like Rico, when you were 40, who was the coach of the, what was his name? The Bears and the Dolphins at the time?
Dave Wannstedt?
Wannstedt, there you go. Yeah, it's like the 84 Tigers, Shay. And you're not going to go and watch this Harvey Bars and his 178 average, Shay. It's going to be the new spokesman of everything.
All right. Listen. So again, I'm with Brian on this. In that I don't know where we went with Wannstedt. There, we'll just keep it going. The point I'm making.
Idea what just
I don't know. I don't know. Hey, listen. You know what? Maybe I'm missing the reference. That's okay. Okay. Let me ask you this question before I go back to college. Do you believe there's a line in the sand where people will say enough?
No.
Wow, you really are the devil. I want you to know that.
It's not. Here's why. Because for every it's like when they raise season ticket prices and they know there are going to be some people who say I can't afford this, but there are going to be people who say I'll take those tickets, and the business keeps going.
Cutscene: a tumbleweed just blew through Spartan Stadium. 248-539-97.
You know what? They'll still get their money.
No, they won't.
Mike,
no, they won't.
Okay, here's the thing. They won't ever close it down because the place is empty.
No, it's not. No, that's a straw man.
You're saying tumbleweeds are blowing through. That means it's empty.
Okay.
That's a reference for empty.
15 years ago versus today, the attendance is down.
Yes, Mike, the attendance being
Look at
down.
Florida. Look at the University of Florida. Their attendance is in a linear decline.
The attendance is, yes, I'm not saying that they're going to sell out. I never said that. But the season ticket people, they'll find a way to get somebody else. If your team is winning, you'll pay for the drugs. If your team is losing,
right,
you'll say, you know what? I'm good. I'm going to go to rehab.
Red Wings don't win. Pistons don't win. Tigers don't win.
Then this thing will be an abject failure.
And that, to me,
in this city.
That's the problem.
But let's just say the Wings catch fire and the Pistons find the unicorn in the draft. And no, we're speaking hypothetically. I'm saying then all of a sudden people are going to want to buy the app.
They better find a way to get these games back on television and no streaming. You can offer the streaming. Rico can have his 8 monitors up. I'm sure you're watching games on your little virtual reality headset walking around your house nude. You do whatever you like. I just want the games on TV. Click, click. I just want the game. If they don't find a way to get these games on TV, it's going to be a disaster locally.
It is, but Mike, as you're seeing, more and more networks are saying, hey, why don't we just go to streaming and do this? Whereas, yeah, kind of the guy made a reference to Blockbuster, and then all of a sudden they said, what if we just start downloading stuff? And Blockbuster went out of business.
I think, okay, the streaming thing wouldn't be that big of a deal if I was only streaming. If it all resided on one platform and I could change the channel, not with a pinwheel and a passcode.
I understand. And to that I say,
oh, you son of a... Walked right into it. I thought he was being sincere with me.
Nope.
I thought he was too.
Oh, nope.
Okay. David.
Someone says, I can easily afford $25 to $30 a month, but I refuse to buy an RSN subscription because I hate their service model.
Yeah, and again, I want to be very clear. I am pitching you a hypothetical. A lot of the ESPN article is showing you what the MLB, NBA, and NHL want, and in the same breath telling you it's the least likely scenario, and then showing you the pivot plans, which sound like that's not going to work either. And the NBA and NHL are worried about, wait, our seasons start like tomorrow. So I'm just asking, hey, if you had to pay for a streaming-only model while these 3 leagues figure it out, would you? I am not saying this is what's going to happen, but it's a conversation that's different than I'm sad the Tigers aren't on television, which I am, because baseball belongs on TV no matter what Spaceman over here has to say.
No. I've said, I think that they should get this thing resolved and get it back on TV. I'll take the Amazon Prime because it's a gigantic step up from where it is right now. But yes, I'd rather it just be a part of your cable package and you could just watch the game and Mike can just click from here to there and here to there to
so
here to there.
satisfying. All right, let's go to Chad, 97.1. What's up, Chad?
Hey, Mikey, thanks for taking the call, Rico. You hit the nail on the head with actually why I called, Mike. You just said it. You said, if everything is in one app, it's fine. And I'm experiencing that right now. So I just recently relocated to Florida to be with my aging father who's working on 80. And the idea of him living in a nursing home with me being halfway across the country, I couldn't stomach. So like the guy in Grandma's Boy who referred to his roommates, parents as roommates, my father, half the discussion before I moved down about the move was about what are we going to do cable-wise, TV-wise. And I still have DirecTV, right? At home, I had the satellite, and I could rifle through channels. I had what's called their version of MLB TV as extra innings. Mm-hmm. And DirecTV had a feature where you could there was a bar, and you could set the rotation of the last 4 channels you were watching, plus the one that you were on, which I would utilize during college basketball and football like crazy. I would rifle through games. I mean, I had it all figured out. Who was playing when? I had a no commercial policy. It was beautiful. So I come down here, no satellite, so I have to stream my DirecTV. I had to get the MLB TV app. So all the games are on that app. So when I'm watching MLB baseball, it's fine. I can rifle from Yankees, Orioles, over to Mets, Reds, or whatever, Red Sox, Reds this weekend, whatever it is, and it's fine. But here's where the issue lies, and this is exactly what Mike's been talking about. Say the NHL Finals are on like it is tonight. Correct. I have to leave the MLB TV app, go into my DirecTV app, go up to the guide, then go through the guide, go up to channel 7 to find the Stanley Cup Finals. By the time I've done that, the ball game I'm watching is back from the commercial.
See?
So it makes it incredibly difficult. Now, when I'm just in the MLB app and I'm just watching Major League Baseball, it's fine. But once I have to leave that app, it's a damn nightmare.
That's right.
You know
and
what,
then,
Chad?
What if American Gangster's on FX? And I want a little blue magic.
Chad.
No, forget about it.
Chad, because you're taking care of your father, I won't hit you with a why, because I think it's admirable what you're doing.
A selective
way. Oh, Rico, I'm ordering a lamb burger and French fries, an extra large over here. I mean, I am.
But yes. You're going to miss action either way. Even if you're flipping back and forth, it's like, oh, man, they just scored. I missed that because I was watching somebody at bat. It happens. Unless you put up multiple TVs, you're going to miss some things. That's just that's the nature of the game.
Chad, if it goes streaming only, and let's just say the nightmare scenario happens, the July 29th and 30th hearing, there's a delay put on it. They want to give Diamond Sports more time. It impacts NHL and NBA, and they do a Hail Mary solution. Amazon Prime is where you got to go, and you got to pay to watch your local teams. Would you do it?
Okay. Normally, Mike, I wouldn't do it. But since Amazon Prime offers Mayor of Kingstown, I would do it, just for that. But normally, hell no, I'm not doing it. It's not an issue for me because I have MLB TV, so the Xfinity thing's out the window for me, so I don't care. So normally I would not do it, but since season 3 of Mayor of Kingstown is on, I would do it just for that. But if there was no new season of Mayor of Kingstown, absolutely not.
Okay. And listen, here's my thing. And I'm speaking to David because I can't even look at this guy right now.
Why not?
No, I gave you your flowers. Chad said, "Wow, they got a show I like."
Yeah.
But the point I'm making is, I can't believe I'm saying this. If they raise the price of having your local teams on your cable system, no one would care.
Yeah, that's a no. Yeah,
no one would care. They would just go, all right, whatever. It's $3 more a month. No one would care. That's where they missed the mark. You know what? I'm not even going. Yeah, I'm just going to read something. Turn around. Wheel your chair around. I don't even want to look at you right now.
You've heard, and that's mean.
It's Northfield Lumber.
You can sit out on your deck and go, wah.
Get some new tracks. The largest Trex deck outlet in the country. It's Northfield Lumber. Get some today, and you can just wah to the clouds all summer long on your brand new deck. They have more Trex in stock than anyone else. It's right in their warehouse, mile down the road. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. You won't wah about that. It's very simple. And if you need someone to build it, they'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. So all you need to do is call Northville Lumber today or simply go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Former Pistons GM Troy Weaver has already found his next landing spot. He's heading to be a senior advisor to the front office of the Wizards. He's expected to be officially on staff in time for the draft.
One born every minute.
The Tigers lineup is in. Here's how they'll line up in Game 1 against the Phillies tonight. Matt Vierling leads off and plays center. Colt Keith bats second at second base. Keith's hitting .385 in his last 10 games with 5 extra base hits and a pair of home runs. Riley Green to follow, then Canna, Perez, or Urshela in the middle. Henry Malloy will DH and hit 7th. McKinstry at shortstop to follow, and Carson Kelly will catch tonight. The NBA draft begins Wednesday. The Athletic released their latest mock draft, which has the Pistons trading out of the 5th pick in a deal with the Grizzlies, which would send them to the 9th selection. DeJon Solon is the projected pick. Quote, since taking the Pistons job, Langdon has been publicly clear he wants to select an outside swing with the Pistons pick, be at the number 5 or elsewhere. Solon would be that at 6'9" with a long 7'2" wingspan. Solon improved drastically over the course of his season in France, end quote. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 97.1theticket.com.
David, couple of ticket texts. We've got Red Wing news, and this is all positive, all complimentary. Kenny said Yzerman was a liar, and he's thrilled to be proven right, and it's the biggest compliment. Steve, lie to us more.
Yeah,
we
told us don't believe the hype.
Kenny's going to break something down. Now, here's the key. Can he see it through and get this damn thing done? Now, we'll get to it, but I am all aboard. I don't know what the hockey elite's going to say because they just bitch and cry about everything.
Are you all aboard? Then they're not going to like it.
No, they'll hate it because they're the hockey elite. It's like Tigers elite. They're happy to wait till 2028 to win a game of consequence. Well, yeah. I'm not.
Well, yeah. I mean, you were right about Mitchkov. He's here.
I don't have it on the board anymore, but our Russian mystery man is coming over.
He's
Big
coming.
news today.
I saw that over the weekend. Like, ha ha! That's the guy.
I remember all the hockey elite. He'll never come here. His visa will never clear. See? Good. I hope he scores 60 goals on your ass next year. All on the Red Wings. I hope he scores 60 against the Red Wings. 2 against everybody else. David, ticket text, and we go to the callers.
What a year that'll be. The idea of streaming was for people to cut the cord and save money from cable. Now you have so many streaming apps to watch anything. The price is becoming similar.
Yeah, it was very similar to the whole NIL. This is going to pay the players, and then it just...
Where's my Nick Young gif? Let me show you my surprise face. You mean the scumbag networks that Rico's in bed with said, wait, people think they're going to save on this? But wait, there's more.
Can't wait till I get my share of this next contract.
Someone says, nope, not buying, no way am I doing that. Another person says, I just canceled Amazon, so no, I don't want a piece of anything they offer me. Absolutely not. The stream sucks on Amazon, someone says. Yes, we already have Amazon Prime, so I will buy the Bally option.
I think it's going to be interesting. Let's go to people, see what they have to say. Go to Matt, 97.1. Matty, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how are you guys this afternoon?
Good, Matt. What's up?
Good. Well, listen, I think you got 2 different arguments here, and I'm going to try and separate, at least the way I'm looking at it. Is one on with Major League Baseball themselves. I thought they missed an opportunity back in the 94 work stoppage or 93 work stoppage to actually get together to have a unified contract for the networks, and that would have resolved some of this problem that they had with all the regional powers and all negotiations going in there. I thought that was the opportunity where it's like Major League Baseball could have actually stepped forward and said, hey, we're going to operate like a league like the NFL and operate and negotiate together, and that would have brought balance and everything else to the league as a whole. So I think they missed that opportunity.
Correct.
Now, that being said...
Hey, just like they missed the opportunity for a salary cap.
That's correct. That's correct. So they went with the revenue sharing model with the tax on there, and it didn't address the actual need. But my thing is with Amazon Prime. So I live in South Carolina now, so I kind of stream everything to keep up with my home teams. Listen to you guys almost every day, So it's like you kind of get used to the streaming thing. But my thought is with Amazon Prime. If Amazon Prime, let's say, was the one that came forward with the network and said, hey, if you want to watch all basketball and hockey, or even just all hockey, at what point could a streaming service actually just say, hey, we're going to buy the entire league, and then you can just watch it on our service. You want to order materials, it's on our service, and everything else. I think that's the path it's going down. Somebody's going to simply buy the entire league and be done with it.
Well, you know what, Matt? I'm curious because you may be on to something because, at least with baseball, if they could get, even if they just got 25 of the markets to all agree, that means you got your choice to go in and out of 25 different games.
But it has to be unilateral.
While you're on the Amazon app, you can just watch any of the 25 teams play.
Correct. That's my thinking on it. Like, if you want access to it, fine. Watch the entire league. And if, a team like the Yankees says, well, we don't want part of that because we make too much money on our own. Well, who are you going to play? Because the other 25 teams are on this, and we refuse to put our teams on your network.
Well, no, that's part of
do?
the thing. And again, fellas, all I'm telling you is what the executives are saying in that ESPN piece, which is it's everyone or no one. They can't move forward with 25. It has to be everyone because the MLB has to reclaim the rights. Mm-hmm. The very reason your team's not on your television, 15 other teams are dealing with it.
So basically, the Yankees could be playing the role of Notre Dame football.
Correct.
And just say, you know what? We like our deal.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yankees, Mets, Dodgers. I think the Red Sox own a part of their network, and it might be one of the Chicago teams. I forget if it's the Cubs or White Sox who started whatever it was, Marquee Sport. I don't know. The point is.
That would be Chicago Cubs.
Okay. Tremendous. Hang the W. Losers. All right, let's 248-539-9797. I'll get more to calls in a second. David, a couple of ticket texts. I know we got to do a football today briefly. And then, Kenny, at what point are you going to be ready to deliver a comprehensive hockey report?
I was ready at 2 o'clock, man.
No, I mean in a serious manner.
Absolutely.
Have you sobered up? Are you ready?
You know what? That's a flag, okay?
Kenny's been ready for a while, Mike. That microphone is getting swung over and not with his hands.
It's just certain things you can't say. David.
I'm not doing it, and I don't have Prime today. Won't ever have Amazon Prime. I'm not buying Amazon Prime to watch the Detroit teams. I simply don't care anymore.
Let me ask you a question. If it came to a la carte, let's say Rico got his dream state and you had to buy your team's games where it was like Michigan football for the season was $49.99 or $59.99. Would you pay to watch just Michigan football?
Yes, I would.
You would?
Yes.
$99.99.
Yes.
$149.99.
No,
yes.
but see, you want to know why?
$2.99.
No, because Michigan football is good. I mean, you saw that with the NFL package. When it first came out, it wasn't that expensive, the NFL ticket. And then all of a sudden it kept expanding and trying to see, what if we took it to 200?
But
what if we took it to 350?
And I know, and now it's $500. But see, like, I'm also a case study, and this, I know I'm probably the wrong example. I'll just beat Rico to the punch. I'm so used to not watching the Giants, I don't miss it anymore. I don't care.
Right, but
the Lions are the team I watch.
But let's just imagine that the Giants were on the precipice of a Super Bowl. Now
you're funny.
No. But Mike, if that was the case, now you want to watch their games. It's why you want to watch the Lions, because they're good. It's why you're like, yeah, the Pistons, I'm good. I don't need to watch them because you know they're not going to win.
Who cares?
Right.
All right.
But that's why David will pay $250 to watch his team.
I want to see David go to his wife with a $249.99 invoice, and then she serves him with papers.
David is just going to pay the bill. He won't even ask her.
Oh, because it'd be from the general fund. He wouldn't even tell
Stop
the church
it. No,
or his wife.
Stop that.
What? That's a classic move. No? All right. When it's an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that's special. The idea of David stealing from his church is just too enticing for me to avoid. You need to fix your tax problems. Maurice and Jerry, you need legitimate representation. Whether it's personal income tax or payroll tax, you need Abraham and Rose, not some organization with random people answering the phones. You need attorneys with experience who will craft a plan and fight for you. That's what Abraham and Rose are going to do. Save you time, your money, and hopefully your headaches. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again. All right, let's check in on a little football. Did the pro earlier. Now we'll do some college. David, what do you got?
So we're going to go through the top 10 most expected dominant teams in 2024. This is according to computer models they have gone through for the entire season. There's a couple teams not on this list that we can have a discussion about in a second. But number 10, Missouri.
Look, they're one of these teams no one pays attention to, but they're a complete pain in the ass. No, they're not Georgia, right? Now, I know they gave Georgia a scare 2 years ago, but Drinkowitz has got a hell of a program. They've got a sleeper NIL fund down there where they are crazy money. And look, Brady Cook is a unicorn. Quarterback who stays at school and starts 50 games. They got NFL weapons. David, they're absolutely a team, but their season hinges on that showdown with Georgia. You're not getting out of the East if you can't beat Georgia. Or our division's gone in the SEC now.
You are right.
Oh, another thing Rico ruined.
I'll try. I wake up every morning and think, how can I tick you off, Mike?
Number 9, Tennessee. Man. It's tough.
Never been a big fan of Tennessee because they just every year you want to believe you're like, okay, maybe they can turn things around, and then they always just disappoint you.
It's also a lot of this comes down to a totally unproven quarterback. The kid whose name I can't pronounce from L.A.
Nico I.
Yeah, Ramalama Ding Dong, whatever it is. Look, if he's this unbelievable, next Hendon Hooker for them, sky's the limit. Heupel's an offensive genius. But that offense is all timing, and it's all accuracy. I got to see it to believe it with him.
And even when I bought into them with Hendon Hooker, then he goes down, and so did their season.
I'm sensing a theme here. Number 8, Oklahoma. Another SEC team.
They have their lowest win total in 30 years. It is set at 7.5. I don't know what they were doing paying Brent Venables an extension.
6 years. Bad. Put it this way. Bad year to join the SEC.
Yeah, because I think they are going to have a rude awakening. I think Texas is much better equipped.
Had they stayed in the Big 12, I think that number would probably be at least 9.5. Yeah.
I think we just became best friends. You want to do karate in the garage?
Next on the list, number 7, Notre Dame.
I have to stay out of this because I'm a slap for Marcus Freeman. I'm always going to be optimistic because I think he's a very good coach and a very good recruiter.
I am as well. For Notre Dame, it just comes down to time management in the final 2 minutes of a game. Can you make the right moves, call the timeout, do the right thing? Because to me, that's the bugaboo of Freeman and Notre Dame is they play great for 58 minutes and then, stuff happens.
This next one, I don't think you really have to say a lot here because we know what he is on the show. Number 6 is Penn State.
It's James Franklin in a big game. Can't do it. Now, you show me the whiteout, and it happens to be the game they have to have. Different conversation.
Whiteout at night.
That's it.
No, whiteout at noon is not the same as the whiteout at night.
No. But you ruined that too, so it
that
doesn't
didn't
matter.
have an effect on the Michigan
game.
Look,
I don't trust Drew Aller.
It was at noon.
I don't trust Drew Aller. I got to see it to believe it.
Very fair on that one. Next on the list, number 5, Alabama.
I'm leaving this to Rico. He is Kalen DeBoer's PR agent.
Jalen Milroe. It really boils down to him. If he could turn out to be a Heisman Trophy candidate, not winning it all, but just in that discussion, I think Alabama keeps this thing going, and it proves that Kalen DeBoer knows how to groom quarterbacks. If it falls and it falls apart, then David, once again, I don't think DeBoer is going to be there that long because Bama fans will turn on him faster than Michigan did Rich Rod.
So the next 4 are very obvious. Ohio State is number 4. Number 3 is
Ohio State needs to give me a quarterback and stick with a quarterback. They have 3 that they can go with, which tells me if you get it right, then you'll be able to just win a ton of games in the Big Ten, and I think probably end up playing Oregon in the Big Ten championship game. But if they're struggling and they have to, keep playing the quarterback shuffle, that's going to be their biggest downfall this year.
Here's the other thing. Cheating aside, Michigan broke their spirit And I think they broke Ryan Day to the point where Ryan Day rants and raves about old people and threatening to kick Lou Holtz's ass. You got to show me. For Ohio State, the allure is gone to me. And the aura is gone. Michigan punched them in the face repeatedly, and they haven't been able to measure up. So, show me.
So, number 3 is Texas. Number 2 is Oregon. Number 1 is Georgia.
It's Oregon for me. I don't think the average Big Ten fan realizes what's coming to town. This is not Chip Kelly's Oregon. This is not all the finesse. Oregon plays bully ball on both fronts.
But see, it's funny, Mike, because I do wonder if Oregon can handle it week in and week out.
Handle what? This conference blows.
Maybe, Mike, but I'm talking about the traveling and then when the weather starts to change.
I'm going to give him one. Ready? Wah!
No, I'm just saying that's the thing that for Oregon. No, I think they're the best team. I've just never seen them do this before. So let me see them in late October, early November, go out there and still get it done because they got to fly across the country. Why? There's no why.
So let's close it out with this because I think there are 3 teams that aren't on here that maybe should.
Ole Miss,
Colorado,
Utah, Florida State, and yes, Ole Miss. Should you know Ole Miss should be there, Mike?
I feel like
Florida State or Utah, should they be there?
FSU's so reliant on the portal. I got to see what the hell these players look like. At least with Utah, it is a development program. Rising is back for year 50, and Whittingham is just, that dude's a witch.
I think FSU is going out there with the chip on the shoulder. They feel like they've been disrespected.
Wah.
And they play in the
Wah.
ACC. No, and they play in the ACC. So.
Not so fun getting wad, is it?
I don't care. It's the ACC, so they got a better chance of doing something. Ole Miss, good luck.
What? Arguably
That's
the best,
for you.
Arguably the best
that
dual
is
threat
for you.
QB in football, an NFL wideout room, and an offensive genius. Why not? It sounds a lot like UW, and you were in bed with them all last year. What?
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 And that is
Selective Wang.
Your college football blitz.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Doors of Southeast Michigan. The Tigers begin a 3-game series with the Phillies tonight at Comerica Park. Here's the upcoming pitching matchups for both teams today. It's righty Casey Mize versus righty Aaron Nola. Tomorrow, the ace Tarek Skubal takes them out against lefty Ranger Suarez. Wednesday's TBA for the Tigers, but they'll face their old teammate in Spencer Turnbull on the mound for Philadelphia. Hear the game tonight right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:40. Scotty Barnes is set to ink the richest contract in Toronto Raptors history, lasting 5 seasons. It'll be worth as much as $270 million. He's coming off his 3rd season in the NBA, where he averaged 20 points and 8 rebounds. Orelvis Martinez made his Major League debut for the Blue Jays over the weekend, logging his first hit, but that is going to be his last for a while. Martinez has been suspended 80 games after testing positive for a performance-enhancing drug. He is the Jays' number 2 prospect. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yeah, by the way, he's coming up. He'll be in Philly this year.
After 1 year.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. A lot of hockey elite
That
yelled
was
at
a
me.
great investment by the Flyers.
He'll never be here, you Italian piece of garbage. I'm like, wait a second. Guys, I just want to win. But Kenny has a hockey report. He called Steve Yzerman a lot. What?
No, I was just laughing at what you said, because whenever I hear that, I think of you calling Costa a fake Italian.
He is. The kid's a joke.
Hey, man, Chef Boyardee is a delicacy.
Right. He's also got a fake Aunt Rita who allegedly makes ravioli, yet he can't produce a single picture of a ravioli. He's a joke. He's not Italian. And I'm glad he hosted the Polish Hall of Fame thing, because he probably is Polish. Ditch the last name. Learn how to just get out of here. He ain't one of us. Get him out.
Go ahead.
Now let's get back on task. We have exciting Wings news. I want to bring Kenny Cott to the main stage, our own bearded Darren Pang, because Kenny called Yzerman a liar Friday, and it was a compliment. He goes, this is bollocks. This press conference is all a ruse.
Yep, guys, don't read into this. Trust me, I know there's proof behind what he does. He lies.
And it sounds like we've been lied to. Kenny, tell the people.
So Steve, as you just said, tried to play this off like this was going to be some ho-hum off-season where, maybe you putz around and get something, maybe you don't. But he lied right to your face when he said that. Because there's reports coming out of Ottawa and I believe Vegas stating that Detroit is one of the 3 or 4 teams interested in trading for Linus Ullmark, their goaltender. That is a quality starting goaltender. That's a big-time move. That is a big flash move. The only reason he's not starting in Boston is because they have Swayman.
And he's 6 years younger.
6 years younger. And the fact that even if they don't get him, because I know everybody's worried about not getting him, even if they don't get him, this shows you where Steve's headspace is really at. Because he can say all these things about, hey, maybe I don't want to spend too much and I'm trying to build this thing for longer. I know you like that one, Mike.
It's such a tired bit.
But it tells you that his head is, look, this is the window. And I'm going to lie to everybody about it until I get what I want.
I want to take it a step further. I don't think it's okay to not get him. The reality is he's the most gettable goalie. Like, the reports are the guy wants 7.5 or 8 if he ended up in Ottawa, right? Mm-hmm. If I have to hear another Red Wing fan talk about a goalie they've never seen play, who's a teenager or who's in the minors, as if young goalie prospects are any sure thing, my head's going to explode. All right, Kosa is supposed to be amazing. Great. The reality is he's years, plural, from even being a platoon goalie. Much less this guy that you imagine to be your Igor Shesterkin, who's going to start 65 or 70 games. Ullmark is the perfect guy, because here's what you got to do if you trade for him. You got to sign him. Right. Now I have runway. Now the pressure's on Ullmark, and when Kosa comes up, if Kosa's real, he becomes the luxury. He becomes the other guy. Then eventually the transition is, see you later, Linus, and Kosa's your guy. But what I can't do is have Huso and Lyon and any of these other stiffs back for another year. They're not high-level goaltenders.
So basically, if you do it right, you're Boston right now, where you have the goalies, and then you could eventually let one go. I get it.
Because what I'm not doing, I'm not done yet. No, you're fine. It's just what I'm not doing is what these hockey nerds want to do. Wait. Oh, we're going to wait for Bob Augustine. 2027.
We know what Allmark is right now.
Right.
This year, the average save percentage was 900 just about an even 900. He's 915 this year on a bad year.
And here's what it's going to help your team out, because now you don't have to score 5 goals in order to win games. It's very similar to watching the Tigers, where you're like, man, if you just had some bats, you could win more games. For the Wings, it was like, my goodness, I think the magic number was 5. When they scored 5 or more, they were winning.
I'll just say it. I don't care. Make fun of me, and I have no way to prove it. I don't give a damn. Okay? If you had Allmark, you would have made the playoffs.
Without question.
I don't think that's making fun of you.
Okay. No, the hockey nerds will.
Well,
don't worry.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not a hockey nerd.
You
so
don't chart your own course.
I'm a hockey nerd.
I do.
I'm not making fun of this man. I think what he's saying is 100% valid.
Now, what will it take to get him?
That was my
First-round
next
pick
question.
and
Center.
Berggren?
First round, probably a prospect. I mean, you have to imagine he doesn't have the most, or Boston doesn't have the most leverage with this, because they know they need to get rid of this guy. Right? So every team that's shopping for him.
Not an established player, but a prospect would be good enough.
I mean, Berggren's NHL ready. He's just not playing on an NHL team right now.
But it would be, okay, great example. I don't want to be picking at 15. I don't care about it.
I'd happily trade that pick away. If this is the result.
Pick 15 and a prospect that's not named Casper or Danielson.
Done. In.
Or Rob Pelinka, or whatever the hell his name is.
Vandine Pellikka.
Whatever. You keep talking.
His first name is Axel.
You talk about him like he's Paul Coffey. He's not even here yet.
Pelinka's got skills.
Wow. Rob.
First you got the Lakers coach, and now this.
The point I have to ask the people, though. Isn't this the move yet you have to make? We cannot continue in year 6 of the Yzer plan in the wilderness without a true high caliber. Now, again, Allmark's not going to start 70 games. He's not Patrick Waugh or Martin Brodeur or Grant Fuhr Prime. He'll probably start 55 games. That's what you're hoping for.
And then you can platoon him with one of these goalies who were presumably okay.
Yes,
just
no
fine.
Problem.
Because, I'm with you, and I'm not hockey elite, but yes, because in watching the Wings, you have to go out there and be able to win a 1-0, 2-1 type of game. I think he gives you that ability to get that done. Every game is not going to be you going out there just scoring at will. You got to win the grinders. Yes. I would go for this.
Where's my hockey elite? I dare you to not do this.
I think even furthermore, though, Mike, look at the rebuild and where it's at right now. You're about to sign Raymond. You're about to sign Seider. You signed Larkin. This is the window opening, right? You need to sign somebody or get somebody in here that helps you open that window. Allmark's the perfect answer.
Yes, because here's the other thing, Kenny. As much as guys would be like, oh, I want Jake Gensel, or oh, I want, the Reinhardt. Oh, I want... Guys, not happening. Not happening. I mean, right now, do you know what the conversation with the Rangers is? Are they going to give Igor Shesterkin $11 million a year? Yeah. Not happening. This is a guy that's attainable at a price point that, while it's not cheap, it's not egregious.
It's not going to break you.
Right. So, we need X. Well, who you going to get? It's not like Yzerman can call up the dream sequence phone and go, hi, I'd sure like Luc Robitaille in his prime. That's not happening. It's just not real. So here is something. What did Kenny and I say? We wanted a goalie.
Mm-hmm. He's right there.
But he's got to get it done. You have to make the deal, and you got to sign him. You got to agree to an extension.
Now, Kenny, do you feel better or worse that this news came out? Because Yzerman seems like somebody who likes to work in silence.
He does work in silence, but he's not the only person in this. If he actually wants to make a trade, the other team's media. Notice Detroit media didn't break this. This was an Ottawa story. This was a teams in the market for Allmark.
No, because the Detroit media is too busy telling you how awesome the rebuild is.
Well, if somebody leaked it, anybody, Boltman would have had it. So somebody would have been there.
We love Benny Boltman. Great reporter.
Ex Boltman, tremendous dude. Come on.
Listen to me. Do you agree with me, though, not good enough to talk about it? They got to get it done. Come on. This is why you got the guy.
I'm saying everything we said on Friday was be in those reports. Now we're in those reports.
Yeah, but I'm excited because I never imagined they'd be in on him.
I mean, there's a shot. They're one of the 2 or 3 teams that are ready for this.
And it fits.
What's the point you say no? What if Boston wants Augustine? What if Boston wanted Kosa? You would say no.
I'd be fine with that.
Hockey Elite is going to come for your head.
You know why? Because do you know what Kosa is going to be as an NHL starter?
No, he could
I don't.
He could be Eric Fichaud. He could be Patrick Waugh.
He could be Rick DiPietro.
Plus, goalies are head cases. They're like kickers. You can't trust them.
And Augustine is even further away. So
that's my whole point. I'm just saying if Boston wanted to pipeline, a young goalie behind Swayman, take their time.
We know what Allmark is right now. We're sure about that. We see the numbers. You can go year by year by year in the NHL and see what kind of a goalie this dude is. You can't do any of that with Kosa or Augustine. You can't even come close.
I also have PTSD, Rico, because my organization, my entire life, it's been one failed goalie prospect after another. Or if they actually found a good one, they traded him before he was of legal drinking age. It's called Roberto Luongo. Thanks.
I heard of him.
Yeah, we got him, debuted him at 19 years old. He saves 53 shots at Boston. A month later, we're trading him to draft a goalie at the top of the draft.
Milbury's the best, dude. You're over there picking at scabs. I can see it.
There we go.
248. Right. David, we have a technical difficulty with the board. We'll have to fix it. Hockey Elite, what happened? I can get full phone lines. People want to talk about their baseball team not on TV. We're talking about the Red Wings maybe going out and getting a very good goaltender in a bold trade. Nothing? Interesting.
Or wait, that's new.
The Cotbot strikes.
I was about to say, or maybe they just agree with you, Mike, and they can't come up with a reason to refute this.
Then agree. I don't care. Call up and be like, this is fun.
That's going to make your ego. No, they're not going to do that. The Hockey Elite hates you.
Why? Because I want to win too?
Yeah, but not in their style.
All right. 2029. It's going to be a great year.
Hockey Elite call up 248-539-9797.
And we mean that as a compliment. Lie to us more trades. Be number one. It's not easy. It takes years of experience, dedication, determination. Number one mattress purchased by millions every year. It's Serta. They got the experience, 111 years of it, making the world's best mattresses. They make them right here in the state of Michigan. Right now, during the 4th of July summer sale, save up to $900 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. Now listen, when I play the following, that is a compliment. We're saying the press conference Friday, he was just trying to trick all of us saying he didn't want a goalie, because today we do want a goalie. It's a compliment. It's not slander. Everybody calm down.
Right.
Have a little fun.
You want him to give you the GM speak where, look over here, but really I'm doing this.
I want to say this. I at a certain point, it's not good enough to just be in the conversation. If this guy is truly gettable, which he is, Boston has their answer in Swayman, who's 5 years younger. I totally understand it. Ullmark is really good. And even if he's coming to a team that is nowhere near as accomplished as Boston is, his good is superior to whatever Husso and Lyon are offering.
I think with Ullmark, you have an opportunity not just to make the playoffs, but to win a series or to see what happens. If he all of a sudden gets hot in that run, let's see how far you can go.
He'll launch you into a playoff chase.
Pick 15 in Augustine.
Done.
Ship it. Let's go.
See you. I'm in. That's great.
What if you need an extra prospect as long with Augustine?
You want to throw in a Berggren or whatever? That's fine. Just Mike, I think you outlined it when you said not Casper, not those guys.
Not Casper, not Danielson, and not your boy Palika Jones.
Yes, not Palika Jones. Yes. Other than that, I mean, yeah, you can grab something if you want.
Oh, God. Hockey prospects. What a world. Honestly.
It's like baseball prospects.
Go to the people. Go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, what's going on, pal?
Hey, how's it doing with you guys? With you two guys?
What's up?
So, I'm going to be that guy. I know you kind of called me out. I'm unsure about Ullmark just because Boston plays such good defense, and I think they're propping up their goalies. I mean, honestly, Swayman, Ullmark, they both had like historical seasons back to back, and Boston's defense is so good. I just feel like it's a little bit like Korpisalo last year when he went to the LA Kings and he was really good. The Senators brought him in, signed him. They have horrible defense, and he looked like a fish out there. But I will say there has to be moved this year. Simon Edmondson has to play the whole year. No more hiding the kids. No more doing that. They need to improve on the defense, and then I'm hoping that will improve our goaltending.
Hell, I wasn't calling you out in any way, shape, or form, Mike. You have every right to say what you're saying. And I happen to agree with you that the numbers would probably suffer. The whole point is, though, he is superior to whatever you have. And you can't just roll into year 6 with basically you don't like any of your goalies, and the ones you do like are years away. So, no, Mike, there's nothing wrong with what you said, but I'm still making the move.
Oh, it's not it's so tough with Yzerman because he always lies to the media, and you never know what's going through his mind. What the thing is, I think if they can shore up their defense for a year, they bring in Augustine, they bring in Kosa. Kosa should hopefully start in the next 2 years. It's tough to give up real assets for what you're hoping is a 1-year issue. You know what I mean?
No, and that's my point is you don't see.
Yeah, okay, you're going to sign him.
Now, this is where, sorry if I'm not qualified to say it. You don't know that it's a 1-year issue. It may be a forever issue. Look at young goaltenders in the NHL. No matter where they've been drafted. Does Thomas McCollum ring a bell? I remember when Jimmy Howard was supposed to be the business. The whole point I'm making is it is very hard to find a really good goalie. It often happens accidentally.
I was just about to say that.
Stu Skinner. The idea is you'd love to have your version of Shesterkin. Or hell, what Bobrovsky's turned into.
And even Bobrovsky wasn't linear. Goalie development is never linear.
Right.
As a Blue Jackets B-teamer, I saw him struggle mightily. So you can't just say, Kosa's going to be here for sure.
No.
Development is not linear. It doesn't work that way.
But you talk to a lot, and I'm not attacking caller Mike. I'm saying a lot of Red Wing fans, and I've heard hosts do it. It's Kosa will be here in 26. Will he? And even if he is.
Are you willing to throw away a few years of what you just had, where had you had a stable goaltending, you're in the playoffs. instead of, well, the season is over and you lost a game to the Phoenix Coyotes who aren't even there anymore.
I just don't think you can go, look, we're going to throw another year away. Kosa is not going to play up here, or if he is, he'll moonlight as the backup. Now, you want to go to 2025, open competition. At that point, you're projecting what you want to happen, not what you know. Anyone who tells you they know a goalie is going to be awesome, that's Boulder Dash. Because the smartest people in the world draft and try to develop these guys, and they get it wrong seemingly, Kenny, 8 out of 10 times?
You mean prospects aren't automatic?
No, I'm saying
prospect
goalies in specific.
Right.
You're lucky if you nail 50% of goalie. That's good. That'd be amazing. If you could half the goalies that you draft be like, that guy is going to work, that guy's not. No, it's probably more closer to 70%.
So my whole thing is, it's a great problem to have if I have 2 really good goalies, especially when I cost average them. And if I'm paying Olmark 7.5 and I'm paying Kosa in biscuits, that's a good problem to have.
It balances. And by the time Kosa develops and you got to pay him,
wheel Olmark out of here.
And Olmark is probably going to be good for Kosa's development. Being a solid NHL goalie, he can learn under that guy.
Oh, wait, you mean you don't just throw him to the Wolves like the Islanders used to do for years? It's personal, all right? It's a lot of pain. Let's go to Matt, 97.1. What's up, Matty?
Hey, boys.
How are you?
Hey, I'm good. Projecting a minor league goalie especially, is like saying your West Michigan baseball prospect at 19 years old is going to bet cleanup for you in 3 years. It's such a crapshoot, especially for goalies. The other issue too that's just driving me crazy, and Mike, you touch on this, is how long? At what point is Yzerman accountable? I mean, we're going into year 6, and I still see Comfort, Kopp, Sprong, Perron, Veleno. I mean, these guys that are not going to be part of a good team still on the roster.
All right, Matt, listen, and I understand he took over a bad situation, but they should have made the playoffs this year, and they collapsed. Anything other than making the playoffs and playing a credible first-round series next year, if his name wasn't Yzerman, he'd be in real trouble, period.
Yeah, I agree, but I question it. I mean, when I know obviously he's an icon in Detroit and that, but come on, at some point you can't you have to perform or you have to give results. If he just hasn't.
Matt, I'm with you, and for that reason, I don't think it's good enough to go, well, remember when we flirted with trading for a goalie? No, they have to get one, because if they enter this season with Husso and Lyon, I'm sorry. And then, oh, by the way, we're going to plug in a lot of youth. Man, if you don't have a veteran backstop back there, I think you're asking for trouble.
Yeah. All right, boys. Thanks. You
got it, Matty. Absolutely, brother. Thank you.
And I think he could also help with Kosa's confidence. Hey, come up here. You can show him the ropes. It makes sense.
That's the whole point. Because, again, if you go, well, I think Olmark is good, but I want great. Well, who's the great goaltender available? I mean, they don't hit the market. They just don't. It takes a very unique situation with a very expensive hockey team, the Boston Bruins, who happen to have the next coming, a guy who did catch fire. Not on hope, on results. Swayman stepped forward. This is what's available.
Younger, So, you can get their cast off, but it's still better than what you have.
It's like a homeless guy complaining that he's not being served caviar. Well, what do you mean? I just bought you an omelet. I mean, what are we doing here, man? You're homeless. You haven't showered in 2 weeks. Just eat the omelet.
But I'm vegan.
248-539-9797. We'll get more of the phone calls in a second. David, ticket text. What does the hockey elite have to say?
If they want a goalie, Saros in Nashville will be younger, is better, and wants 7 for 7 years.
Okay, but again, do you want to make a 7-year commitment to a goalie? Kenny, I leave it to you.
Yeah, I don't like 7 years for a goalie specifically, especially UC Saros. I'm just not sure. I'd have to look it up, but I want to know how old he is before you make a 7-year commitment to a guy like that.
I thought he was like 27 years old, but maybe I'm crazy.
Scott in South Lyon says, do whatever you can to trade and get a top goalie, no-brainer. Then he says, let's go McJesus.
Now again, the key is it's not just trading for Ullmark. You have to get a deal done. You cannot trade for a guy entering the last year of his contract. That is a road to ruin. They got to sign him. It's got to be a commitment. You'd love to. You wish there was a dream state you could pay him more for a 3-year deal. He's going to want 4 or 5.
Yeah, there's basically the theory of whoever ends up trading for him will sign him, whether it's Ottawa, whether it's Vegas, or whomever is interested.
Why would you go to Ottawa?
I don't know.
What a miserable place to live.
Ottawa's a wasteland, dude. I would never sign
Plus,
him.
isn't their stadium like the old Richfield Coliseum? It's like an hour outside of the walls of town.
That's my point. It's like it's Nowheresville.
Hey, who wants to go there? Come on. Sorry, I didn't mean to slander our Canadian friends, but Ottawa, no.
Nothing wrong with slamming them.
Now, if Ullmark wants to party and go to Vegas, who could blame him? Good for him.
Yeah, but Ottawa's kind of that's where you send people when you threaten them. You know what? You don't want to play here? I'll send you to Ottawa.
Iowa or Ottawa. It's all the same. All right, let's talk about Victor's Home Solutions. Very simple. If you got a question about your roof or you damn well know you need a new one, you need to call Victor's right now. They will get out to you, give you that risk-free 21-point video roof inspection. And when you select Victor's, you are getting a concierge team that'll follow up with you at every turn. You're going to get installers who will install a perfect roof the first time. That is the standard. Not good, not great, perfect. They have job site inspectors as well that demand the same. And with Victor's, they are so confident in their work. They offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. They just get it done right. Call Victor's today. Get that free, no obligation, 21-point video roof inspection today, 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100 or online anytime at victors.com. All right, sorry about that, guys. We were just chopping it up about Euro 24 behind the glass. Disgraceful performance by Italy right now. Let's get to the people. We will get a football today in the mix as well. If you're looking for some conversation of will the Tigers ever return to television, we open the show with that with an update, Odyssey.com. Rewind right now. It feels great to be lied to. We love the fact that Yzerman said he didn't want a goalie, yet reports. Sportsgasm. The Red Wings are the dark horse to land Linus Ullmark.
Yeah, being aggressive behind the scenes. Guys, nothing to see here until maybe there will be something.
So do you believe the Wings have to make this move? Right here. Go ahead. Pick 15 and Augustine. Pick 15 and Berggren. I don't care. Bring him in. Sign him $7.5 a year. And if Kosa ends up being the second coming of Martin Brodeur, it's a great problem to have 3 years from now.
Yeah.
Let's go to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys.
How are you?
Hey, Paul.
The best news I've heard all summer.
What do you got?
I love this idea. Just absolutely love it. We basically, look, we have no goalie right now, right? We have no goalie because Husso, injured last year, went down to GR, hurt in the warm-up before the game even started, hurt again. Lyons, I don't know if we can depend on him.
You can't. Not as a full-time guy. He's a quality backup, but not as a 65-game starter. It's not going to happen.
100%. You guys are spot on. And let's not forget, this guy played every other game for Boston last year. Every other game. He played 40 games last year. And they didn't switch to Swayman till they got deeper into the playoffs. He's got a 900.
To the kid's credit, he caught fire. Let's be fair; they had to go that way.
Right, and this guy has a 900 save percentage throughout his career, even with Buffalo. I mean, ideal, and not only that. To your point, Mike, about these young goalies not being reliable, most of the goalies in the NHL now don't really come into their prime until their late 20s, early 30s. So
right, and it's with a lot of seasoning and a lot of time and a lot of being a backup. It is just so rare, Paul, for a young goalie to come up, start 70 games, and tra-la-la down the road.
And be that guy.
No, I'm not trying to get into fights with listeners or anything. Look, it's the same garbage I hear when I battle Tiger fans with Max Clark. Max Clark could be anything he wants to be 3 years from now. Wyatt Langford, by the way, still getting made fun of for that? Anyone seen him in the last month?
You know what? He's
with an OPS north of 800.
I was about to say he was pretty good this last month.
Yeah, so my point is he could be doing that now, here. That's the point. I get tight. You know what this is? It's not the Motor City. It's Projection City. That's what we should do. We should wear our Projection City Connect jerseys.
Yeah, whenever I see Wyatt doing anything, I only get here it comes. Mike's Tech.
Grand Slam this weekend. Bases clearing double this weekend. His 7th steal of the season. Look, I'm making a point.
It's about now. Sometimes it's about just winning right
and
now.
I know what's coming on Ticket Text too. Oh, but if they did that, they wouldn't have McGonigal. I don't give a Mick F. I don't know what that kid is going to be in 3 years. What I know is the World Series champions thought enough of this kid to break camp with him. Screw service time.
Yep.
He got hurt. Now he's good. Real good.
And I think lost in that is what you said. Forget about the service time. We're just going to play him. And we'll figure it out down the line. And that's what they're doing. And it's working for them.
That's all. It's so my whole point is I'm overwhelmed with the projection in this town.
Because with projection, it's like when everything is perfect, nothing's ever going to be perfect. Nothing in your life is ever perfect.
Projection largely, not exclusively, but largely is you saying how you hope it's going to be.
Mm-hmm. And in a perfect world, you'll have this and this and this and this.
And cutscene. Max Clark is Barry Bonds.
Yeah.
Like that, yes, that's what your ideal would be. Yeah. David, Ann Arbor, 97.1. What's up, David?
Hey, guys. Not a hockey elite. However, big Lions fan, and I think there's a lot of similarities with what the Lions have done and the precedent that they are setting that Steve Yzerman needs to now live up to. We've got a city that showed out for playoff games, for the draft. How the Tigers ignoring that and not pushing chips in. Steve Yzerman needs to do that and show people that he is interested in winning, going out and making this move. I don't care about prospects 3 years down the line. That's like people bringing up, oh, well, we're going to need to pay Aiden in however many years. I don't care. We need to show resolve now.
I'm there. And David, this is the difference. In fairness to Scott Harris, let me be fair. Scott Harris is only in his second year. We are frustrated because there just seems to be no urgency, as if he doesn't understand where he is. Yzerman is entering year 6. There is no excuse.
No, and it's playoff. Like, we were in a great spot to ride that momentum. Everybody wanted there to be home playoff hockey games while the draft was going on. I understand that, that's pie in the sky, but we now have a city that we have seen the SOL Lions turn things around. You talk about hope and projection. People are afraid of getting hurt. We need to actually start having expectations
Agreed.
for our team. We need to see results on the field.
David, it's one of my greatest frustrations in this town is I don't think people set expectations on these teams. I think people are entirely too comfortable giving them an endless runway. And then you get made fun of for wanting to win or for demanding more. Like, David, I just don't think it's acceptable for a proud organization like the Tigers to go 10 years without a playoff berth. And then when the new guy comes to town and basically laughs in the face of making any legitimate offense. I mean, they went into this season and said, now we don't need to address the DH spot. What? They went into this season and decided Mark Canha was an answer offensively.
They went into the season saying, you know what, a Frankenstein at third base is good enough.
And the equivalent would be if the Wings don't address the goaltending situation this summer. Mm-hmm. That's how you tie it all in. You know you got a problem. You can't hope that it goes away.
Yeah.
And I don't know that it's a one-year problem.
One of these guys will catch fire, and then problem solved until nobody catches fire.
The bell's over there. I can't do anything for you. 248-53.
I thought you were about to say, what?
No. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of the people in the mix. We'll do it next. Summer. It is here. This heat wave is unbelievable. But look, your schedule is not going to slow down. You're at the Ute Sports events. It's absolutely insane. Well, Hungry Howie's has some summer menu items here. We're calling them the Kenny Cott pizzas because these are straight out of Kenny's mind after about 9 beers and maybe a 3-foot bong rip. But here we go. Pickle Bacon Ranch Pizza. That's a Kenny Cott. That got him excited. But the one that got you all pumped up is this Backyard Burger Pizza.
There we go.
Red onion bacon, dill pickle, ketchup, mustard. I mean, it is intergalactic pizza for Rico. The point is, both of them are available limited time only with your choice of flavored crust, $14.99 each. You can get dinner on the table in a hurry. And if you like these exotic flavors from Kenny Cott's mind, they're there for you. Go to hungryhowies.com or download the app and start your order now. Limited time only.
Brought to you by Miller Landscaping. After multiple arrests this offseason, the Chiefs are cutting ties with Isaiah Buggs. He's facing charges of domestic violence, burglary, and animal cruelty. Buggs played 2 seasons with the Lions as well. The Packers have claimed kicker James Turner off waivers. He was signed by the Lions earlier this offseason after breaking several records at Michigan. But Detroit cut ties after landing a deal with UFL star Jake Bates. The Tigers begin a 3-game series with the Phillies tonight at Comerica Park. Philadelphia is 1 win shy of the Yankees for the most in Major League Baseball currently. This marks the first time former Tiger Nick Castellanos will play in front of fans at Comerica Park since leaving Detroit. He did play here in 2020, but obviously no fans then. Casey Mize will battle Aaron Nola on the mound. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:40. Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals is tonight as the Oilers look to complete the reverse sweep of the Panthers. That would snap a 30-plus year drop for the country of Canada, taking home a cup. The cheapest available ticket right now is currently over $1,100. And according to Ryan Clark, 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk is meeting with the team today. He's been holding out for a new contract. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Please tell me that has not joined the lexicon of the show. I had to have that explained to me this weekend. Yeah, that's wonderful. And your father has just exited the country. I had to have a buddy explain it to me because we were in a group chat about baseball. And they keep saying that phrase, and I'm going, guys, English, please. What the F does that mean?
Yeah, because my buddy was like, he was like, you don't know what that is, and he sent me the link, and I'm like, oh.
Yeah, did you have fun at the bar this weekend, honey? That's great, because Daddy can't show up at the office anymore.
Oh, they can't find her either.
All right. I have a question regarding Game 7 tonight. Now, I understand our team is not involved. But I find myself rooting for something I didn't think I was capable of rooting for. Originally, I'm like, no, I can't have Kenny Holland be happy, even though he already inherited McDavid and Draisaitl. I don't want Kenny Holland, who caused us so much pain at the end, to win a Stanley Cup. But here's my problem. Edmonton rocks. Like, I feel horrible for people who have to live there. I mean, really? The nickname of the town is Deadmonton. You're in the middle of nowhere. It's just like one giant oil field. Canada cannot win a Stanley Cup. I feel bad for our Canadian friends. I'm the opposite of Rieger. Like, I don't take pleasure in the whole, Canada can't win, and I'm getting my jollies. And I'm like,
Rieger gets up in the morning to listen to, like, Edmonton radio stations.
Right.
Like,
is there such a thing?
Yeah.
The point I'm
all
making.
Canuck all the time.
I'm rooting for the Oilers tonight because I want Connor McDavid to get a Stanley Cup. I feel like that level of greatness needs to be validated. Like, who are you guys rooting for tonight?
I was going for the Oilers to start off, and everybody was like, no, it's going to be the Panthers. I'm like, let's see what the Oilers can do. When it was 3-0, then, you're watching them, and it's like, okay, this is the most dangerous. When they won Game 5, I'm like, if this goes to Game 6 and Edmonton wins, they have all the momentum. And now, Florida people, I was listening to Costa this morning saying, you got Panthers fans who just sold their Game 7 tickets because I don't know if they just feel like our team's not going to lose. I don't want to be there in case it happens. So there's going to be probably more and more Oiler fans in the arena tonight. Yeah, I'm going with Edmonton.
I mean, just who you're rooting for. I don't do the prediction thing.
No. I'm rooting for Edmonton.
Okay, so a lot of people have a problem with the whole I don't want Canada to win a cup.
I don't care.
No, I have a problem with non-hockey markets enjoying hockey delights. They don't deserve a team in Sunrise, Florida. F them.
Wait, you mean like Vegas isn't a hockey
Vegas,
hotbed?
Sunrise, Florida, Carolina. F you. You don't deal with winter. You should not have a hockey team.
When I think of cold weather, I think of Vegas.
Exactly. I mean,
you know, all the kids out there playing on the ice in the middle of winter. Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand that whole, we can't ever go back, to Canada. I don't care. Like Rieger is like, you're a bad person. I was like, Jeff, I don't care as much as you do. Because he takes joy and pride in this.
But he's a weirdo. I'd like to ask you, look, guys, here's the reality. All right, your baseball team's not on TV. We covered that expansive piece on ESPN. You're not. It sounds like Tigers, we'll see in 2025. This thing is not going to get resolved. There's a zillion reasons why. Odyssey.com rewind if you want that. But this is must-see TV tonight. It is. I mean, it's really one of the last big games before football season. And I have to have someone to root for. I'm always going to choose the less glamorous market. I'm going to choose
the underdog.
And I admit it, Edmonton going back to the classic uniforms instead of having that giant gear on their jersey, those stupid things. I want them to win. I want McDavid to win. I like the Skinner story. And
see, I'd like for it to go down to the final minute of the game. I don't have any play horse in this race.
No, I want Edmonton 10-0.
Oh, wow.
I want these goofball, fair weather Florida scumbags to go home miserable. They don't deserve hockey joy. You don't.
So you want the champagne already in the locker room. Gotcha.
I want the game to be so bad it's over after 2. Why is it that it's okay for Rieger to hate Canadians, but I'm the bad guy if I don't like non-relevant hockey markets?
You're not the bad guy. I want Florida to win, though.
Why?
Because I don't want a Canadian team to win.
Why?
Why do you hate Paul Sarah
What has Canada done to you?
I just don't like Canada. I can't stand Canada because they act like they're nice, but they're really not.
Wait,
they're really not.
Wait, who's mean in Canada?
There are mean people in Canada. They want to act like they're all nice, but come on now. They're Canadian.
Wow, they step on your foot and apologize
so
too much?
I don't want them to win.
So you're rooting for Florida. You're rooting for Edmonton. Kenny, where are you? You're the hockey elite. Does the Canadian thing bother you?
It doesn't bother me in the slightest, and Florida plays like giant scumbags. I hate Florida's play style with such a passion.
But don't we like Paul Sarah here?
Yes, I love Paul. Paul's
so
the
should we
best.
be rooting for Florida for
Absolutely
Paul?
not.
Okay.
You can't let a friendship dictate who you're rooting for.
Okay.
You have Michigan fan friends.
That's, you know what, Kenny?
Scumbaggery. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
They play like rats. They throw rats. They play like rats.
Well, that was John Van Beesbrook back in the day.
Well, now it's appropriate because they play like rats.
People, I want to hear from
when
you.
he slap shotted the rat, yeah.
Now, listen, we talked about Red Wings hockey earlier in the show, this Linus Ullmark trade rumor stuff. We're all about it. If you want to call in on that instead of Game 7 tonight, you are welcome to, because we are united as a show. Got to go out and get Ullmark. Get him, sign him, and let's have a clear pathway of having a real goalie. I don't want to hear about Augustine and Kosa. They are years away from assuming the lead dog role. If Kosa's hyper advanced and unbelievable, great. It's a great problem to have, and you pay him in donuts. Mm-hmm. So your AAV is not terrible, and you are going to have a legitimate weapon no matter who you start. Mm-hmm. David, what does the Hockey Elite have to say?
I'm having stout gravy poutine and some old fashions tonight as we root for the Oilers tonight from Metro Detroit. That is from Ron.
I'm just wondering, where did you run into mean Canadians?
Let's go Oilers.
Wow.
Reverse sweep and screw all things Florida, Tim and Clarkston. They're just fake, okay? That's all. Canadians are fake, and I don't want them to do anything.
Did they put Canadian money into the offering plate? Is this why you don't like them?
I will say a lot of Maple Leaf fans are just truly atrocious. That fan base is an unpleasant one to hang out with, especially online.
They have reason for being unpleasant.
I guess so. Lions fans have a reason to be unpleasant, but we're not unpleasant. We went the other way with it. We made the country fall in love with us. Toronto, everybody actively roots against them.
Well, you had a coach, and the country fell in love with the coach.
It's one thing or another. I mean, it could be the Jared Goff stuff. It could be the Campbell stuff. But Toronto is their fans actively.
Kenny, you know what this is a sign of, though? No one's watching your little sport tonight.
I saw stats
It's a shame.
that Caitlin Clark was outdoing the NHL's conference final round.
And yet the league will still lose $50 million. So I wouldn't worry about it.
But Angel Reese, 25.
Yeah, yet don't care. No, Kenny, this is my beef with your sport. Like this
It's a legitimate beef because you think this should be the biggest game on earth right now.
It is. It's a game 7 on ABC at 8:00 at night.
Historic implications with the reverse
historic
sweep.
collapse, and the best player on planet freaking Earth
And you may
is in the game tonight.
And you may have more people watching the Olympic trials on Peacock.
Don't say that. You will. I will. Oh, God, don't say that. That's
Have
not.
they got to the men's 100 yet?
No, that's not real. You're making that up, right?
No.
That will be tonight, I
Oh,
believe.
then yes.
Yeah.
You may have more people
believe,
watching
yeah.
Hey,
the
Kenny.
men's 100.
Kenny, a sign that your sport is effed. We had full phone lines about a Tiger team not on TV. We had full phone lines on Linus Ullmark, who no one knows who he is, but they sure as hell want him. We bring up history tonight, and where are you at?
It's not a real league, Mike. It's a joke league. I've said it from the beginning of the season when we were complaining about the refs. It's a joke.
Hold on, Kenny. You know it's a joke. This is going to happen. Now tomorrow and Wednesday, we're going to turn our attention a little bit towards NBA draft. If we do more with the NBA draft than your league,
Oh, I'm not worried
With a
about
bunch
it.
of
You will.
nameless people.
You will. You absolutely will.
don't say that.
I'm certain of it. I'm absolutely certain of
But
it.
they don't know.
Metellus Basilis, or whatever his name is.
I think it's Matas Bazelis or Bazelius. You know what Bazelius means?
Don't draft us.
No, it actually means tell him in Portuguese. Because that's his agent. We'll get there. 248-539-9797. And look, if I'm a slap for rooting for McDavid and I actually want a Canadian team to win because I'm tired of non-hockey markets having hockey teams.
Well, and yeah, and I think with the cup, it validates him being the best player in the league. His name is on the cup now.
Yes. I mean, if he win, okay.
You don't want him to become the Dan Marino of hockey.
Definitely not. You ever seen Dan Marino's freak out on Inside the NFL?
Yes.
Wow, that's amazing. I also feel like if McDavid wins this, he caps off one of the great postseasons or the greatest postseason in history. And you begin the conversation of going, all right, it's Gordie Howe, it's Wayne Gretzky, it's Mario Lemieux, it's Connor McDavid.
Yeah. And also, I don't want to see him win the MVP of the final and lose.
Oh, that would bother you.
Yeah, it does because
hey, David,
he doesn't want that trophy.
What?
2-4. That would be him. Well, here you go. Thanks.
248-539-9797. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more Trex than Northville. Last year, contractors, homeowners bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields. How do they do it? It's simple. Everything's in stock. No shipping delays, no middleman. You buy it, you build it. You save money while you're doing it. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. You want to be enjoying your deck on a beautiful afternoon like this? Northville Lumber is the way to go. And they will intro you to a Trex certified pro. Just call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, to the people. And if you're looking for the Allmark discussion, you're looking for the Tigers and when they will ever return to TV, Odyssey.com Rewind. We covered it all. Had to get a little bit about Game 7 tonight. It's really one of the only must-see events of the summer. And it is a historical collapse. And I'd like to know because, again, I don't like the non-hockey markets. All right? Now, I know none of you care, but, like, it really bothered me when the league left Hartford. Okay, I've been to them all.
Yeah.
Brass Bonanza, the Whalers goal horn. Let's talk Chris Pronger in Navy Blue. The point is, Jason Mazzotti, former Spartan goalie, was their starter, Kenny. Listen, I hated when teams left places like Quebec City and left Hartford, and you end up with, Tampa Bay's a hockey hotbed. Go to hell. You have palm trees. Just leave. I hate it. Vegas.
Not a Lightning fan. Okay.
No, Vegas enters the league. Stanley Cup. Go to hell. Like, it just, if I have a choice between.
What about Nashville?
It's just so hillbilly. I don't know. They're throwing sea bass at the game, and it's, I don't know.
I got you.
But it's kind of a party, and I don't know. I'm not totally anti-Nashville.
The Vegas thing was what really
Vegas bothers me. The Florida teams bother me.
If you're pro-Vegas or anti-Vegas, you should be anti-Nashville too. It's just a party town.
Okay, fine.
I like
Plus,
them both,
I don't like country music, so there you go. My point is, if I have the opportunity to see a misery-ridden place like Edmonton get a cup, when it means so much to those people, and it's the greatest player in the world, or some foofy non-hockey town. Look, I like Florida. Not the Panthers, I'm saying the state. I go there a couple times a year. I've never been to Paradise. Where is Paradise, Florida? Don't care. It's not a hockey town. Get out.
Really? You're a big Florida fan? I don't really care for Florida.
Yeah, but they got to go to the Gulfstream Park's there. What do you want from me?
Okay. You know what? No. Fair.
It's a beautiful track, great restaurants.
I was about to say, aside from the Cuban sandwich.
You're not a Florida guy.
No. Too hot.
Too hot?
I mean, it's just muggy. Like,
unreal.
Oh, my goodness. I mean,
David! What?
I got you. Here you go.
Let's go to the people. Let's go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
First off, I got to have a chair drop to David's spine. I mean, thanks. To hate Canadians. I mean, what's going on here? Have you seen the mosh pit in Edmonton? I mean, it's a shame that Game 7 is not in Edmonton tonight because that would be absolutely bananas.
John, I'm with you. I don't understand how you hate Canadians, David, but
right. I mean, Toronto, we can hate Toronto, but like the rest of Canada, I mean, I don't know how you don't love them. I mean, they
the rest of the Canada's frozen.
Oh,
who wants that?
We should just ship David to Florida then.
Yeah. Go do radio in Paradise, Florida. See how that works out for you, David. So, John, are you on Edmonton tonight?
Oh yeah, I was on Edmonton before the final started. I mean, it kind of sucked when we went down 3-0, but what an absolute comeback! I mean, I'm all in tonight for Game 7. I mean, it's history. You don't really see Game 7s in the Stanley Cup final very much. Just the whole story, like them coming back, forcing a Game 7. You got Connor McDavid chasing, Gretzky for the all-time points in the Stanley Cup finals, like the whole playoffs. Yeah, I would love to see him get a cup. And I don't know if Detroit plays in Edmonton next year, but I would love to get tickets just to go witness, like the whole Canada singing the national anthem
The place you need to go. Now, listen, I'm never going to direct you to Toronto because you got to kill somebody to get the tickets. But it's a blast. Do you know where you should go see the Wings play? And it's an incredible pregame. It's an incredible city. Go see them when they're at the Bell Center. Go see the Wings play in Montreal.
Yeah.
Listen, getting to Edmonton, you probably got to take 6 airplanes and then ride an elephant at some point. I mean, please.
Montreal's up there too.
Montreal's, you can drive it. It's a wonderful city too. It really is. I can't say that about Edmonton. Johnny, appreciate it, brother.
All in. Yep, go Oilers.
Yes, sir. And by the way, Edmonton plays a brand of hockey that I can support. I don't want to watch Florida just bully people. Like Kenny earlier was watching the 95 Devils on like NHL Rewind, the loser network.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's not an appealing brand of hockey. I lived it.
Was it the left wing lock?
That's right. Neutral zone trap. Yeah. That's not, no one wants that. You know what I want? Speed, skill. Let the players show what they're about. Edmonton plays fun. Is that fair?
Definitely. I mean, you have one of the best players to maybe ever play, and he's dicing up teams. I mean, it's crazy to watch.
And Draisaitl's done nothing this series.
Yeah, he's been quiet.
Nothing.
This has got to be a good game for the guy.
Where'd they find this Hyman guy from?
He was from Toronto, I believe. I think they let him go for peanuts.
Why can't we find players like that?
Just give it a few years.
Yeah, 2029. It'll all come together.
Draft and develop, Mike. Come on.
Let's go to Jeremy, 97.1. Jeremy, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. Hey, I'm on the Edmonton bandwagon big time. I've been, when that game on Friday finished up, I couldn't wait. I was actually mad the game wasn't yesterday, and we had to wait till Monday for it, going to a friend's house, and I'm all in on Edmonton.
So, and again,
I was kind of surprised that it is on Monday and not on Sunday.
Well, the travel. This is the furthest distance, I think, of any Stanley Cup thing. But, so, Jeremy, if it's the battle between a Canadian team breaking their streak or the non-hockey market, does any of that play in for you, or you just find Edmonton more palatable?
No, absolutely. Edmonton fans are real hockey fans. I bet half the people in Miami don't even know there's a game tonight. And, what do I even have? Who has anything against Edmonton? The last thing I had against Edmonton was Wayne Gretzky when he used to beat the Red Wings. That was back in the 80s. I'm all over that. And right, the jerseys are awesome. That's got to be my second favorite hockey jersey after the Winged Whale. I'm all in. Go Oilers.
And by the way, if you want to know why it took an extra day to play this, there is not a flight path where you can get to Edmonton in less than 12 hours of travel time. Now, I'm obviously, maybe they're on some form of super jumbo hockey jet. Right. The point is, for regular human beings, including the media, you're not on the super duper hockey jet.
No straight shots?
It's 2 stops, 12 hours, dude, to go Miami to Edmonton. Wow. Opposite ends of Earth.
Okay. Wow.
Now, the NBA
layovers.
Finals, they have no excuse. That's different. The NBA is just greedy. This was actual, I think they really had to do this. Or, here's an idea, don't have teams in Florida. They don't deserve it.
Or how about not have Edmonton?
What? No.
We don't need another Canadian
You're
team.
wrong.
Get rid of them.
You're just wrong. It's their sport. You can't keep them from their sport.
Ooh, the arrogance of Canadians. It's our sport.
I'm sorry. I must have missed where I was born in Saskatoon. I'm just saying, look, I don't need Utah having a hockey team. It should go to Quebec City.
And you weren't born in London?
No. Woodstock, Ontario. No. To me, that's where the league really loses me, is they don't have enough hockey markets. Look, for a long time, Minnesota didn't have a team. That's criminal.
Yes.
Not having a team. I understand there's no Fortune 500 teams there. There should be a team in Hartford. There should be.
The North
Right.
Stars.
They went, and again,
they became the Dallas Stars.
And I hate every minute of it. They're not the Wild. They're the North Stars. Mm-hmm. With the beautiful Kelly green jerseys. Or whatever a Wild is. Stupid. Stupid. It's the truth. Now, they're going to expand again. Who's going to get the next team? Won't be a hockey market.
Yeah, after Utah, they were talking about Atlanta for a while.
Good. Let's do that again.
That just fails each and every time.
Doesn't Quebec have an arena ready to go?
I think they might. Also, they're probably going to at some point bring Arizona back.
No,
they haven't been relocated. They've just moved all
something
the
happened
players.
with the land that was going to get auctioned off. Didn't get auctioned off.
No,
and apparently it's still there.
They need to put it. They need to put the Cleveland Barons back. We need a team in Seatown. Come on,
you got Columbus. So. Close enough.
Rivalry much? I mean, Columbus has got a cannon.
I'm seeing Saskatoon as an option.
No, stop.
I'm seriously reading an article here.
Look, I want Edmonton to win tonight. We're going to get more of the people, but Game 7. You know what it is too? The comeback has gotten to this point, I can't bear for it to fall short. I need Florida in that level of pain. Need it. They're not real fans anyways.
Put it back in Hartford.
I would love it. Be amazing. Whalers is it's a top 5 sports logo of all time. Beautiful. We're going to talk Brendan Shanahan pre-Red Wings. Miserable in Hartford. Pat Verbeek, anyone?
At the mall.
I have that goal horn somewhere in there. I'm serious.
It didn't get lost?
Who knows? Sabotage. All right, M43, Old Nation. Hey, Game 7 tonight. You want to settle in with a couple of ice-cold beers, enjoy yourself? Sorry, Rico. Get some Old Nation beer for Game 7. M43. It's appealing to everyone. Oh, but it's hot out. How about the Grapefruit B43? Crisp, light. Kenny, Grapefruit B43 tonight. Launch yourself into space. You're going to love it. It's incredible high-caliber beer. Brought to you by one of the best breweries in America. They just happen to be in our backyard. And if you are heading to the west side of the state for one of your Rico Beard weekend jaunts, if you will, stop by the Brew Pub in Williamston, whether it's to pick up the latest and greatest creations they have, including some brewery exclusives or maybe a little lunch. It's Old Nation Brewing Company, oldnationbrewing.com.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. The Pistons' new president of basketball operations, Trajan Langdon, said Friday there's no timeline to hiring a new head coach after the firing of Monty Williams. If Kenny Atkinson was on their list, you can cross it out. The Cavs got him. Pelicans assistant James Borrego was the other finalist in Cleveland and is now expected to be a top target for the Pistons, according to ESPN. J.J. Redick also officially announced as the Lakers head coach today. He's in the middle of his press conference right now. The Florida Panthers are looking to avoid being on the wrong side of history tonight as they host the Oilers for Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. The Oilers find themselves in a 3-0 hole early. No team has ever come back to win a series with the current playoff expansion the way it is. Here's Panthers forward Matthew Tkachuk on Game 7. Puck drop at 8. The Tigers battle one of the best teams in the MLB tonight as the Phillies come to town. Detroit 12-20 against teams above 500 this year. Casey Mize heads to the mound after a 4-inning, 2-run start against the Braves. His pitch count was elevated, though, at 87, which is part of the reason why it chased him early. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, a little brass bonanza. This is why Florida doesn't deserve a Stanley Cup. Not a hockey town. Kenny and I were just watching Jocelyn Thibault highlights. Come on. Listen to the brass here, Rico. Was your cousin Benito in this band?
No.
No. All right, now let's refocus. First of all, ticket text then to the callers. I want the Oilers to win. I don't have the anti-Canadian sentiment Rieger does. And I want McDavid to get one because he's that good. He's an absolute machine. David, please, ticket text.
Drew in Lansing says, I may hate Ken Holland, but I don't think Florida deserves the cup. Their fans don't care, and it shows. These Oiler fans are amazing. Reminds me of Hockey Town.
All right.
Another person says, screw Florida. They're the anti-Michigan, both peninsulas. One is where hardworking people live. The others where retirees and tourists go.
And
the Oilers.
And unlike them, we're not sinking into the ocean.
That's factually true. Now, what bothered me was for Game 7, and their fans are selling their tickets. According to Cookies this morning, I'm like, how are you selling your tickets?
Just take in the glory that was the Hartford Mall. Okay, that's enough. Make your cavities rattle. Let's go to the people, shall we? We'll go to Grant, 97.1. Grant, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir.
Grant. And I'm calling from Windsor, so I just want to say, Rico, you're a beauty. Valente, you're a beauty. And Dave, go suck a lemon.
That's right. You tell him, Grant.
And that's a Canadian being angry
being
and mad.
mean,
Tell you
yeah.
not to say a limit.
I hope you stub your toe, you son of a...
But I just got to say, under 5 right now is plus money. It's not, you might get a push. It might be a 3-2 overtime if we're super lucky. 5.5 is just crazy juice. So hop on the alternate line under 5. Should be a good play. But to talk about hockey markets and stuff, it's the no state tax. It's like go back to 2020. It's Tampa, Colorado. I don't know if Colorado's got a state tax, and then you got Vegas no state tax, and then Alberta's got no provincial tax. So it's another double: no provincial tax, no state tax. That's where it's all the players they want to go, where they can save the money, and that's where all the better players go. And unfortunately, once you fix that a little bit, but.
It's interesting you say it. It's Texas, Tennessee, Florida are the 3 in the United States, right? Texas. Does Nevada have no state tax?
Nevada pretty much has no state tax, and I think if you go look at like the other sports too, like the majority of them are the no state tax ones.
Yeah, I mean,
But,
there's a level to it, but I mean, Grant, even so, like as a Canadian, it is your sport. You gotta be rooting for Edmonton. You gotta break this ridiculous streak.
So I agree with you, Valente, when it talks about greatness, because I was a Brady hater forever. I grew up a Rams fan for some reason, and greatest show on turf, so I hated Brady because of that Super Bowl. But once they lost the undefeated Super Bowl, and everyone was hating on him, I just turned into like the biggest Brady fan, because why wouldn't you want to support greatness?
Right.
So why wouldn't you want to support Connor McDavid? But there are two local guys in the Essex County that played for Florida, so that's why originally I was going for Florida, but they come back 3-0. I mean,
I feel like if you blow a 3-0 lead to even have a Game 7, you deserve to lose.
No, totally, 100%. And like I said, I think Toronto fans, those are the worst. I grew up a Toronto fan, and when they signed Kessel to 8 years, $64 million, I knew they didn't want to win. So then I hopped over to Detroit after that. I lost all my whole childhood. I couldn't root for the Wings because I was a Leaf fan, so that sucked. But
Grant, you're very conflicted. I'll tell you, you're conflicted. So wait a minute. You were a Leafs fan who converted to being a Wings fan.
Yeah, I have two older brothers. One's a Wings fan. One's a Habs fan.
But you became a Wings fan after the Cups.
Yeah, a Wings fan after the Cups because I grew up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not like...
Now he roots for the Wings, and they don't win either. Grant, you're a tortured soul. This is tough.
Well, that's okay, because you got to support the local. I grew up... I lived in Toronto for a bit, lived in Vancouver. They don't even... Like, you should see how they talk about Detroit, how they talk about Windsor. It just made me just furious, and then it just turned me into a complete...
Vancouver, listen, I've been there once. Very foofy town, very fancy. The whole place is made of glass, so you better pray to God there's not an earthquake or a pigeon storm. The whole thing will come down like an erector set.
Right, it's not like it's sitting right off the coast of the Pacific Ocean. So
and plus, I don't respect anything Vancouver's done once they had Shamu the whale as their logo. I need the skate. I need the Pavel Bure, Trevor Linden era uniforms.
But they had big country.
Okay, I don't think anyone there remembers that. But don't worry, the NBA is going to do it again. Vancouver's going to get another team.
No.
Seattle's going to get the team.
They're going to do both.
Oh, really?
Wow. I'm telling you.
Is this breaking news?
No, it's a belief structure. Sorry.
It's okay. Along with the Vegas.
Trivia, what player openly refused to go to Vancouver if they took him in the NBA draft?
Was it Iverson?
Steve Francis.
Oh.
248-539-97.
Maryland.
All right. That's why I asked him. That's his guy. We'll have Mike Loxley trivia Friday at 5.
They were ACC then. They weren't Big Ten.
They're still ACC. It's just you don't want to acknowledge it. David, a few ticket texts. We'll get a football today.
You know what? Wah.
So Dave in Farmington says, I know the guy who runs the ice for the Panthers, so I'm rooting for them.
To hell with him.
Agree with you, Mike. Stanley Cup does not belong in Florida. Paul on his cell phone. Is that Sarah? Florida has systematically dominated the Red Wings the last decade, so have endured so much pain. Consequently, go Oilers tonight.
Yes.
The one that always got me was Vegas because they experienced no pain. They literally showed up.
Immediate success.
And it's like, wait, so you don't win a title No, that's not how it works. So go ahead, David. I'm sorry.
Only reason I'm cheering for Florida is because the Canadian drought is hilarious. So just for humor alone.
See, I don't find it hilarious because I comp it out to almost what Lion fans have gone through. This is a football town. This is a great sports town, right? And let's face it, if you don't have winter, you don't appreciate sports. I don't want to wish what you guys have been put through with the Lions on most people. Certain towns I do, but not.
Well,
why
you keep
Canada?
saying, again, it's like, why not us? Yeah.
Right. Like, it's Canada's sport. Why the hell would get one? Christ. Just get one, and then I don't need to care about you. And if they get one, it should be where Gretzky played. And it should be an outpost. Let's face it, Edmonton is like the Green Bay Packers. That is an outpost where if the league started today, Edmonton would never have a team, ever. I want markets like that to get something. That's the problem. I think hockey's biggest issue, too, is they're trying to be like the NBA and getting all the fancy markets. They don't serve their real fans.
Right, with fans who really don't care.
They have a bunch of Rico Beards running it for the networks. That's what they have
That's
going
right.
on.
Wow. Greedy scumbags.
Wow. The deflator.
That's right.
Kenny with the chair off the top rope. And then David comes in. Wow.
Read him something.
It's like the old school Killer Bees. All right. Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. All June long, Hamilton is participating in the Pickups for Paws campaign, supporting Rebel Dogs Detroit. For every pet that is loved and cared for, there are so many that they're not that lucky. Stop into Hamilton right now. Drop off some pet-friendly supplies in the bed of the Silverado right there in the middle of the showroom. There's a list of donation ideas at HamiltonChevy.com if you need some help. Your donation will make a difference. Then talk to Andrew or any of his sales staff about getting into a new Chevy, including the June Rico deal, a new 2024 Chevy Equinox, $279 a month for 24 months. You get 10,000 miles included. You just walk in there with $995. You drive off in the Rico deal. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. Major League Baseball released their second round of All-Star players appearing on the ballot, and once again, the Tigers do not have any position players on the list. It featured 10 players per position and 20 total outfielders. The Tigers face the Phillies tonight. Casey Mize opposes Aaron Nola, who carries a 3.54 ERA into play today. Pregame at 6:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Matt Vierling is leading off once again for the Tigers. It's a spot in the lineup he's still getting used to. Vierling on the year hitting .229 in the top spot of the lineup, although he has brought some power in 23 games, hitting 3 doubles and 4 homers. Here's the rest of the lineup for the Tigers tonight. Colt Keith will bat second and play second base today. He's hitting .385 in his last 10 with 5 extra base hits. Green to follow. It's Canna, Perez, Urshela in the middle. Henry Malloy, the rookie, at DH once again. Zach McKinstry slotted in at shortstop as he bats 8th. Carson Kelly will round things out at the catching spot. Casey Mize is on the mound, and former Tiger Nick Castellanos is hitting 5th and playing right field. The Red Wings announced their preseason schedule, which includes the standard 8-game slate. Puck drop of the 24-25 season will happen September 25th against the Hawks at the United Center. The Hawks will return the favor 2 days later on the 27th, traveling to LCA. At the Corbel House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Game 7 tonight. If you missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind. The answers to, are the Tigers ever going to be back on your TV? We took you through the latest from ESPN. Magic 8 Ball says, not likely. We also talked about Stevie Y lying in the best way possible. We mean that tongue-in-cheek. Friday, we're not looking for a goalie, maybe a third one. Today, Linus Ullmark, Wings are in on the trade discussions. We covered that. And then, yes, Game 7 tonight, some must-see TV. And, yeah, I'm a slap. I'm rooting for the Oilers. I want Canada to break their streak, and I want McDavid to get one. I think he's too great not to. Plus, Florida. It's not a real hockey market. David, Big Finish?
Oh, yeah. So we got to a lot of things today. We started the show with the Bally's bankruptcy, and they may be done. MLB, NBA, and Major League Baseball all concerned that they may not be able to sustain and it'll be over.
Yeah, and it's a long-form piece on ESPN, and we gave it a lot of coverage. It sounds like, first of all, you're not going to have a hearing until July 29th or 30th. There could be a pause. It is Comcast not backing down. Diamond Sports is not sustainable as currently constructed. The odds are you're not going to have your team on TV the rest of the year. What's interesting is how the other leagues are beginning to get very concerned because who else is on these RSNs? NBA and NHL. Major League Baseball would love to have all their rights under one umbrella, have a streaming platform, and have a yet-to-be-named cable network. The problem, at least a half a dozen Major League Baseball organizations have ownership stakes in their RSN. Yankees with the Yes Network, the Mets, I believe the Red Sox with NESN. Those teams are not going to want that. They're going to fight that. And you can't move forward unless you have all 30 teams. So it's a complete mess. Sorry, that's the short form.
Yeah, but from that discussion, we talked about, you said the one umbrella, all teams would have the league would have their streaming service. And we asked the question, would you buy a streaming service to watch your Detroit teams?
Right.
A lot of people came in and said, no, they would not.
Because those teams, if we're just being honest, don't show a great urgency to the product that they want to sell you. Pistons? I mean, this is going to be a retool of the restore of the rebuild. It's a rebuild. With the Wings, we're entering year 6. We're sitting here doing cartwheels over trying to get Linus Ullmark. And for the Tigers, I mean, forget it. I'm a bad person because I don't accept not making the playoffs for 10 years. David, I think they would struggle in an a la carte model. They really would.
And we also found out today that Steve Yzerman but in a good way.
Only in the context of he brilliantly misled all of us Friday to heel turn like Kenny and WCW wrestling, and now we are after a goalie.
And this is a good goalie we're after. This is a goalie that can get you 50, 55 starts so you can platoon Okosa when he's finally ready to play.
And again, the cost, it's not only going to be probably a first-round pick, probably a prospect. You're talking about you got to sign this guy. He's entering the last year of his deal. The reports are he wanted $7.5 per. That's a value compared to the near $12 million a year Shesterkin might command. So it's just, I say all in. You must go and do it, because no matter how badly some of you want to look at your hockey cards and swear that Kosa's the next Patrick Waugh, this might not be a 1 or 2 year issue. And young goalie prospects are riddled with failure. You get Ullmark here, you give Kosa the ability to take it easy, take your time, and if Kosa's the business, wow, last I checked, having 2 real goaltending options is not a bad thing. Sign Boston every year the last decade, seemingly.
And just one more bit on that. Kosa's only 21. He's still very, very young in his development. There will be ups and downs, ebbs and flows.
Oh, you mean you're not going to start him 70 games at age 19 like the Islanders did to Eric Fichaud?
I knew that was coming.
Dude, it's pain, Kenny. I speak from pain.
And we had a football today in it. And in the football today, something struck me. We talked about one of the bowl predictions was the Detroit Lions would beat the Cincinnati Bengals in the Super Bowl. And it struck me that no one laughed at that. No one on this show laughed at that, and how we're at a different stage here with the Detroit Lions to where a Super Bowl conversation can be had.
I have no issue with it. None. I mean, David, it's simple, man. You've arrived here. People are going to pick you to win the Super Bowl. People are going to pick you to get there. Get comfortable with it. Like last year we talked about it. You're the favorite to win the NFC North in this show's mind. Get comfortable with it. You're not going to, I wouldn't bat an eyelash at it.
Yeah, definitely. Since we're talking about championships, we have a championship. It will be decided tonight. The Stanley Cup will be given. Who are you rooting for, Edmonton or Florida?
Edmonton all the way.
No Canada.
I understand the anti-Canadian sentiment, but I don't share it. And frankly, I can't stand non-hockey markets enjoying things. There's so many miserable places to live that have a hockey team. Why can't they get the joy? And for Canadians, literally it's all you got. I mean, these poor people have got to wait 6 months for an MRI. All right, let these people have their hockey. Edmonton's nickname is Deadmonton. Go get it.
And Connor just deserves one, man.
Yes.
He's the best player in the world. He's putting up this playoffs. He's putting up Gretzky numbers. It's not even an exaggeration. He could break his point total. That's absurd. He deserves one.
Yes, agree with everything you said. Because look, if McDavid starts winning these on the regular, then I reserve the right to hate him.
You can change your mind at that point.
But in this moment, I'd like to see the greatness rewarded with the Stanley Cup, and frankly, one of the great postseasons in the history of the sport.
I will say this, and I told Kenny this. The NHL did something very smart. They tweeted out a video, an entire video. It's basically on Connor McDavid and how he said at the end of last season, it is Stanley Cup or bust. And the whole video talks about how they struggled this year, and it shows you what he did in the playoffs. That hype video may have changed my mind. I'm almost there, but it was great to see the NHL producing that. Connor McDavid is a machine.
He's the best.
He's looked amazing.
Look, if he wins at least one Stanley Cup, you can have a conversation. If the guy wins multiple Stanley Cups, you're going to have a conversation. Is he the greatest player of all time? I mean, Gretzky played in a different era where Gretzky couldn't have scored a goal ever and would still have the greatest season in league history. I mean, the 80s, specifically the mid-80s, were a wild time. But whatever. Go, Edmonton, go. Enjoy Game 7 tonight. We're back at it tomorrow at 2. Enjoy your baseball.